Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So, we finally got information on the spawn locations, basically, of the rarest items in the game. Right? The rarest items in the game. I did a video on this already. If you want to check it out, go and went over everything. But the short of it is basically this. Level 85 plus, World Tier 4. That's the short. So you need to be level 85 plus or fighting level 85 plus monsters and World Tier 4. And you know what the irony of this is? And one of my subscribers pointed this out on the video that I made, and I didn't even think of it, is guess what all the really hard items were gated behind in Diablo 2? TC-87, which was level 85 zones. Level 85 zones. So literally in Diablo 2, the most difficult to find items were always gated behind that. And guess what? Diablo 4 is gated behind the same things. Very, very interesting. World boss was spawning right when I logged in. I'm gonna have to go kill him real quick. Let's hop into Discord here right after this, too, because I think he's... Okay, we got 33 seconds. Just enough time to hop into Discord.
Just made it.
What's up,
Just made it.
Just barely made it.
Hey, I had a delicious prison ramen, okay?
Prison ramen?
It's really good. The recipe is really simple. You just take some, like a bowl of regular top ramen. You grab 2 beef jerky sticks. It's got to be Jack Link's. Not jerky, but jerky sticks. And then once you grab the jerky sticks, then you put those in there. You put all the stuff in there, and you just cook it and let the jerky kind of like make the broth really delicious. And then you put 2 hard-boiled eggs in there. There you go, prison ramen. It's delicious.
But then you have to go to jail, so go rob a bank too.
No, you don't have to go to jail. Look at you guys dying.
That really hurt.
You guys in jail.
Look at you guys dying, and I'm over here at level 62.
Dude, earlier we were doing the freaking world boss on my level 50 something, and I didn't die, and there was still a bunch of people dying. Once you start building into damage mitigation instead of armor, you actually can get strong at these kind of things.
Why is everyone dead?
Where's my Sharko at? Come on, where's my Sharko?
Someone revive me.
Where's my Sharko?
That was funny. There's like 8 dead people at the end when he was.
I didn't die at 62. Let's go.
I got these.
You got some more Temerity pants?
My first pair.
Oh, your first pair?
I didn't get a unique at all.
I found these earlier, Ginger. I haven't seen these before. I don't know if you've seen them yet. Rest of Shadow.
Oh yeah, I did a video on those earlier.
Ah.
They're interesting. Unfortunately, they take up the one slot that has the highest crit rate on it, which is your glove slot, and they don't have crit on them, which is unfortunate. But it is basically a free chance for the shadow clone to just like mimic your attack, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, I was thinking it's a very interesting thing.
It's not a bad helmet. Alright, I need to start getting to level 99. The max level for all characters.
99. Let's go.
The max level.
99 ain't gonna reach itself.
The max level. Let me actually put out a post. I usually don't put out posts when I live stream. I'm like, join me as I grind to 99.
99 red balloons.
99
Floating in the
red
summer sky.
balloons.
No, I'm not allowed to post. Oh, is it an Instagram link? Oh, whoops. Ginger's banning me now.
Banned.
Alright, so I'll just explain this great video. It's titled Gandalf introducing Shadowfax, and it's a picture of Shadowfax like running up on the plains, and Joe Biden is like, this sucker can go 0 to 60 in 4.1 seconds, and it's really funny. I don't know the context of that speech, but I hope he's like pointing at a Ferrari or something.
What dungeon are you doing, Ginger, to level?
I'm not sure. I mean, the split EXP seems to work pretty good, but it's also kind of boring. But I mean, it
Mix
does
it
seem to
up.
be the fastest way.
We could do that for like a level or till you're bored, and then we could switch to Nightmare. Whatever you want to do. Start somewhere. Might as well get doing something.
I just went ahead and posted. Posted. So how about that, Leon? They finally released the details on how to find the
Yeah, I watched
unique
it.
items,
I watched your video.
and look how close we were.
Yeah.
Didn't we call that they always dropped at 820?
Yeah.
And didn't we also call that it was level 87 or higher, which what it ended up being, level 85 or higher?
We're really close.
So we were really close. So it's gated behind World Tier 4. That's the first thing. Gated behind World Tier 4. It is gated behind 85 plus monsters, which is funny because all the high level items in Diablo 2 were gated behind TC 87, which was 85 zones.
That makes sense.
That's not a coincidence. I bet you they did that on purpose.
How do you think it works when you're in a party with lower levels? You think it doesn't matter? Because like the mob you fights, let's say like 98, right? The mob Meow fights is gonna be like 50 or 73. Can Shaco drop if you both do damage to that mob?
Should do, because
Probably only for the player that's like higher
Yeah.
than 85
Yeah.
or higher, because it's all individualized drops.
I would agree, but you just never know how it's coded, right? It could
I
be.
guess. It's really weird because I don't know how it's coded. I don't know how they do it.
Leon's already at Ruins of Eridu. He's
I don't
like,
know if it
I
helps
already
for-
know.
I don't know if it helps for like Twitch searching or whatever, but it may be helpful to add like drops enabled to the title of your video. I don't know if it makes it so you pop up higher if people are searching for that, or if it just goes off the tags.
I mean, yeah, I
but,
could throw that in there.
yeah. Because I didn't know. I went. Obviously, I'm gonna just stream because supporting. But I was like, I don't know if he has drops enabled, and then obviously it has the tag once I get in there. But
I have drops enabled.
I figured you would.
So I mean, we were right. The reason why there hasn't been that many Shakos falling is because exactly what they said during the campfire chat, which was most of the people who've been playing the game right now haven't even finished the campaign, let alone are they level 85 plus. So it's only us at the top that are actually trying to find this thing right now. Like it's like having a lottery, that's statewide, but only like 10,000 people actually entered the lottery.
We were talking a lot about trading and stuff previous to you joining back in, but it's unfortunate that some of the rare stuff in the game, once you have it, great, you got it, good job, but having it isn't necessarily super awesome because I mean it is for you, but you can't trade it. So now you have a best in slot for probably all your builds, so you're never looking for a helmet again unless you need something super specific, which kind of makes it a bummer. I feel like the hunt for it is one of the aspects of the game that makes me enjoy it.
I didn't realize that Andariel's Visage had 2% lifesteal on it.
Yeah, that thing is sick.
It's the only helmet I've seen in the game that has lifesteal. That
Ooh,
honestly
that'd be
bumps
cool.
that up. That honestly bumps that up in my book quite a bit.
Yeah, because
2% lifesteal is pretty
Huge.
massive. I would assume that that's 2% of the damage that you deal. So if you're a very high damage dealing character, you could potentially sustain yourself infinitely with that helmet.
Yeah, and also
Probably why it's so rare.
I'm doing a poison flurry build right now on my second character because I'm trying to play a rogue.
Oh, I would love to have it for my poison build too. That poison
Yeah.
Nova seems absolutely insane.
Yeah, has Nova, has the lifesteal, and I'm using Flurry, so Flurry 1% heals you for each target up to a certain percent of your damage you're dealing with, or of your max health, so I feel like you can create similar aspect like the Immortal Sword kind of thing with enough lifesteal and damage on that build. It might be really fun. I don't know. We'll see. I gotta find some more aspects and stuff.
I mean, yeah, but the lifesteal kind of goes along with how I was building my Crit Wolf anyway. He has that passive that heals him like every time he crits. So, so you combine that with the lifesteal. You might not even need it after having the Dariel's Visage, and then who knows? Could be so. The lifesteal 2% might not sound like a lot, but I mean, depending on how the rules work, we really don't have that much HP, and we're doing a lot of damage. So,
yeah, but
like
is
comparatively,
like physical damage, or is
I just got murdered.
One sec.
I would assume that it's like. Actually, I don't. Actually, I don't really know. I don't want to make any assumptions on it. See if we can find the dang thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna open the tooltip, see if I can find lifesteal on it. One sec.
No, stop making me run away.
Man, what a combo. If I hadn't killed him in like 3 seconds, I would have been dead. He walled me, then instantaneously feared me, and then I ran back into the wall, and then he was explosive. So right after I got feared, the first explosion wave was coming in and hitting me. Like, and I couldn't get away. Like, I was just running into a wall. So the explosion would have killed me. Like, what a freaking combo.
Lifesteal is something you can get on other stuff, or no?
I don't think there's any life steal percentage within the game.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
There's lucky hit, restore life. There's like
Life on
things
kill.
that will give you life on kill, but there's no percentage life steal. That is a unique effect for that item.
So that doesn't even, so lifesteal doesn't even show up on like the stats page. I
Right.
guess for that reason. So
Well, nobody probably has one, and nobody's tested it yet. So
Yeah.
Actually, nothing shows up on your stat page if you don't have it. Like if you don't have any
is that
like kit, it doesn't show up.
oh yeah, you have to actually have it for it to show up on your stat page. I'd like that to be a tick box. I'd like that to be a tick box in the settings, like so that you could just enable all the ones that you don't have, so you can see them.
Revived.
Because that would be a
That's how
very
it would
interesting
be.
way to just kind of have everything.
It
Like
was
just-
doing great until it wasn't.
I was doing so good. I survived for ages.
The fat boys with their little run you down thing, that they usually end up killing me on low levels. You gotta dodge out of the way of that. You can't just let them bowl you over, man.
I was doing okay, and then it just
You
got...
gotta watch out for the fat boy, okay?
He's
Because he's running at you like you stole his Twinkie. All right.
I was doing great until I wasn't.
Twinkie.
All right. You want to be the leader, Leon, or
doesn't matter to me.
doesn't matter to me neither. I just figure whoever leaves first. It's whoever leaves the party first, right? Not whoever leaves the dungeon first.
I believe so. And you can leave. You can technically just leave the party to leave the dungeon. Save a step.
What's
Oh,
up,
we leave
Utas?
the
What's up,
party.
Novo?
Why do we leave party?
It's the only way to reset the dungeon.
So we're basically resetting the dungeon. That's basically how this works. Have you never joined us for one of our
No, not
EXP
yet.
runs? All right. Well, let me give you the quick lowdown so you understand. So basically, the reason why we're running this dungeon is because the dungeon has multiple tendrils, basically, so that we can go and everybody can do their own thing. Because EXP is shared across the actual whole dungeon, it doesn't matter where you are in the dungeon, we'll still get EXP for killing any of the monsters in the dungeon. And this means that we can get like maximum EXP by everybody spreading out and everybody kind of like carrying their own weight, so to speak. If you're a low level, you can just roll with one of the higher levels and give us a bonus. That's fine. Me and Leon will be the two main, like, you know, like people running in various directions, and then you guys can roll with us and give us the 10% EXP bonus. Most of the map is split, but some of it obviously is together, so we'll kill all the stuff together that we've got. The items that drop on the ground, you don't have to worry about. The legendaries, they will appear.
Go to your stash.
Yeah, they go to your stash. So I'll take right, Leon's gonna take left. And the only time we really group up is
Boss.
the events. So like the boss can be handled usually by just one of us. If we happen to be there, yeah, we can murder him. But like occasionally we'll get these really cool events that are like push the waves, like 5 waves. Like you do as many waves as you can, so to speak, or whatever. Like basically what we're trying to do with those is maximize EXP with those as well. So we're trying to do as many waves as we possibly can. So we try and push the waves like to 10 or like 11 waves, because it's a timed event, and the more monsters we can kill, the more EXP we can get. I hate this suppressor field. I literally, I swear I shot that guy like 16 times, and I felt like I did like no damage to him.
Yeah.
I had that event in the PvP area earlier, which is really good for.
Yeah, the PvP area is kind of nice.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Right now in hardcore, it's fantastic. There's just no one there, and it's
I
just
told
like free
you.
farming. It's so good.
I know you.
Remember to drink a potion, guys.
Oh, I never heard of it. I should probably do that when I go in there.
Good XP.
Do it all the time. Yeah,
Oh, sorry. I meant the life-saving potion. I thought you meant in reference to the PvP area. The cheat death potion. Probably be a smart thing to
So how does the unstoppable potion work, by the way? Does it just instantly give you 1 second of unstoppable, or does it like wait until you get crowd controlled and then give you unstoppable?
I think it gives you 1 second. It's like a pre-pop. It's like I'm going into these pack of mobs and they can stun me or whatever. Let me pop in and go in.
Because it seems like 1 second isn't even enough time to even like.
Yeah.
It's not like in the course of a battle, like even if I did want to pre-pop it, like it doesn't seem like that's enough time for me to even run into the group before it wears off.
I think the other half of it is way better, because I think it's like reduction of massive poison and other things. Like the latter half of that sounds way.
I know it breaks CC for 1 second, Joy. I'm not a dummy. Come on now. What I'm talking about is how it applies itself. Like the cheat death potion on hardcore doesn't apply itself until you die.
Right.
So that seems useful. The unstoppable potion seems like it should probably be the same way. Like not applying itself until you actually die. Or until you actually get CC'd. Like, because that would make more sense, because if you popped it, and then, like, the first CC that you took, it would just immediately give you 1 second of unstoppable. That would be more useful than, like, 1 second. I don't know about you guys, but I don't have the patience to, like, put a potion on my emote wheel and then remember to actually use it when I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Like when I'm dying, I'm panicking. I'm like, oh god, Q.
I don't even think you can use it that way. I haven't tested it, but from what I've been told, it doesn't. If you're already CC'd, it doesn't break you out. You have to have the buff on you.
Which makes it even worse.
Yeah, exactly. Agreed.
Alright, boss is dead.
I'll leave.
And dungeon is done.
So we leave party.
Yep, and then we just all get reinvited. If you want to expedite things, it helps to type X in the do jank if you want to. Or you can go to the social panel and you can try and join on Leon.
Ah.
If you have him in the social panel, you can just right click on him and do request to join party. Basically all we're doing is we're joining his game. It's no different than doing Bail Run 01, Bail Run 02, Bail Run 03.
Yes.
So when he leaves the party first, he creates the next game because we're still in the first game. And when he leaves, the game, the Diablo 4 automatically recognizes that he's leaving our game and boots him to another game. So it immediately creates a new game for him. And that's 02. And then when we leave the party and he invites us to his party, we join his game. And if you think about it like that, it's really easy to understand. We're just manipulating the instance system, which is literally the same as Diablo 2's game system, so that we can just literally just play the game exactly the same way.
We're doing bail runs right now.
Am I?
We're doing chaos or bail runs, whatever you want to call it. That's literally what we're doing.
There's so many enemies right here.
And there looks like a million dots.
Yeah, hold on. My freaking mouse went off the screen and I accidentally effed up my stream. Hold on, let me go hide over here for a second and fix this. Full screen, 4K 60. Thank you. Oh my god. Was it 2 of them now? Don't do that. Why are you doing that?
God, there were so many enemies right there.
That's so good for your build, though. The more enemies, the better. All frozen.
Nice and frosty
The
cold.
problem is that I can't kill them yet. I can freeze them up. I had them all frozen, but I just couldn't kill them in time, so the freeze wear off before I can kill them. So I'm only level 62.
Little poor level. Oh, I gotta upgrade my potion.
I'm almost 60 now. Like quarter of a bar.
Alpaca. Let's see, almost 60.
Especially since my freeze transfers to other enemies who aren't frozen.
How far is the range on that? I've considered using that aspect, but
Oh, it's infinite as far as I can tell.
like if they're on your screen, it'll
do-
transfer to them.
Even if they're not on your screen, it'll transfer to them.
Wow,
As
that's
far as
insane.
I can tell. Like, everything is off of my screen. Is it still transferring?
What are you talking
like-
about transferring?
Like, so he has an aspect where if you kill something with a CC, like frozen, it'll transfer to another
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
that's
yeah.
not frozen.
I'm using that on my freezing arrows
does
on
it go off
because
the screen?
I want it to like literally just hit everything.
As
Does it-
far
does it
as I
go
can
off the
tell,
screen?
it goes off the screen as far as I can tell.
That's cool.
I-
I might try it.
I think it works the same as Thorns. It's actually like the mob that's doing it, not
Yeah,
you.
yeah, Leon was talking about it the other day. He said that the thorns, the needle flare
Another
aspect, is actually radiating from the target, not radiating
Got
from
an
you.
event, Ginger.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if a
it's
monster
whatever's
hits
on
you,
screen of the target.
Oh.
so like when you kill a monster, the monster radiates out that infectious effect, basically.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
What did you say? You killed a loot goblin?
No, an event.
Oh. I will be there in a second. I'm just trying to finish off these monsters. It's funny, I have a technically kind of like a third screen, but it's not really a third screen. It's like a non-existent third screen.
Yeah.
And I arrange it on the Windows thing so that you like there's like almost no path because you can tell Windows how they're positioned, right?
Right.
So basically, I tell Windows that it's positioned really awkwardly so that I can't like there's like
Move
only
your mouse.
there's like only a tiny little space for me to move my mouse over. Somehow I still manage to find it like all the dang time.
Oh, sick. I finally found a elementalist spec. That one's sweet.
Yeah, speaking of technical issues, the bot you have still is auto-deleting comments on the Discord.
I know
Nice.
anything with links in them. He doesn't seem to like links for some reason, and I can't figure out why.
It also doesn't
Bruno.
like replies. It doesn't also like replies either because it's banning that. It says too many ats you're sending. So that's strange. I sent you a screenshot of it in a personal message, so you can see what it looks like.
I haven't had a chance to even open up his panel and see what's going on.
It's weird.
Bruno said they did some kind of update. They did some kind of update to Discord, and it like screwed up the bots. So I don't know
Thanks,
what
Al.
that update entailed. I'm gonna have to take a look.
I see. Well, I'm not doing anything untoward, so I just want to.
I mean,
that out
and
there.
he doesn't have the power to ban. He only has the power to time you out. Like, so it doesn't really matter anyway. Like, I mean, yeah, he won't let you put links, but you can post images. So if you're trying to post an image, just post the image instead of trying to post the link to the image. Like stuff like that is just it's really easy to get around. I'm gonna have to see if I can find a link to his panel. I don't even
hate when I
remember. I don't
accidentally
even remember
mouse
what
click.
he's called. I think it's the MEE666 bot or something, or MEE6 bot. I can't remember the name of the actual bot because I changed it. He doesn't. He's not called the MEE6 bot.
His name's Mr. NiNi, guys.
Yes. Well, that's one of the things that you get when you pay for the premium version of the bot, which is basically that the bot is renameable, so you can rename him to something else. You can change his persona. Otherwise, when you go onto a server, if they have just an MEE6 bot, then and it says he's an MEE6 bot, then they just got the free version basically.
Gotcha.
It's actually pretty cheap to buy the permanent version too. Like I literally they had like subscription options, and then they were like, pay this much and you get it for free forever, and I'm like, well, that's just like insanely cheap by comparison. It's like, and I'm gonna have this Discord for probably forever, so I don't even. It's like a no-brainer. Like, I'll just go ahead and pay for the full version. Let's see here. Plugins. Bot. There it is. Where is the... Yes, my server. There we go.
Lethal Shrine.
Yes, lethal. Enemies, go freezy freeze.
Okay, so apparently
Channeling.
there is a new thing here that says MEE6 AI. AI for your server. Grow and engage your community by offering AI boosting. What the hell is this?
Don't let the AI win, John Connor.
That was funny. Good reference.
You got that one.
Yeah.
Moderation. Auto mod. Oh, Butcher. I heard that.
Butcher.
I need time to do that.
And he's on me. Ugh.
He's
Just stay
basically already
alive.
dead. Just stay alive, yeah.
Oh, yeah, just stay alive.
There we go.
Oh, I didn't even get to see him. Which means there's also a loot goblin, by the way. Every single time we've tested this, every single time there's a loot goblin somewhere. He might even be in a previous part of the dungeon for all we know, but like it's like every single time we've looked after we've gotten the butcher, there's been a loot goblin.
Is this an event or a boss?
This is an event.
This event, Bishibosh event.
Bishiboshi, Bishibosh.
This is a great event, by the way.
I need more time.
It is probably one of my favorites.
Isn't this the one where you don't kill the summoners and you can basically just get infinite EXP?
Basically.
Wow.
I'm not ready. I'm out of essence.
Yeah, I'm not getting EXP anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
But we got a chest.
Garbage sacred's in it.
Yeah, he doesn't like external links. It's interesting. So the only two things he set up to auto-moderate, apparently, according to the list here, are excessive mentions and external links. Which I'm not exactly, honestly, disinclined to accept external links being deleted. Because if I turn that off, as much as it will allow you guys to post Instagram links and things like that, it will also allow porn bots to come in and start spamming like porn messages, which has happened before in the past, which I think is why it got turned on. But excessive mentions, I mean, I turned that off right now. That one is now off.
Well, it's weird. It was letting you out at here, but it doesn't let you reply to one person.
Well, that's done. It's no longer messed up. I'm gonna see. Let's see, save. I wonder if there's a way I can set up kinship channels. Because, like, I'll leave it on for, like, non-kinship channels, but then turn it off for all the kinship channels.
Right.
Or there might be a way that I can make kinship members immune to it. That might be a way I can work it out. That sounds like a better option. Because then non-kinship members will still have an issue, which is fine, because those are the people that haven't been vetted.
I need more time.
I'll figure it out later.
Yeah, don't let it distract you. You have a goal today.
A goal.
Yeah, I cannot win.
Leave party.
I didn't leave first, so whoever left first wants to make the next one.
Oh,
I don't know who left
was it-
first.
I think it was T's.
Yeah, it's whoever leaves the party first, so... That's why we just wait until the person who's making the groups leaves the party, so you don't have to be the one to have to invite everybody. But if you're the first one to leave, you have to invite everybody.
Who else am I inviting?
We put X's in chat.
I only saw 2. Missing someone.
I put a K in chat.
Am I finding fewer Blood Arts and Curiosities? I am finding fewer. They might have patched it. It might have been a bug, just like I thought it was a bug, because there's no reason you should find 11 Blood Arts and Curiosities. That doesn't make any sense. I've started finding other uniques now, which actually, you know, that's kind of cool. I like it.
There's our stash tabs hotfix.
I wish. Yes, they did hotfix druids finding barbarian unique items. They also took them away from the druids as well. If you take them off, if you de-equip them, if you were using them at any time, they no longer work for your character. Because they were supposed to be class specific.
Oh, they hurt.
Yeah, we gotta find the one that's buffing up.
It's bloodthirsty, I think.
I'm not ready.
I don't know, but that's spicy.
Yeah. Don't like them things.
Oh crap. I don't have a potion amount. Oh well.
I love this Gothic shield. I wish it would stop. I wish the Transmog would stop falling off. You know what it is I think they need to do? I think it's like because when you equip other items, I think it just automatically disables any Transmog that you have in that slot. Like, especially if you equip like a, I don't know, like a sword when you had an axe or something like that. They need to set it up so that you can just set the Transmog for everything. So that way, like, when you put on an axe, even if you don't have an axe on, it'll automatically go to your default axe transmog.
Oh, nice. We've got a evil chest.
I'm not ready.
At least it's not the explodey evil chest. Oh yeah, that reminds me, we're in kind of like an easy zone. I'm gonna put my sword back on so I can dish out more damage.
Everything shattered.
Nothing wrong with that.
I don't know why I think this is such a broken aspect. Like, if it's within range, it's gone.
My bags are full.
Good lord, I filled up just from that event. Like, stuff all over the place.
Meow got the boss. Yeah. Oh god, I'm out of mana.
They did indeed hotfix.
Yeah, we got him. And I
Oh.
died.
I got it.
There was no getting out of that.
We did well though.
Yeah. Not too bad. For something that's how
Staff of
many
Endless
levels ahead of
Rage?
us?
The Endless Rage.
My burden is too great.
Take a quick trip back to town.
Alright, I think we just have the boss.
I'll be back by the time you guys are done. I'll become a pro at checking the items. I literally just like...
Yeah, I'm gonna go to town
Same.
because I'm full of crap.
That's a deal.
First thing I do is just sell sacreds. Second thing I do is go through the weapons and sell anything that's pretty much not like 800 plus. Because at this point, none of these weapons are useful if they're not like 800 plus weapons. And then I slowly go through the more advantageous items like the pants, etc. Those are actually pretty good. Helmets, boots, looking for those magical ones.
Yeah, give it over.
I just made a really awesome pair of gloves earlier. I'm very happy with how they turned out. At a
Nice.
822 or 823 item power level total. 797 base. It's really solid.
Who left first this time? Leon? Oh, dang it. Were we all in town?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed a unique bow. Guys, I've not seen this before. Sky Hunter.
Yeah, it has an interesting effect. Seems like one you could build a character around. The ruins of Aradu.
That's interesting.
Cody, what are you doing? You weirdo. You're a weirdo. Don't feel bad. I'm a weirdo too. He said, "You are?" He looked at me like, "You are?"
What the heck?
I cannot do that here.
That's right. We're part of the weirdo club. You're gonna get your weirdo bag in 3 to 6 weeks. Okay. Make sure you wear your weirdo badge whenever you go out.
I need more time.
Whenever we go out, the people always shout, "There's another freaking weirdo there."
I need more time.
God, this freaking pack by the door is like insanely thick for no reason. Every time I come over here, I want to kill him.
Alright, got my potion on.
I'm inside the dungeon too. The dungeon. The dungeon.
On my way.
Joining you now.
I'll have to try and see what I can do with that bow.
I need more time.
That's like that bow is like a Native American mythos bow. It talks about someone, like on the bow, I think the flavor text talks about someone like hunting the sun because the sun never went down. And she aimed her bow at the sun and wounded it. And so the sun couldn't stay out for too long anymore. And so that was the dawn of the first night.
I'll have to see what skill will be
Leo,
good with it.
Jesus. Invincible.
Yeah, I got a big pack on me. Can't help you.
I got it. There was one that was buffing him over here. It's very difficult. Why are they still hurting me?
Fable of the Great Sky Guy Hunt, yes. How dare you explode on me? That's grody.
Jesus.
Ah.
Time to do that.
Yeah, this guy hurts.
John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Oh, John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt.
He's terrifying, so I can't freeze him.
His name is my name too. And whenever we go out, the people always shout,
Time to do that.
John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Ooh. Potions.
Drink a potion because mine's nearly done.
I need more time.
Right as my flame shield
Boom.
wears off.
Oh, Kubus, Abubus, why are you already crying? We only just got into the room. I gave you some delicious food that you gobbled down. Now you're crying and you're whining all about. This would never
Ancestral
seem to be the
hands.
same. Like anytime you do this one, like the pathing, none of the pathing seems to ever be the same.
Oh, ouch. I got my butt whooped.
I think I'm trying.
That dude's fire is horrible.
Yay, it's kind of spicy.
Oh, 99 tonight? Yeah, that'll be easy. 100? That'll be rough. We'll see. We will see. 100's going to be the 99 to 100, that's going to be the rough one. I'll definitely make it to 99, though. Easily.
I need more time.
In fact, if I run these all the time, which I wasn't running these all the time yesterday, I'll probably hit 99 a lot faster than I did yesterday.
I need time to
What did
No,
we
it's-
miss?
The section down there.
Yeah, I see it.
I need time to do that.
Oh, don't bet with me. I'll stay up for 24 hours straight and prove you wrong. Then I'll just win the bait. Then I'll just win the bet. Bet with somebody else.
I'm going so I can fight the
Be nice to my
boss.
body and mind? No, my body and mind serve me. I am nice to my body. Why else would I drink only water? Do you think I want to drink only water? Come on now.
Time to do that.
I drink water in my coffee.
See, and that's just wrong.
I drink water in my tea. And my
How's that?
Coke. Because the main ingredient is carbonated water.
Mm. Mm. I can't remember some study I was reading a long time ago. They said that kind of stuff doesn't actually work out the way you think.
Oh, no.
Because your body
Absolutely
processes
does
the sugar, and your body processes like the acid and all that other stuff, and then it ends up being like a net loss of actual hydration instead of a positive.
I do need to make a coffee.
Alright. I'm going to stand here at the entrance. Because speaking of pee, I need more.
Pee. You need more pee? Don't get more pee.
Pee.
Don't drink pee. Okay. It's bad. Heavy pants. Why would I want my pants to be heavy? Maybe if I'm doing an X-ray on somebody, want some lead pants? You know what's funny is a bunch of archaeologists and scientists and whatnot did like studies on what was actually the most effective armor back in like the medieval times, and it's actually kind of surprising. The most effective armor back in medieval times is actually just the gambeson. So a gambeson is basically a piece of cloth armor that is filled with padding,
I'm not ready.
heavy padding, like usually I don't know, like I would assume some sort of like cotton or wool or like something that's fluffy padding. Apparently that was actually the most effective armor back in medieval times, was that it protected the user from a lot more than people thought, like even slices and things like that. Like it could protect you from like a direct slice to your stomach, even like if it was thick enough padding. And it was cheap, it was easy to make, it was light, kept you warm. And the other thing is that it was very more often than not put underneath of chainmail, which chainmail was like the second best armor for that time period. So if you wore a very nice thick gambeson underneath of a nice suit of chainmail, like that was literally the most effective armor that you could have on back those days.
I need more time.
The gambeson would protect you from the blunt trauma, and the chainmail would protect you from the slicing trauma.
I need more time.
Not a lot was going to protect you from a good pierce, though. But even,
That's what she said.
but believe it or not, the gambeson, if it was thick enough, could actually stop arrows. Like they tested it.
I need more time.
many times, like using like period accurate like bows and crossbows, the frickin' Gambison would stop the arrows from getting all the way through. I cannot dish out any damage, so there we go. It's like sometimes they're immune to damage for a couple seconds, even though you're standing in the thing. Like maybe there's some sort of lag going on where the game doesn't register you as standing inside the suppressor field,
Yeah,
and so you gotta just like stand there in the suppressor field for a certain number of seconds before it's like, oh yeah, you're in the suppressor field. All right, go ahead. And then once it recognizes you're in the suppressor field, then you can damage the monster. And it's like, but I've been in the suppressor field for like 10 seconds.
That ability is so broken. I love it. Oh, that was booby trap chest.
Oh,
Yeah, leather armor was actually less effective than the Gambison. They actually tested leather, boiled leather, all sorts of stuff, and it wasn't as effective. It also wasn't as flexible as the Gambison was either. I don't know, they definitely need to work on the suppressor mod. In fact, honestly, I would be happy if they just took it out of the game for right now until they got it working properly, because like it's an interesting mechanic in theory, but then like it has rules. Stand inside the suppressor field so you can damage the monster. But then you're standing inside the suppressor field and you're not damaging the monster, and you're like, okay, well I'm following the rules and I still can't do anything. Like, this is stupid.
I hate the little purple guys that give them a shrine or like an aura.
I need more time.
Well, it's even worse when they have specific mods with the suppressor field, and you're trying to stand inside the suppressor field, and some of these mods will literally like kill you. Like, you know, like there's the one where they have like a persistent AoE poison effect that's underneath of their feet, and it literally is the same distance as the suppressor field. So to go into the suppressor field means that you are courting death, basically. And you're risking your life to go into the field to attack them, and then they're still not taking damage. And so the poison is just like eating you away while you're standing there hoping that they eventually become vulnerable.
I don't like the damage resistance aura guys because they tend to spawn like semi-close together sometimes in some of these dungeons. And then, of course, they're elites, so they spawn with a ton of stuff around them.
Well, yeah, and you have to target
You
them
can't get
specifically
through
first.
Yeah, you can't get through the stuff around them to get to them. And it's
Some
annoying.
obols back here at this chest if you want to snag them.
Yeah, it was an event.
Yeah.
Obos. Obly.
Nice events. Somebody lethal shrine.
Oh god! They jumped me!
Okay. Boss room should be open.
Alright, I got it.
I'm just trying to kill these monsters. They're evil.
Yeah, these guys just tried to gank me as I was walking down the hall.
They do. They'll just teleport directly on your head. I'm not sure that they thought about that whole thing about the monsters just teleport. They're like, oh, when there's just a few monsters left, they'll just find you. And I'm like, well, that sounds interesting. And in my mind, I'm imagining like the monsters running up to you, going like, hey, how's it going, man? You know, this is a dungeon, and you gotta kill us, right? No, they literally like tele-stomp them directly onto your skull.
Around you.
Like you get like a footprint literally on your skull, like. I don't know who thought that was a good idea to have the monsters tele-stomp you, but...
They're all wearing Enigma at that point.
You know what it feels like? It feels like having a necromancer with a full army in Diablo 2 tele-stomp on top of you. You're just like, oh god! The first time it happens to you, like, it's really jarring. Like, you're just running along, and you're just like, la 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 la. And then all of a sudden, there's like 50 monsters around you in a circle, and half of them are elites, and you're like, oh my god! When I was in here on the low-level character, it happened to me a couple times. I was like mooching off everybody, and I was just like in the way in the back, and all of a sudden like a whole pack of mobs just like spawns on top of my head. And I'm like, oh god, there's a whole pack back here, guys. How do you know? Because I'm dead. Yeah, the Raiment of the Infinite is nice for telestopping.
Just like these guys that just dropped from the ceiling. Go away.
I need more time.
Did you ever see that experiment? When you were a kid, you probably have done this before, which is folded a piece of paper and then folded it again and then folded it again and then folded it again, and eventually, when you fold it too many times, it just ceases to fold anymore, right? Like it just will not fold. There's just something about paper. It's like once it reaches a maximum number of folds, it's like nope, not folding anymore. So they wanted to see if it was the size of the paper, and they did a whole bunch of tests, and they got like paper that was the size of like a football field, and then they folded it, and they tried to see if they could fold it more than 7 times, and they couldn't. And then they then they got a hydraulic press, and they literally tried to fold a piece of paper more than 7 times, and they couldn't. There's some like scientific thing that actually prevents paper from being folded more than a certain number of times. And once you fold it more than a certain number of times, even if you use a hydraulic press, it literally like disintegrates. Like it like starts to fall apart like it's a piece of wood.
I'm not ready yet.
It's actually really interesting to watch. But it's funny because this is the kind of stuff you do when you're a kid and you're bored in class and you're sitting there folding a piece of paper and you fold it way too many times and you're like, why won't this thing fold one more time?
We used to make those little frogs.
Yes.
That you could like jump.
Paper footballs, all sorts of stuff. The little ninja stars. Used to love making the ninja stars.
I love the frogs for some reason.
I sucked at making the ninja stars, but I could get it sometimes. But one of my friends was like really good at making the ninja stars. I was like, come on, man, make me a ninja star.
Yeah.
He was like, no, I got in trouble last time I made a ninja star. Cal? Come on, Kenny, don't be
There was always someone who was really good at it. And I was like, I'm not good at it, but I like playing with them.
Alright, I think that's it. Were we missing somebody that time, or?
No.
Nope.
They just left first.
We just glanced up and saw 3. Isn't it so nice that there's suicide bombers right outside this dungeon that try to kill you whenever you load out? Isn't it nice? Isn't it so nice?
Makes you feel wonderful.
He's warm and fuzzy inside, like a chocolate chip cookie baked from your grandma.
The penitent.
You know what's funny? Everybody had grandmas that were like making delicious foods and like pies and all sorts of things. My grandma, neither one of them, as far as I remember, made anything that was that delicious. My one grandma was really old when I was like 10 years old. She was in her 80s, and when I was like 12, 13, she had like hit her 90s, and she was all into like super health food, trying to like stay alive longer. she had converted into like bran muffins and like everything healthy, just in an attempt to buy a couple more years.
Yeah. Why not?
And my other grandma, I mean, I did go over her sometimes, but I just don't remember her making anything like really all that delicious. I do distinctly remember though one time her making me a sandwich, and she used I thought she'd used mayonnaise, but I bit into it and it was not mayonnaise. Anyway, I think it was Miracle Whip. And that was the moment that I realized I absolutely despised Miracle Whip. I had never tried it before in my life, but at that particular moment, like, It was gag-tastic, and I couldn't.
Fantastic.
I literally, to this day, like, whenever I have that on my sandwiches, Miracle Whip on my sandwiches, I immediately just like, nope, nope. I just think back to that day. I don't even know how people can stand it. Like, it literally tastes like somebody took mayonnaise and then took about like half the container's worth of sugar and then just poured sugar into the mayonnaise and mixed it up. It literally tastes like a cake frosted with mayonnaise, like, and then they like mix the mayonnaise with like frosting. Like, it's the weirdest thing in the world. Like, there's so much sugar in it, it might as well be a fudge brownie. But then it also has like the mayonnaise flavor with the sugar, and it's god awful.
We've got an event alter thing here.
There's so much sugar in it. I don't even understand. People who eat that must have the sweet tooth and the diabetes.
Diabetes.
Diabetes and diabetes testing supplies.
Oh, so much fire.
Yeah. Some people remember their grandmas for their delicious, yummy chocolate chip cookies. I'm over here like, yeah, my grandma fed me Miracle Whip. It was disgusting. Now, I will say that the older grandma, on the other side of the family, the one that was like nearly 90 years old when I was like 10, she she would always keep on hand white grape juice and Pepperidge Farm cookies.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Pepperidge Farm cookies. She always had the little cookie monster, little gingerbread men. And when I was younger, she actually ordered the Pepperidge Farm gingerbread man. Not even joking. Like, so that on the back of the bag, apparently, back when I was like in the 80s, when I was a little kid, I guess there was like one of those things, like mail-in deals, where you mail in a certain number of, like, you know, proof of purchases, like the barcode, and you could order this. This was what she gave me when I was a little kid. This is the gingerbread man from the Pepperidge Farm box. I named him Cookie Baby, and I carried him around everywhere, and I still have him. He's pretty cool. I figure he's probably actually worth something if he came from the back of the Pepperidge Farm box back in like the frickin' 80s, because I bet you there's not very many of these around intact. I can't find any information on it though, unfortunately.
Where'd he go?
You know what's really mean is that exploding thing. Like it's like they always drop you a legendary or something whenever that monster dies too, because they're like, don't you want this legendary? And then the boom, 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 boom. And you're like, oh god, oh god. Alright, that's it.
He's fucking vampiric. I can't kill him.
Where is he?
Healing as fast. I'm bringing him. That guy. Thank you.
So one of the things I learned about the vampiric mod is that apparently it's on a timer. Like they don't always lifesteal every single time they hit.
It's when they glow red.
Yeah, they glow red, so you just got to make sure you don't get hit when they're glowing red.
Or what if it's a ginger vampiric? You're never gonna know.
That's how we do things. That's how we steal your soul, actually.
Oh my.
We're good at that.
There's so many monsters at this entrance.
Found perfect roads for a different build. Guess what? I can't put them anywhere because my stash is completely full again.
Yeah, my stash is completely full too. I literally went and like dumped a bunch of stuff, and now it's full again.
Yep.
But, I wanna call up Blizzard and yell at them. See if I can get like Adam's personal number. Call up Fletcher and be like, Adam, come on, man. There's enough inventory space in this game.
Bruh.
Like, bruh. Like, one character fills up that whole pitiful stash, okay? One character, alright? It's not even enough room for one. How many character slots you give us? How many character slots did you give us? Did you actually expect us to use any of those? Because guess what? We ain't got enough room for more than one character, okay? We ain't got enough room.
It's one character and 9 mules.
And the mules are almost worthless because you get the aspect slots and you get the the inventory. No, they don't even have their own stash. Like,
I mean, let's actually break it down here for a second, though, right? So what do you save and why do you save it? Okay, you save the royal gems because you need those for pretty much all your characters once you get them to level 60, right?
yeah.
You need to save also the flawlesses because you want to put gems in your level 50 characters' equipment too. You don't necessarily need to save anything below that, but let's say for pity's sake you're leveling up lower level characters and you'd like to put gems in their equipment too. So you're going to need like the level 40 gems at bare minimum. So that's a whole bunch of space already that's just taking up everything in your inventory. As a character, even if you don't level up other specs, even if you have no intention of leveling up any other build, you have how many legendary items on? You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Assuming, of course, you don't have any uniques. You're going to save legendary affixes that are perfect for those slots in case you want to upgrade your equipment. So that's like 10 or more pieces of equipment that
If you're a rogue or barb, it's more, yeah.
And you probably want to have, yeah, if you're a rogue or barb, it's more. But you're probably going to want to have backups for the legendary affixes that you have on your equipment. Like whenever I find a 5% shielding storm, I hang on to it because I know that if I upgrade these pants, I'm going to need another 5% shielding storm. So you've already got like a whole bunch of pieces of equipment, like anywhere between 10 to 20 pieces of equipment that you're going to hang on to at any given time to redo your gear. Then you got rares. So the rares that you're going to hang on to for like specific builds. So like me in particular, I've got a two-handed sword and I've got a one-handed sword and a shield for more difficult stuff. So that's an extra weapon set. And depending on your class, an extra weapon set can cost you a whole lot of extra spots, which is kind of crazy. Like the Barbarian literally has 4 weapons, so that's an extra 4 slots that you're consuming right there just by having an extra weapon set. Then on top of that, you've got unique items. So, and this is where things really get spicy, is like when you find a unique item, you're going to want to save it. I think everybody probably wants to save at least one unique item. Like, It's like a collection thing. On top of that, you also have the unique items that you found when you were a lower level character. Now, I've been keeping those because, well, the higher level uniques have such high level requirements that I can't put them on any of the lower level characters. So even though they're not necessarily the best uniques in the world, I'm keeping multiple versions of those uniques simply because one is level 45 and I can throw that on every single character as I level up. So we're in this really weird scenario where once you add up all the items that you want to hang on to for just one character, it's already consuming most of that stash space, if not all of it.
People have been saying even if they doubled it right now, it still wouldn't be enough. They need to like extend each stash tab itself needs to be like doubled, and then the number needs to be doubled on top of that, and then the aspects need a separate place to go on top of that, and then maybe the sigils need their own tab. Versus the elixirs.
I mean, honestly, the aspects, like, I don't even know why the aspect set thing is so limited. But honestly, we should be able to store a lot more aspects.
Yes.
There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to rip off aspects and just store them.
Into his dang death explosion.
Like an aspect book, and it just stores them in a book.
Yeah, you can just store them at
they should honestly stack too. There's no reason for them to have level requirements as far as I'm concerned either. And even if they do, they should have flat level requirements, not variable level requirements. So like every single time I find an ancestral splintering, all the ancestral splinterings should stack. A sacred splintering should all stack, and the regular splintering should all stack, and that's perfectly fine for those to be different because the normal sacred and ancestrals do have different level requirements. But especially since it changes the item. So as far as I understand it, like when you imbue an item with a level 60 ancestral item imbuement, it automatically turns the item into a level 60 item. But there's so much little tweaks that they could do to the inventory system to make it so much less painful. Also, the sigils. I don't know why the sigils share inventory space with the consumables. It's so stupid. Every time I fill up on sigils and I have to choose between an elixir and the sigils, it makes me want to gouge my eye out.
I need more time.
What am I going for?
Diablo games are amazing, Nerdland. Diablo 2 is absolutely amazing. Diablo 1 is a blast. And honestly, I'd recommend giving Diablo 1 a playthrough before you play Diablo 4, because otherwise you're not going to understand why Mr. Fresh Meat is so hilarious. I really can't say more than that, otherwise I will ruin the surprise. But it's such a fun like a thing the first time it happens, because it makes you feel all nostalgic. A lot of us have the impression that they were rushed into pushing out the game faster than they should have. That's the general impression that we're getting. We think that they had a lot of this stuff, the fixes planned, and they were going to work on this stuff, but they didn't have an opportunity to. And somewhere along the line, some big high up executive was probably like, you know,
quarterly numbers.
Like we need it released, you know, like on this date, like get it done, like, you know, like do what you got to do, get it done, and so they pushed a lot of the quality of life features aside to make room for the more important stuff. But and I feel like they did a good job getting the important stuff done. But at the same time, there's a lot of quality of life features that they need to now work on, and I think that's what everybody's looking at. They're like, why is there, why where's my inventory space?
I mean, they need, like, the inventory space, they need to keep adding on solutions, but that should be hotfixed right away. They should at least, minimum, just, like, double or give every character you make one personal stash tab.
Yeah, I don't even, that's a weird thing. Like, I can't figure out why the hell we don't have a personal stash tab. Like, you got all these characters sharing four tabs. Like, it's rough.
Stupid.
It's really rough. Like, you might not have an issue with inventory space, like, with your first character. Like, if you're not a hoarder and you don't hold on to all the items, and like maybe you just I don't know, maybe your mom just raised you that way, and you just throw everything away and you don't keep nothing. Like, you might not have an issue with one character, but as soon as you get to the second, you will.
Yep.
Like,
all
it's
3 of those explodey guys. Whew.
I know, and why are the tabs so small? Is it just me? Are they smaller than the Diablo 2 tabs?
They're small.
Like, has anybody actually counted out how many spaces there are per tab and, like, compared it to Diablo 2's tabs?
Trying.
No. That's also hard to compare, because items only take up one slot.
I mean, yeah, but there's items in
because
Diablo 2 that
stabs
only
and-
take up one slot, too. I mean, rings,
Yeah, but
gems,
Stabs
amulets.
and things like that take up, 8.
Oh, I know, but comparatively, like, if I were to just put gems, for instance, which we'd have gems in this game too, on one tab slot, the gems on Diablo 2's tab slot are taking up, I think, a lot less space than the gems are taking up in this game. And I don't even think technically there's less gems. I think it's about the same number of gems, isn't it?
The tab is definitely small.
But that's the whole thing about Diablo 2 is that you would often prioritize. God, I hate this one with the explodey chest. This one can go to hell. You would often prioritize smaller items. Like, you wouldn't hang on to, like, the really, really big stuff. You would go out of your way to like, you'd be like, man, this thing's hogging up all my inventory space. Somebody take this thing from me.
The worst bit for me is that I want to collect a load of uniques and stuff, and at this point, I can't. Because it's just not...
I have a whole tab dedicated to uniques, but the legendaries, the legendary aspects are bleeding into it.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Like, I would be fine with not being able to put the legendary aspects into the stash, as long as I can share them between characters.
Yeah.
just let me remove the aspects from the item and put them into some kind of book. Kind of like the Codex of Power, for instance.
Yeah.
You know, just that way I can just store them infinitely, because honestly there's no reason not to let people store the Codex, you know, the powers. Like, granted, there's going to be some issues there with the powers that don't match up, the flat powers and things like that, and like definitely the the difference between the sacred, ancestral, and regular aspects. But it shouldn't be too difficult to make a book that we can like store these aspects in, and it should definitely be cross-character. There's no reason why those aspects should be locked to any specific character. I mean, I do like the fact that I have an aspect storage on every character, because it allows me to actually store more aspects. But what I'm talking about is allowing us to store all the aspects.
One thing I don't like is if you've got an aspect in your stash, you can't use it when you don't, like, you can't craft with it. You have to go to your stash, take it out.
Swap it with another one, because your on-character one's likely full.
Yeah, it's really annoying. Like, there's so much that they've got to work on.
Yeah. But the more people that get closer to a higher level, that start saving all this gear like we're doing, saving all these aspects, the bigger this issue is becoming, and it's already massive. That I feel like it's actually like a crisis issue at this point.
Yes, it is.
And they need a.
It is already approaching. It is already approaching crisis level. Like, and this has only been what, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or whatever. Yes. Like, we're not even 1 month into the game yet, and every character is already getting to the point where they're completely full. I mean, granted, there's some yard sailing that you can do. Every player can go back through and like get rid of some stuff. But I'm starting to feel like it's getting to the point where I'm yard sailing items that I shouldn't be yard sailing.
Yeah. And the problem is, this sort of game, people like to collect the uniques. They like to collect the, you know, that's part of these games.
Yeah.
I made a mule.
Yeah.
I made a mule character specifically to store items, just for that.
They're gonna sell you a unique tab with when season starts.
If their things are planning on selling, they just need to put it in now. Like, at that point, what are you waiting for? Because this is just like awful.
Because we're already sitting at crisis level. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, most of my tabs are full already. Whoa.
I mean, they set up this system, and in this system, they determine the drop rates. They determine the uniques. They set up the way that the aspects work. You know, they made this system. And I feel like somewhere along the line, they have woefully underestimated the amount of inventory space that is required for the system that they created.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, they must have not played the game like we're playing it. They must have just like not actually played the game above a certain level and was like, oh, I want to save this. I want to like, they just didn't care to, because they had access to infinite God mode probably. They could like create any character they wanted with any gear they wanted. So they didn't think about like, how is someone actually going to play this game?
Well, I mean, it's not even just a matter of like keeping the aspects. It's not even just a matter of like keeping an item that you might want to like upgrade at some point, or you're waiting for an aspect to upgrade for that item, which happens a lot. Or holding on to an item that's higher level than yourself. Like, it's also a matter of having multiple gear specs. So like in Diablo 2, like, it's really common to have a multiple spec character. Like, you know, like you might have like a PvP set of gear, and you might have like a PvE set of gear. You might have an AoE damage set of gear, and like your single target gear. Like, I can't imagine keeping multiple sets of gear for any of these characters at this point, because I can barely even keep one set of gear like active. Like, it's insane. I don't even know how I'm going to set up a PvP on this character without literally just deleting all of my gear that I currently have, and then just trying to set up a PvP specific set. And then I guess he'll just never be a PvE character again. Because once I start working into my second, third, fourth, fifth character, I'm not going to have the room to store up his PvE gear. And eventually I am going to want to set up like a whole PvP set for this guy. I think the Bone Spear Necro is a very powerful PvP character. Could be very fun. Where did they come from? I literally just walked by, there was no monsters there. And then all of a
Dropped from the
sudden,
ceiling.
then all of a
Bunch stuff
sudden,
on
there's-
me.
like, we got a Cursed Shrine event over here. Let's see if we can push the waves. I'm telling you, the only answer is they rush the game. It's got to be like there's no way that they didn't see this stuff. And this boy said inventory tension. I feel like I need to do a video on inventory tension right now.
It's crazy. I'm just saying, wait until they get the majority of the player base in this position. Yeah, they still got the majority, like, just finishing the campaign, or still in it, or just done with it. Because now it's been, like, almost a week since they said that. And then they're going to start saving these items, these aspects, these multiple builds, these perfect rares. They're going to start saving them. They're going to be like, what's going on? And then they might start an alt, and they're like, what's going on?
The stashes shouldn't have been shared. They should have had 4 individual stashes and 4 shared stashes to start off with.
Here, let's do it right now. You guys can be part of the video too, because I feel like getting you guys' opinions in on this is also going to be helpful for the video, and maybe we can call attention to this as well. So hold on, let me make sure I've got the inventory space on my drive before I go recording.
The inventory tension on your hard drive?
Yeah, I need to make sure I got my inventory tension correct. I'm just gonna go ahead and delete some of these older videos. I don't need all this stuff clogging up the system.
Oof,
Oh,
that hurt.
we both died.
All right, so I'm gonna do my intro real quick, and then you guys just hop in as necessary. Like if you guys got something to say, just go ahead and say. You know, just no cursing on the video. All right,
We died.
let's see here. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Sparking, shattering, and scorching.
Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. So I wanted to talk about a topic today, and this is going to be kind of a different video than I normally do. This is going to be with the whole kinship here, because it's kind of like a big issue, and I think we need to talk about it together. This is a video on inventory tension, as the developers called it. If you didn't catch the campfire meeting, they said, yeah, we realized that inventory tension might be a little higher than we had anticipated. And it's getting to the point where even after only like 3 weeks, the inventory tension is getting absolutely ridiculous. So we've been talking about it, and I was like, you know what, let's make a video and let's talk about it together. So one character, like right now, one character feels like it is already like filling up every single stash tab in that thing. And it's not just the gems. They talked about the gems during the campfire meeting, and they were like, yeah, we understand the gems are taking up some additional space, but even if we gain the additional space from the gems, I still feel like it's not enough.
I've tossed every gem that I don't use now, and I don't have enough space for a second character, essentially. And I was shocked when I made a second character and realized there wasn't a personal tab. So,
I've got a whole tab just of uniques. So
Yeah.
yeah, it takes... It's really hard to actually organize and stuff, because it's like you find something, you're like, that's really cool, but then it's like you've got to think, am I going to use it, am I not? Even though you want to keep it, you've got to make that sacrifice just because they haven't given us enough space to actually
Yeah.
save stuff.
And you know, the uniques are a big issue, because like I feel like everybody probably wants to hang on to at least one of the uniques, and we've got quite a large number of uniques within the game. You know, like they're for other characters too, obviously. So like you got Frostburns, and you got Howl from Below, and you got all that beautiful stuff. And you know, it pretty much makes it so that like you're filling up like a whole stash tab with just uniques at this point. Like, that's what it seems like to me. Like, literally, there's just a whole stash tab of just uniques
Yeah.
being filled up.
And then a whole tab of just aspects.
Yeah, and then a whole tab of just aspects. And we were also talking about the fact that, like, so in Diablo 2, every character has his own personal stash, which is not shared. And every character has, you know, the shared tabs. So in Diablo 2, they did 3 shared tabs, and they did 1 personal tab. And in, arguably, the space in Diablo 2 was more limited because the items were bigger. But because every character had his own personal stash, which seems to be missing from this game completely, it basically makes it so that no character actually has any, like every time you log into a new character, you immediately feel overwhelmed with inventory tension because you have nowhere to put anything that you find.
I also found it like I was shocked when I got to like the 4th tab or whatever you can buy, and then I realized that I couldn't buy like 10. Like it doesn't go all the way across. I was like, why does it stop at 4? Like, why can't I just have stash tabs across the whole thing? You know, like they could fit like 10 on that bar.
They need to make them bigger, and they need to give us more of them, and give us personal ones per character, so that, like, say you've got a rogue and you've got a barb, you can literally save just the rogue stuff on the rogue's personal tab, and at least free up a bit of space in the shared tabs.
Yeah, I mean, and if you're on a, like, necromancer and a really nice sword drops and you want to use that on your rogue, you can actually hold on to it, give it to your rogue can put it in her personal tab, and then you don't have to hog up all that inventory space, right? So the silly thing is that, like, you play one character, you level up, you hoard items, of course, and then you end up throwing away items that you know, obviously you'd want to throw away. But it's getting to the point now where even after just 3 weeks, we're throwing away items that are like nearly perfect items that we would like to re-roll, like for other characters. But we're like, we just really don't have the room to hold on to this. Like, I just don't have the room to hold on to all this stuff. So I've got to start getting rid of things. And we're starting to get rid of things that I feel like at least I have. I'm getting rid of things that are good items that probably should go to, you know, like some of my other characters, but I just can't hold on to them anymore.
Yep.
And then the sigils taking the same spot as the the potions. I really don't understand that one.
So someone had mentioned it earlier, but I guess you can make aspect mules, right? So like, at least for the aspects, you could like pull them out and then put.
But we're limited to character slots as well.
Yes, yeah, no, I mean everything is. Essentially, that's the problem, right? Everything is so limited.
And I think we are, though. I think a lot of us are doing the muling thing. Like, we're making a new character, but like the problem with the muling thing is that since there's no personal stash tab, we're limited to the inventory that the character has, the consumable inventory, and the aspect inventory. That's the only extra inventory space that the character has.
Yeah. I wasn't offering it as a solution, just as like players listening. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, is we've been doing it, though. Like, we've even been doing that, and it's still not enough. Yeah. Like, I think several of us now, and I don't know, just poll the room, how many of you guys have mules that you're putting equipment on?
Yep.
All my character slots are mules right now.
like yeah. We're literally filling our character slots up with mules because we don't have the room for anything.
Yeah, it's getting pretty bad. And it shouldn't be like that. Like, we should be able to find this unique or find this cool item and be like, oh, I want to keep that. That's really cool. You know, instead of having to have that in the back of our mind. Oh, but I ain't got room.
Well, I mean, and
Eternal Realm happens, right? Like, God forbid, Eternal Realm does not have its own separate stash tabs. Like, if they just take the same space but are grayed out for like your season characters or something.
Well, how about the character slots? Right now we're limited to 10. So when the season starts, how about if my season characters need mules? What am I going to do? I have to delete all my Eternal stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
It feels as though like they created a system. They created this system with all of these things: the aspects, the unique items, the rare items, the legendary affixes, like the perfect legendary affixes. Separated out the affixes into sacred, you know, normal and ancestral, and then like they just did severely underestimated the amount of space we would need for the system that they created. Like they created this system, but for some reason or another, they just really didn't understand how much space you'd actually need to make characters. Like, we were talking about this earlier. So every character has about 10 or more items on their character. It depends on how you have your character built or what class you're on. The Barbarian, I think, is the worst because he has 4 weapon slots. So he's got all the armor slots, you know, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then he's got 9, 10, 11, 12 basically items that he's got to keep on a regular basis, right? He has legendary affixes for all 12 items, right? He's always going to try and hang on to perfect legendary affixes for those 12 slots, which means that he's probably going to have 12 legendary affixes sitting in the wings at any time, just in case he wants to upgrade his equipment. Because if he finds a better pair of gloves or a better helmet or a better, you know, armor set or a better weapon of any type, he's going to want to be able to imbue that with the same perfect legendary affix that he's currently using. Which means that at any given time, you're going to have to keep anywhere between like 12 to even sometimes more than 12, like sometimes 15 or 20 perfect legendary affixes on hand at any given time to re-roll those items. Because otherwise, when you find a, you know, amazing pair of gloves and you don't have a replacement affix for it, then you've got to take a long time, try and find that perfect affix again, imbue the item, and then finally upgrade the piece of equipment. So it just makes sense to hold on to those perfect legendary affixes for times when you need them. And that's just another way that we end up holding on to tons and tons of equipment that we absolutely do need to level up these characters. And then alternate sets. We were talking about alternate sets as well. So, like, what if I want a PvP? Like, a lot of us have been having fun with PvP. Meow over there has been, like, giggling with absolute mischievous, evil glee when he PvPs. But when you PvP and you PvE, it's two different things. You don't have the same equipment for PvE that you do for PvP. When you're trying to kill a player who's running away from you, who's not going to stand still, like there's just different ways that you approach things. And so having a PvP set of gear for a character is a very standard thing. And that's another 12, 13, 14 items that are going to be sitting in your stash at any given time. So whenever you go PvP, you're going to put your PvE gear in the stash. And whenever you PvE, you're going to put your PvP gear in the stash. And there's not enough room for that either.
It's not just that. When you PvE, sometimes you're doing different content. Sometimes you're boosting players, so you want to put on a speed set. Or sometimes you're doing Uber Lilith and you want to put on a single target set with different aspects, which you're keeping perfect versions of those. That's another set. So right there, that's 4 times the aspects and sets for just one build on one character. And then if you're like me, you want to save multiple builds for that one character. So my Barbarian, who's level 100, has every stash tab full for his one main build, which he is, his archetype, and all the other builds I want to try and play, which I have tried a lot of them, and all the aspects that go along with those other builds. And then I created an alt, and then I have nothing. So what goes a long way for, just to start with the hotfix right away, is a character should at least have one personal tab. That way you create an alt character, you at least have one stash tab to do that one alt, at very least. That should come right away.
One personal stab has got to be the bare limit. And speaking of alternate specs and alternate builds and things like that, why don't we have a weapon swap? Like, weapon swap is one of the most basic things in these games. Diablo 2 had it. Didn't Diablo 3 have it as well?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just the simplest thing in the world. Like, right now, I currently have a weapon swap that's in my inventory because I can't actually use it. So I have a sword and a board that's sitting in my inventory that I swap in whenever I do harder content because the shield is just amazing for tankiness. So, like, right now I'm doing really easy content, so I've got my two-handed sword on. And if I was in PvP, I'd probably go with the two-handed sword, too, for damage output. But anytime I'm doing other content, I swap to the other set. There's tons. I'm pretty sure everybody in here would probably like to have a weapon swap set, and I don't know why that's missing. I mean, it's one of the most basic things is having the ability to swap between 2 weapon sets, you know, so that you can either A, be really tanky, or B, do lots of damage, or C, you know, maybe some sort of specific utility would be nice as well. A death speaker's pendant on the ground back here. Another item I won't be able to hold on to. I'm going to have to sell that as well to the NPC because I do not have enough room to hold on to even like one more necklace in my inventory.
Also,
And I kind of feel like at this point I should go show you my stash, just so that you can see the horror show that I'm currently dealing with. Like, let me go back to town real quick and show you what this looks like.
Also, I think that they are trolling us because if you edit the stash tab, there's a trash there. We don't have space for anything good, and they expect us to have a trash tab.
Oh, we're gonna try a trash tab? Oh man. The trash tab goes right in the trash, that's where that goes. I'm not hanging on to anything. Protecting Storm Shield. So as of right now, I'm not hanging on to the lower tier gems, by the way, because I don't need them, and they take up too much space. But I am hanging on to the 40 gems, because I use those for new characters whenever I leveled up. I'm hanging on to the 50 gems, because I use those for new characters whenever I'm leveling up. And of course, I'm hanging on to the Royals, because I use those for all the characters once they hit 60. I literally have a unique tab that is completely and utterly full. It's just, I mean, look at my inventory right now. My inventory is completely full. My consumables are almost completely full. My quest, my aspect tab is almost completely full. Literally, my legendary tab is completely full. My unique tab got completely full and now is being overridden by legendaries. And I'm not hanging on to junk either. I'm hanging on to perfect aspects. Things that you're not going to throw away, like a perfect core strike, critical strikes, core skills increases your attack speed by 25%. Or like a perfect bone prison, you know, like blight that deals 100% damage bonus instead of the 50. Like, this is me going through here and actually ripping out a lot of the stuff that's not good, and only hanging on to the stuff that actually has like really good stats. And every single day I have to go through here, pull out the items, figure out what I want to throw away, and just kind of cry a little bit, because literally I'm throwing away some items that I know are going to be good for other characters, but I'm not going to be able to hold on to.
Which isn't right. It's like we should be able to keep what we want and have the room to do that, because, you know, this whole game's about trying different builds and trying different aspects and all that, but if you haven't got room for it, it's not going to work.
Well, and what makes it even worse, I think, is that some of these aspects are extremely hard to find in their perfect state. Some of them are easy,
definitely.
and I've started to identify in my mind which ones that I've considered to be easy ones that I can just simply sell at any given time. So like I don't care about all of these aspects, and I'm actually not hanging on to most of them. Like JP in chat right now said that these items are irrelevant because every new character will find them, but it's not actually true. Some of these aspects are actually so ridiculously rare for some reason that finding a perfect version of them is like finding a freaking Soj in Diablo 2. Like, one in particular that I've been having trouble finding forever is this one right here, which is the Osseous Gale at 8 seconds. I can rarely, if ever, find it, and I have only ever found one perfect one of this the entire time I've been playing. So for the entire 3 weeks I've been playing, I've only found one perfect Osseous Gale. And I think it's like that for just about everybody. There are certain legendary aspects that for some reason just seem extremely rare and extremely hard to get your hands on. And not only that, but it's extremely hard to find a perfect version. So of course, when you finally do find a perfect version, you are going to hang on to that, and you're going to put it in your stash and save it for later. But, ugh.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's currently the Osseous Gale, the Band of Torment, the Torment aspect. I can't find any of these. Like, I've only found like 2 of them so far total, and one of them was absolutely terrible, and this is the best one that I've found so far at 27%. The Ring of Umbral also tends to be very rare. The Requiem Ring tends to be very rare. I also have a really hard time finding the 5% Shielding Storm leggings. So whenever I do find a 5%, I always hang on to it because I'm always upgrading my pants. You know, got to get the nice Levi's.
The Bold Chieftains, I still haven't found a perfect one. I have hundreds of hours in that character.
And if you did find a Bold Chieftains, you would probably want to hang on to it, right?
Yep. I've only probably found 5 or 6 total with a couple hundred hours into my barb. And I've never found a perfect one.
I mean, like right here.
I hang on to every one I find.
It's even if it's not perfect half the time, because you know it's going to be difficult to find another one.
Because if I find a different type of ring or a better ring, I need it.
Anyway, a lot of us are talking about this, and it seems to be a hot topic, the inventory tension, which they never should have said that, by the way, because it's become a meme on our kinship. We literally just say inventory tension all the time as a joke. Like, I need to go relieve my inventory tension. I'll be right back. They really need to do something about this. They really need to do something about this. Anyway, I'm going to end this video here. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and let me know what you think about the inventory tension. And as always, keep watching.
HellTide.
Alright, there we go. Video's finished.
Yeah, they've got a lot to work on. Like, I love the base game and a lot of the stuff. Obviously, I'd love more about trading and that, but that's just being a D2 player, I think. But I definitely think inventory is a massive thing.
I mean, I feel like at this point, they need to quickly nip this in the bud before it becomes an even bigger issue than it is right now. Like,
But really, we need.
like as of this particular moment, it's already becoming an issue, and we're only 3 weeks
Yeah.
into it. It's
We need,
only
like,
gonna
a gem tab
it's
where
only
they stack past 50, and
It-
then we need like an aspect tab where they stack on each other.
they need to do something about it right now.
Yeah.
Yes. They need an immediate hot fix as soon as they can, not like a patch in 3 months that
Not till
relieves some of those.
by season 2, it's gonna go into meltdown. Like if they leave this till season 2, it's literally gonna go into meltdown. Like people are gonna be trying to hoard items for multiple characters. Like they're gonna be just like it. I hate to say it, but it literally causes real life stress that I can't hang on to the items that I need to hang on to for the characters that I want to make.
Yeah, because you put the time in and you found those really good items or perfect items, and you're like, well, I have to make a choice and I have to get rid of this and I have to reinvest the time if I want it again. I have to get lucky again.
And then you never find it.
You'll
Yeah.
have to excuse his attitude. He has inventory tension.
I know. That's gonna be that'll be excuse from now on. Anytime anybody's a little snippy or like they're just kind of angry or you're just having a hard time with them that particular day, you're like, oh, don't worry about Leon. And I know he's a little snippy today, but he's just got some really bad inventory tension going on. You know,
It's heating up.
His time.
he's maxed out on mules and he's just having a hard time. You know, maybe if you could take a couple items off his hands, that might make him feel better.
Yeah. And the uniques, I don't know if you mentioned like people are storing the whole unique thing, but you're also, like you said, you're storing low level uniques for your alts. So you're storing probably
exactly.
2 versions of the unique, a perfect version you found, and probably like a whatever
a
kind
low
of version
level,
for your
a
alt.
low level
low
version,
level,
yeah. Because like when you find a really low level version of the unique, you can actually use that on your new characters. So like,
Yep.
so when you find that level 45 crappy unique, like your Mother's Embrace that you get from your first campaign victory, I still have it because I realize that every single new character that I make can utilize that little crappy level 45
Yep.
Mother's Embrace. So I'm never going to throw that thing away. Never. It's going to be in my inventory till the dawn till the ladder reset, and then maybe on the ladder reset it'll go away. But you know what's going to happen after that? You know what's going to happen after that? It's going to be I'm going to have a new one from the next campaign.
And you probably have another one that's perfect that you're holding on to for.
Joe, what the worst thing is going to be is coming from a ladder to normal and having to sort your stash out if it's going to be this bad.
I don't even know. I'm the character slots. If they don't do anything, and we only have the 10 character slots, right away all my mules are being deleted from Internal Realm, obviously, because I have to make new characters for season. And then it might get to the point where I'm deleting my level 100 Barb that's on Internal Realm because I need more slots for my season.
Yeah, which sucks. You know, you want to keep each level like a level 100 of each character just
Yeah.
for fun PvP mucking
Exactly.
about.
I have 5 level 100s on the Eternal Realm, I want them forever. So that means I only have 5 character slots per season.
Which
And I just have
sucks.
to delete those characters.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Well, the Eternal Realm is going to be the non-Eternal Realm because every single time you go to a new season, you're going to have to choose which character gets erased from
Right.
existence.
Yep.
It's definitely not good.
I mean, in Diablo 2, we had, what, 20 character slots, and they upgraded us to 25?
Yeah, I don't know how they start with 10. 10 is so
10
low.
is very low. I mean, I guess they figure, like, one of each character, which is fine, so that's 5 characters. But then, are they completely just forgetting about the whole, like, you know, thing that they focused on the most, which was, you know, character individuality, you know, personal agency, which is literally you get to make your own characters and have fun. And then on top of that, wasn't it their specific thing
Multiple, yes.
that they said that literally, like, you wouldn't be able to respec your characters, like, very cheaply, so it would probably be better just to make a new character?
Yeah,
So,
they
like,
specifically
if you,
said, like, you have your frost sorceress, then you have your lightning sorceress, or you have, you know, whatever barb, and then you have your other barb. They're the ones that said multiple versions of the same class. Forget about other classes. They said you should have 2, 3 barbs. You should have 2,
It's not
3
gonna work.
sorks. They said that.
How are we supposed to do that when we don't have enough space?
Yeah, and then,
Well, yeah. Because eventually you want like a bear druid, you'd want a lightning
Once
druid.
ladder
you
comes
know.
out,
they're
once
pushing the
comes
ladder.
out,
Yeah.
they're gonna bump it by 10. I'm telling you, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna have 10 character slots now, and then when ladder comes out, they're gonna be like, oh look, you get 10 more slots, so you don't have to delete your old characters. It's gonna
Also,
happen.
they want to add the other class, right? And they want to keep Diablo 4 for like ever or something like that. So we might expect to have 2 or 3 new class. So it's
Like, as of right now, I can already think of more characters than the character slots I have.
They can't even balance these characters properly. We're not gonna have more classes until they can balance these characters properly.
It reminds me of the World of Tanks dilemma. In World of Tanks, they kept trying to balance the game, and then every time they would get the game balance even remotely right, they would add a new vehicle, and the new vehicle would disrupt the balance again. And so, like, as soon as they get the balance right, they're going to add a new class, and the new class is going to just disrupt the balance all over again.
Yeah.
Or new items.
Or new
that make the
items,
class
or new
balanced.
uniques, or new legendary
New items
aspects.
New Paragon board.
Yep, new Paragon boards.
Yep.
They've definitely made
Increasing the level cap, like they did on D3.
That's one thing I hope I never see. I don't like level cap increases.
I agree. They don't need to do that.
I think level cap increases are usually just an excuse for them to come up with like another way to make you grind more, and it feels gimmicky, and it feels stupid.
It also just like exacerbates the scaling.
Yes.
Then now you have to scale your damage 10 more levels.
It's so much easier to balance level 100 characters than it is to balance level 110, and then level 120, and then level 130, and then level 140. Like, it's so much easier to balance characters when they're at a static power level. If you're constantly improving their power level, then the balance is constantly changing, and then things are just constantly getting worse.
Now we need item power 1000, item power 2000. It's like, what's happening? You're just making it bigger for no reason. It's literally the MMO thing.
Blizzard has done it in other games.
Yeah, it's literally WoW. It's like
They've done it in other games.
we're not trying to make WoW again.
When's the next world boss? Does anyone know?
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't have to increase the power level of items to make things interesting, and that's what I've always misunderstood about like this whole like the way MMOs like to do things, because you can make another set of gear that is uniquely different but not more powerful, that will entice players to log in and play, that does not invalidate the previous set of equipment. Like, you know, maybe one set of gear gives you like a really awesome effect, like the unique items. Like, gives you a really awesome effect, and everybody's like, oh man, I really want to try that out. That sounds really cool. And it might not necessarily be more powerful than what you have, but it's a different set of gear. It does a different thing. And it doesn't, but for some reason or other along the line, they were like, okay, well, let's just make it like 10 times more powerful than the previous set of gear so that you have to put it on. Which doesn't make any sense in my opinion, because some people might still prefer the old set. Like, just because you release a new unique item doesn't mean the old unique items are any less cool or fun.
Oh, I agree.
Which sets a dangerous precedent too, because the current unique items are set to they're set to 820 item power. So that was what they recently discussed. Let us know. And well, what if they increase the item power cap, like to 840? Like that's
You'll
pretty
have
much
to find those items at 840 again.
then that's well. I mean, even if what if they don't power them up? Then they're basically just useless. Like the weapons anyway. The weapons will all basically be useless. So the grandfather, the Doombringer, like would just be garbage at that point. Like nobody would want to use them because the item power is too low, and that happens in MMOs all the time.
Just found 2 good rares, so here comes more tension.
Inventory tension time, buddies. Come on down to Diablo 4 where we got inventory tension. Inventory tension everywhere. Inventory tension in your hair.
Not quite there yet. I'm getting there.
It's like I said too. Wait until the masses get to where we are. The millions of players, they're gonna have a crap storm on their hands. They don't do something immediately. Right now they got, like you said, 10,000, 20,000 people maybe complaining about this. Wait till they have 1 million.
I mean, the only thing that's going to temporarily, and I mean temporarily, absolve the issue is season starts. Season starts are going to temporarily absolve the inventory issue by basically deleting all of your inventory, which is, obviously a thing that happens when seasons start. But if we can fill up our inventory in 3 weeks, and this is, like with the knowledge of what's good and what's not, and add legendary aspects for other characters and things like that, how long do you think it's going to take on a ladder start to fill up our inventory? Now that we're actually like not going through the campaign, so we're going through, because we're probably going to skip the campaign when we start ladder.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Start working on Renown right away.
So we're going to try and rush ourselves to World Tier 3, which means that it's going to be even worse than right now. Like we're gonna hit World Tier 3 sooner. We're gonna hit World Tier 4 sooner. We're gonna have ancestrals that we're holding on to sooner. We're gonna have unique items that we're holding on to sooner. It probably won't even take us. I'm just gonna take a wild guess. It probably won't even take us more than a week and a half to fill up our inventories when the ladder starts. I'm gonna say half the time that it took us this time, because half of our 3 weeks was literally just learning the game, like getting our campaign done. Trying to grind out to World Tier 4 and whatever. And honestly, I think like when ladder starts, we'll probably be able to get to World Tier 4 very quickly.
Have they released a start date yet for ladder, or
mid to late July? That's what they said. Mid to late July.
Basically 1 month from now.
Yeah, it's too soon for me to take off of work for it. Crap. New job issues. Not having time off.
When I started a new job, I think it was when WoW Classic came out. I told them right away, I'm like, listen, I'm starting this job, I'm taking this job, but I need this week. And and take me or leave me. That's what I told them. And they were like, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, you can't do that with the government though.
The government.
Yeah.
Government.
Yeah, I work for NASA.
I bet you half the
they
people,
don't even go to space
I bet you
anymore,
half the
man.
people at NASA are playing this game right now. They're a bunch of nerds like we are.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
Talk about it all the time. Yeah, I make space food, man. We still go up all the time.
Yeah, but the government doesn't support it anymore, right? You just have to go with like Elon Musk.
Yeah, the government still supports it. They just pay Elon Musk to take them up.
Now,
I thought they
there's a
stopped-
couple different ways you can get up there these days. Like I noticed that like even
We can
sometimes
hitch
they'll
ride with the
hire
Russians.
yeah, sometimes they'll hire the Russian when they're going up for the satellite, they'll pay them or like
Yeah, but we don't
any way that
directly,
they can
like-
get into space basically. Like if they can get there with the
Yes, yes.
Chinese, then they'll get there with the
Right,
Chinese.
right.
Like it's
the
a
Japanese, the ESA, the European Space Agency.
Basically, now they rely on other people to get them up there, like them directly
For now.
themselves with it. Yeah.
For now, they're
back to
still
town
working
and
on
sell.
Orion and Artemis. As soon as Orion and Artemis are done, then we'll start doing it ourselves again.
I mean, obviously, Musk's reusable rockets is definitely going to reduce the cost tremendously. I mean, that's the entire
Yeah.
purpose of them is that he can reuse them. So as long as they're reusable, you're not wasting tons and tons of money on a rocket that's not getting recycled. I mean, they can frickin' land themselves. That was surprising when I saw that.
Mhm.
That's how he put that frickin' network of satellites up there so cheaply. Like, if he can, like, launch a rocket, put it up there, get the satellite,
Well,
it comes back down,
it can-
relands, like...
It can launch hundreds of rockets, or not
Yes,
rockets, hundreds of satellites at one
payload
time.
delivery, basically.
Yeah. Well, they're very very small. Those satellites are tiny in comparison to what you would, consider the size of a traditional satellite.
They're also
They're
low
like the size of a
altitude, too.
car.
Yeah,
They're
also...
like the size of a car. They're very very small.
From what I understand, it's the low altitude that actually makes them so good. Because they don't have as far to travel for the connection.
Mm-hmm.
And that speeds up the connection quite drastically. Like, you don't have as much lag time on it.
Yeah, they're 100 up, 100 down, something like that.
And then on top of that, with satellites, it really comes down to, like, if you have one over your head at that particular time. So if you got, like, if there's a too much cloud cover, or it's raining, or there's a thunderstorm, or the one's not over your head at that particular time, or if it's off to the side, like the connection's kind of jankety. Like with his, he's got so many up there that, as far as I understand it, there's hardly any blackout periods, like of like no connection. And most of the time, there's at least one satellite over your head that has good connection. So
I'll be back in a bit.
There's usually 5. Just think of it north, south, east, west, and directly overhead.
I mean, the low altitude satellites, the thing is that he doesn't really care whether they get burned up or not, as far as I understand it. Like, the general goal is to have so many up there that literally just, like, it's like a giant web. And, like, if one or two of them get burned up, then, like, he's got a method delivery system to replace them, essentially. So
There'll be some sitting further out that can just maneuver into place.
yeah, I mean, it's not impossible for it to fix itself.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go check this Death Speaker's pendant. Sorry, I'm still running the EXP runs. I'm just...
Well, it's only you and me for the last, like, 10. I don't know what happened to everyone.
I know. Where'd everybody go?
Send me invite.
You're in the party.
Trying to see if this Death
I'm
Speaker's
not in the
pendant
party.
is better
Yeah,
than
I'm in
my
the
Death
party.
Speaker's pendant. I'm trying to actually hang on to the good ones so that I have them for stuff. Alright, so this one is a +2 ranks of coalesced blood, so I should probably hang on to that one. Because that one has the higher modifier.
I think I just can't give up and just delete everything. Just delete.
Why hang on to anything?
Delete it all. Game of Thrones, burn them all.
Burn, baby, burn. Burn
I
that
just
mother
upped my
down.
damage by like 2,000 almost per shard.
Nice.
Yeah, it's about time. I switched over to a staff. I found a halfway decent staff. 52 crowd control damage, 42 core skill damage, 39 crowd control damage. Again, 42 damage to chilled enemies, and then 55 vulnerable damage.
The staff is the two-handers definitely do more damage. It's a lot of people have been flipping back and forth between them. I know I have. Like I'm kind of like up in the air. I enjoy the faster. I enjoy the faster cast speed with the one-handers. Like it definitely is nice, and it's more utilitarian for some things. Like the utility is really good. But then like the single target hits that you can get with the staff, or like the two-handed weapons in general, are amazing. So it's kind of hard to choose. I do also like the shield. You don't have access to a shield. That would make it even more difficult for you, I think, because Sorceress probably does have some survivability issues here and there. So a shield could fix that. Like, but I have access to a shield, which also makes it a little bit more difficult for me to choose because I'm over here like, I do not have a shield.
A shield would be nice.
Which pushes you more toward you're two-handed, right? Pushes you like, oh, okay, well, if I can't be tankier, then
yeah, I'm seeing like 10k bombs pop now. Curse chest, let's go.
Can't believe I finally got the max duration on this frickin' Bone Storm. I tried so long to find this thing. And you know what's sad is I'm definitely gonna replace these gloves eventually. Like it's gonna take me some time, but I am gonna replace them, and I'm gonna have to find another one. I gotta find another 8-second Bone Storm aspect.
Yeah. The thing I like the most is the aspects go into a codex-like system that's right on the cultist.
I mean,
You
that's
literally go to the cultist.
That's one thing that could relieve a lot of inventory tension right there. Is just give us a way to store our aspects. Then we're more apt to destroy the items and take the aspect off, which I haven't really like gone through and just removed every perfect aspect. But like I guess I'm probably gonna have to at some point. But like it would be more advantageous. I think that would relieve a lot of inventory tension right there. Is just giving us a place to store these aspects that we're finding.
Yep. If they create like a whole UI in the cultists, you have your aspects. You can have them by like tier, by name, whatever. Kind of like an index in there, similar to the codex system. Just so, you know, for actual aspects you found, and you just go to the cultist and they're all there, ready to be used. And it just takes it out when you use one, and that's it. And it doesn't need to be anywhere. It doesn't need to be on us. It doesn't need to be in our stash, because there's no point. When you want to use it, you have to go to the cultist anyway. So it might as well just be a UI on the cultist that you can access.
Big damage difference with this character now.
Well, for you, attack speed isn't even a consideration because you're utilizing a skill that is firing automatically. So, like, it seems like to me, like in your situation, you definitely want a two-hander over a one-hander, just simply because that thing,
Well,
there's no attack speed
with
variable
ice
for
shards
ice
as
shards
well.
automatically firing. So you're just
It's
getting
that
the
aspect
benefit.
of it, yeah.
You're just getting the benefit of the two-hander without the negative. Like most people are going to have to deal with the lower attack speed, and that causes some issues. But you don't really like the way that your ability works doesn't even really care what your attack speed of your weapon is.
Well, is there a cooldown on it? Because if there isn't, I think Ice Shards might be one of the abilities where like, attack speed is basically faster cast rate. So it might actually cast more Ice Shards per second.
It does.
Yeah, so you might still want it, even with the auto cast, because it's just going to cast the auto cast more often, I guess.
Yeah, it does.
Because they didn't separate in this game. Attack speed is faster cast rate too. It's both.
I need more time.
which seems a little confusing in my opinion, because, like, I mean, they spent all this time separating out all the resources so that they could more easily balance the resources, but then started combining together things that, in my opinion, probably should be separated from each other. Like, faster cast and attack speed should be separated from each other. I don't know. I don't know.
It's a little weird. I agree. It's a multi-use stat. Which means gear crosses over, but then at that point, back to the storage issue. The inventory tension issue. If I can use these gloves on multiple characters...
Well, I mean, and I think they created a lot of this inventory tension themselves by making the majority of all of the unique items class-specific. Because, like, there's only very few, like, multiple class uniques. Like, let me give you an example. If I find a good pair of Frosties, I can use them on any character, right? So I only have to hold on to one pair of Frosties. But since the majority of the uniques in the game are specific to each class, which I think was one of the bigger mistakes they made, now you've got to hold on to one unique for the Necromancer, one unique for the Druid, one unique for the Rogue, one unique for the Barbarian. All that have maybe similar-esque type, you know, effects, so to speak, but you've still got to hang on to one of every single item. So now you've got 5 items versus 1. Like, if they had gone with more generic uniques, we wouldn't be in this situation also.
But you also have your perfect pair of Frosties that are level 85 requirement or level 90 requirement. Then you have your level 60 Frosties.
Exactly.
Just to use until you get the character to 85 or 90.
Yeah. The silliness. What's up, chunks?
What up? Which one are y'all doing?
Trying to get to level 100 today, so we're grinding that EXP one.
Which one?
Ruins of Eridu.
Yeah, we're doing our bail runs.
This one's a little less annoying, I think, than the other one.
Champion's Demise.
Yeah.
That's what I was just doing. I really don't like that one.
Yeah, I don't.
Too much running around.
That's the same thing I said. It's too much running. Like, it does give a lot of EXP, but you're also running around like way too much. It's way too open. We like this one. I like this one better because it's much more confined. It's tunnels. Like, the monsters are all pushed into little tiny, avenues, and even the avenues that are larger than that are usually pretty small too. So it's pretty easy to.
It's hard to get lost.
Yeah.
Go the wrong way whenever you teleport in on somebody.
Yes, and it doesn't really matter which way you go as long as you're killing something. I mean,
And you're usually close enough to someone that you always get the bonus here.
yeah, the bonus is nice too.
And Ginger Spec loves walls.
Oh yeah, my spec loves walls. Are you kidding me? Walls are like the bread and butter of this whole build.
Alright, where are these mobs that I'm missing here?
It's
This is
actually
an event I'm doing.
It's actually one of the things that I've loved the most about this character.
Just release. I'm doing an event.
Oh, you get out of the trash can. Get.
So it's not a nightmare dungeon.
Get. Yeah, that's right. I see you digging in the trash like an idiot. Don't tell me you're hungry because I brought you food in here when I first came in. And I saw you eat it. Always digging in the trash. That's his whole life. Ever since he was a puppy. Could never get him to stop digging in the trash. I never seen an animal know that what they're doing is wrong. Like, literally, tail between their legs, hunched down, like, to the point where they understand that what they're doing is wrong, but then still do it anyway. Like, he literally would just, like, hunch down and put his tail between his legs, and, like, he'd look all pitiful, and then he'd slowly walk over to the trash can and start stealing trash out of the trash can.
It's like, look what you're making me do.
Like, the shame in my eyes as I steal your trash. But I have to 'cause I'm starving. Never seen a dog that was always starving. He literally has a 24-hour buffet. He's got food available to him whenever he wants it. He still digs in the trash.
This is what you've lowered me to.
I can't believe it. Why would you throw this away? This is a perfectly good wrapper of something. As he like pulls the wrapper out of the trash and just starts licking the wrapper.
I need to upgrade these.
We're still in beta, AC. Give it some time. Yeah, we're still in beta, guys. Come on. Come on.
I mean, it is. That's every game I feel like launches in beta. They like to call it early access. They like to call it whatever they want to call it. It's basically beta.
Some games don't even launch in beta. They launch in like pre-alpha. I mean, No Man's Sky is like the clearest example of that. If you take a look at No Man's Sky now, it's actually a halfway decent game. But when it launched, that game was awful. Like it was like pre-alpha style. They were not ready to launch that game. They needed like another year of development to get that game into the shape that it needed to be in. And like after a while, they finally fulfilled all the promises that they made like with that game, but not at launch. They're definitely not at launch.
I need more time.
I mean, all it takes is for these games to still make money, and then everyone's doing it. I think PUBG launched like in one of the most buggiest early access things, and it just became one of the biggest games ever. They made so much money, and then most people copied that. Like, yeah, well, I guess we can just release our game before it's ready and still make money.
You know when I think it really started? Do you guys remember when Half-Life 2 had not come out yet? So this is going way back.
Yeah.
Half-Life 2 had not come out yet, and somebody had hacked into the server and downloaded a version of the game that was apparently like an alpha version of the game, and then distributed it all over the internet for people to play. I think that was the point where game companies started to realize that people were so interested in playing the game that they didn't necessarily even care whether it was a fully functional version or not. That alpha version was like the worst version of a game I'd ever seen. I checked it out too. I'm sure most people did at that time. And it was like horribly buggy. Like you couldn't even progress through the campaign. Like some of the most of the levels weren't finished. Like it was obviously like not ever meant to see public. But the number of people that downloaded that thing and played it and like messed around with it and literally talked about it was so high that it might have sparked in the company's eye that a game doesn't necessarily need to be finished for people to be ridiculously, excited about playing it. And I don't know. Maybe from that point forward, companies started to look at it a little bit differently, and they were like, okay, well, I mean, as long as it's like semi-functional, I guess at that point it doesn't matter. Just get it out there so people can like have fun with it, and then that I think that kind of started like the whole like early access release stuff.
Yep.
Where companies realized, well, they could just earn money while they were in the development phase.
Yep.
Because people were so excited to actually even be able to touch the game. They're like, oh, it's early access, that's fine. I just want to breathe on it. I just want to... It's not even a joke.
It started with patches, like the day one patches, like Call of Duty releasing the day one patch when they first were coming out. That stuff too is just like, well, the game is not ready. We're going to make it gold. We're going to ship it. And we'll just hit them with a day one patch. and it's like that day one patch never fixed everything.
Speaking of
It
day
just-
one patches, I think that 13-page patch that they touted to us during the campfire, I think that's our day one patch right there.
I would hope so.
I think
Otherwise, 13 pages of what?
I think we have been playing the beta up until this point, and literally once they finally release that 13-page patch, I think we're finally going to be sitting in the day one patch realm.
They also save a lot of money on testing.
Yes, because the players inevitably end up testing things for you, and as we've talked about many times, the players do a better job testing the game than the developers do.
I don't understand how much money these companies have to make to actually get adequate testing, because I mean the numbers are already out in this game. There's a meme article, New York Times, over 666 million. Get the number. Over 666 million. You're telling me they couldn't hire adequate testing? Like, how much money does a company need?
You know, it's interesting because I feel like there's some interesting things that go on here first with testing versus the real game. Like, have you ever played a beta before and then everybody gets all upset because they can't keep their items? They're like, oh, you mean I can't keep anything? Well, I don't want to play, you know, blah, 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 right? So, like, the inventory tension probably wasn't properly tested because nobody was actually hanging on to anything because everybody knew that the game wasn't gonna, you know, like, they weren't gonna be able to hang on to anything once the game launched, right? So it's a different mindset entirely. Like, we go into the game with an entirely different mindset, which is literally a mindset of, you know, like, future, you know, characters, future builds, things that we're going to, you know, utilize. So we were holding on to items for the future, whereas the beta testers are holding on to nothing because they know that once the beta's over, they're not going to be able to keep anything. If you don't get your head away from the trash can, I'm tired of asking you politely. Stop.
Maybe.
He's literally just got his head in the trash can like it's a trough.
It is a trough. Just its height.
There's nothing even in there. It's like wrappers. I don't throw away food in here because I don't want to attract ants.
Unless he sticks his head in it.
I don't want to
That's
attract ants in here, so I don't throw away food in here. I never throw away food.
Well, maybe that's his way of telling you you should. So you can eat it.
Sticks his head in the trash can and is disappointed. He's like, ugh. What kind of trash can is this? You should be disappointed. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Why is it called a trash can if there's no trash in it?
It's terrible.
He said, look at this noob.
Noob.
Trash can is.
Doesn't even know what a trash can's for. Throw your food away in here.
Yeah. I mean, we're not even talking about some small company either. Like, you know, some indie development company can't hire even developers, let alone testers. We're talking about Blizzard, Activision, like the makers of Call of Duty, multi-billion. What's their market cap? Probably 3 trillion or something. Who knows what their market cap is? I assume it's massive.
I considered this actually. Like, I was thinking about this. Why isn't there a company out there that just like offers beta testing?
Yeah.
Like our kinship right now, like, could be that. Like, we could just like offer our services and they could just pay us, and then we just like we would just like play the game and everybody reports bugs and stuff like that, and we just have like a channel, and then we just compile all the data and send it to them at some point. Like, give them honest feedback that they desperately apparently need. Like, I mean, honestly, our kinship would be perfect for that kind of stuff.
But they already are a company that just do testing. My friends work for one of them. They only do testing.
But that's the thing, is you don't want a company that only does testing, because then they're only interested in testing for bugs. You want a company that has people that are active players. His mama's home, so he's going crazy. You want people that are active players, so that they're actually playing the game and they're actually enjoying it, so that they're encountering the real life issues that any active player is going to encounter.
There's a difference between testing like the acts in this game, right? Oh, I played through all the acts. Here are all the bugs and their little, you know, reports they do. You know, they literally, because this is how they test. You know, all right, you test Act 1, and you report in any bugs you find, anything you find. You know, level testing, whatever. And here they, you know, there's a difference between that kind of testing and playing the game, playing from 1 to 100, planning out builds, planning out items you're gonna save, planning out like it's two different types of testing there. Like bug testing, totally different.
Let me give you a real life example. My dog will ever stop whining. Like, let's say you buy a car, right? And you have somebody who tests out the car for bugs at the factory, right? So they drive it a little while, they make sure the suspension's right, they check the engine, they go over everything, they look for problems. But you're driving the car for 200, 300,000 miles, and you realize that, like, when you put your elbow on the armrest, like, it starts to give you a rash because it's not made out of the right material. Or, like, after, like, 100,000 miles, the cup holder, like, literally, like, seems to be broken and, like, it's, like, shattering into pieces. Like, these are things that you're only going to find out through active, actual daily use. So that's what I'm talking about, is a difference of, like, people playing the game to bug test and people actually playing the game and finding out legitimate things that are only going to be found out when you actually play for a serious period of time.
Makes sense, yeah.
Oh, barrier didn't help.
It's basically where the whole meme comes from with like most streamers when they say like, do the devs even play their own game? Like that's like a common statement that people make when they're complaining about things, right? About a game's like, do you guys even play your own game? And that's not what we mean, because yeah, they've played it. I'm sure most of the devs they say they play this game, but do they play it the way we play it? No, like they just don't. They're playing couch co-op. They're on the, you know, they're with their controllers. They're having fun. They're playing that.
Oh, do you know, like, the controller has auto aim for, like, something like corpse explosion and stuff like that? But you can also do it with mouse and keyboard. You just, instead of clicking on 1, 2, 3, or 4, you directly click on the bar, the bar underneath your character, and they will auto cast like in a monster or something like that.
Cursed chest.
Nice. Oh, missed that one.
So does that mean that the unique items can't drop from the world boss crate? I was just thinking about that. The world boss crate is level 80. They said 85.
Yeah, yes.
They said 85.
If you open it at a level 85, though, you would get 85 items.
I mean, if you're level 85 plus.
The requirement will be set to that, but I don't know if the actual drop table is set to that, because the cash drop is set at 80. So like Ginger's bringing up that point, because who knows when it like the roll happens? Because we don't literally physically see the code, right? We can't review their code. So is it the drop table, since the cash is 80?
Well, the world boss is 90, right? So in World Tier 4,
the world boss is 100.
Hmm.
It scales with your level, the boss, but the cash doesn't.
So it might not drop from the world boss, though.
I think it could drop from him.
Maybe from him. Yeah, maybe
not.
from him because he scales with your level, but not from the cash because the cash is set to 80. Which also begs the question, even if it does drop from the cache, if it's based on your level, then you don't want to open the cache until level 85. Because you can't get it. Because if it's based on your character's level, then you're not going to get the unique item from it. Speaking of unique item, there's one over there on the ground. But you're not going to get the unique item from the cache unless you're level 85. I would assume, because the cache is 80. So if you open it at 80, you're only going to get 80 items.
Ask them in the Twitter, their little Blizzard Twitter thing.
Yeah.
They don't ever reply to me, unfortunately.
It's one of those questions too that may get lost in translation. There's some questions that like get asked by community members, especially during those like campfire chats and things, that they don't interpret correctly. They may just say, "Well, it's just an 85 requirement," and like not actually go into the details that we're talking about.
I think they interpret it properly. They just don't want to take the time to explain it.
Yeah.
Well, say ask, and then people see your name on it, and then you may get a bunch of like other replies to it, also asking that same question. Enough people reply to it, they kind of have to answer it at that point.
I'm gonna really quickly post this video.
I mean, they answer things and just completely bypass the source of the question. They'll talk about like item power and item level, but not why the item level requirement is scaling with the character. When it like they'll say that the item power is separate from the item level, which it is, but then why is the item level requirement scaling up?
Yeah, if it's by the item level, then why is it scaling up with our character level? It doesn't make any sense, and it also causes issues with sharing your equipment with lower level characters. Like if you're gonna have
And
a level,
trading,
if you're gonna
trade.
and trading. If you're gonna have a level requirement, then have a level requirement. But don't have the level requirement be the same as the character level, even when the item is literally the same exact item that I can find on a lower level character. It doesn't make any sense.
Agreed.
Especially the sacreds, and this is the really stupid thing, is all of the sacreds have the same item level as the character level who finds it, and the sacreds are useless past level 60. They should never be higher than level 60. Like level 59, they should never be higher than level 59 ever. Like I don't understand why any of the sacreds are higher than level 59.
Yeah, they should have a. If anything, there should be a correlation between the item power and the requirement level, and it should be consistent. Like if the item power is above 780, then maybe it requires level 80. If the item power is 760, maybe it requires level 70. You know, whatever. You can do that correlation, but the way it is right now makes zero sense. It just, here's an item power 690, requires level 100. What?
Okay, I'm trying to get this thumbnail as cool as possible.
Just, you need some tension strings in there with a stash picture. I don't know.
I'm gonna put a couple unique items. That's what I was thinking. A gem. I'm gonna put a gem on each side.
Oh, he definitely needs some tension strings, some inventory tension.
He's got enough tension. He don't need no more.
Yeah, the tension is starting to give me a tension headache.
He's gonna get those. They're gonna turn blue.
Turn blue from tension.
What's the sportscaster's famous thing? Like the tension in this room is palpable, or like you can cut this tension with a knife. Just do it all. Why not?
Oh Jesus! Well, that worked out.
Maybe we can go back to Diablo style and we can start storing our items on the ground. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like sometimes I literally go do a dungeon, I'll come back, like, like, and the item is still on the ground that I dropped there like 3 dungeons ago, and I'm like, huh.
What's crazy is how much we feel it, and we're Diablo 2 players. We have a history of like bad storage space with muling and everything, and the mules in this game are worse than the D2 mules 20 years ago. Because the D2 mules 20 years ago at least had their own stash. Now we just have our own inventory.
That's a stretch saying it's worse than 20 years ago.
Yeah, 20 years ago it might be about the same.
Yeah, well,
I
that's
mean,
what I'm saying. It's 20 years of progress. That's not progress. Like we
people that
we
never
dealt with
played
this.
people that never played original LOD and just came
Yeah.
in on Resurrected have no idea what inventory Tetris is.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Is like we dealt with this over 20 years ago. We grew up with this, and we're feeling it, and we know what to expect. We know what this is like.
You have, what, 37 spaces to deal with? And that's it?
I mean,
Got
at
a
least
torch and Annie,
at least you did have other characters that had their own inventory space.
and you could just make another account and have
Oh, I
another
had
account of 8 mules.
oh, I had like a million accounts.
I think we all did.
I mean, is that what we're getting to with Diablo 4? Does everybody just have to have like a bunch of alternate accounts? But then
That's how you pay to win.
But then half the stuff is account bound. So like, how the hell do we even do that? We're restricted from that as well.
That's true. Half the stuff.
don't?
Yeah, you can only put in the rares you want to save on another account. Oh, send Blizzard another $70. There's how you get your stash tabs. Just buy multiple accounts.
All right, we're we on to the next one. Sorry, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to get this video posted.
And then you gotta play through campaign and get your gold up so you can get the extra stash tabs.
True. Or you just trade gold. I think you just trade gold in this game.
Yeah, you could do that.
Right, I haven't shared to Twitter. Haven't shared to all sources. I just need to post it on Discord real quick. Let me hop in the dungeon at least so I can leech some EXP.
Does chilled count as slowed?
No.
I think it's its own thing. It's its own category.
It's its own category.
Slowed is its own category.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
So a monster can be chilled and slowed at the same time.
Yes. Yeah. Because like other classes slow, they don't chill. For instance, like a barb, he slows. He doesn't have freezing. He could with like frost burns or whatever. But in general, like some classes can do a slow, some classes can do a chill, or they can do both. They're just two separate things, even though they sound similar in your head, right? But one's like a magic slow. I think that was even in D2, right? Like there's a chill, and then there's like a magic type slow.
Yep. Yeah,
Even though
slowed
they
and chilled, and then you can also there's two different types of slows that you can add as well. You can decreepify them, chill them, and slow them individually in Diablo 2.
You can decreepify them.
They creepify them, that's right.
Because
They
it's cursed.
creepified.
Yeah.
It's basically just a different type of magic that achieves a similar result.
Mm-hmm.
How do I re-creepify them?
Nope.
Nope.
Once they're decreepified, they can no longer be recreepified.
Unbelievable.
So, yep, that is the unfortunate side effect of life.
That's how it works.
Bad game.
I don't make the rules.
Maybe you should.
Things
Maybe
would be a
make
lot different if that was the
hashtag.
case.
Alright, I think I've got it posted everywhere. Shared, blah, 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 blah. Good. Inventory tension. Let's go. God knows, inventory tension.
It was starting to turn blue.
Oh yeah, let me turn my sound back up. I turned it down for the video. Let me turn it back up to 10. Because God
Make it
knows.
too loud.
God knows the game is super loud.
I need time to do that.
Half the time during the videos, I'll have the volume down to like 10, and then people are like, "I can't hear you over the sound of you fighting."
That is 100% true. I had to turn my sound so far down.
I need more time.
Like it's so loud that like I feel like if you turned it up to 100 and put it on a set of speakers, it might pop the speakers.
Yeah. This game has definitely a high base of sound. I don't even know what you call it in the sound language.
Yeah, it has I don't know. Yeah, you lost me.
I like it.
Jesus.
I like it better than like you know how you go start in YouTube videos and the sound is so low that you
It's
max everything.
amplified
Yeah,
very well.
yeah. You can't hear anything. You max out your speaker. You put on a freaking Bluetooth speaker. You max that thing out, and the video is just like barely.
It's like that Will Smith meme where he has the tiny mouth, but the
Yeah.
streamer's just talking.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd rather have this where it's too loud and you can just lower it than being too low and even max volume does nothing.
No, it does. That was the big pack.
Yep, that's why I was trying to come down to help. It didn't work out well.
No.
Exploded.
I hear you, okay? I can hear you whining. You know who can't hear you whining? Your mama. That's who can't hear you whining. She will come get you when she wants to come get you. No, I'm not going to let you out there so you can tear up. She will come get you when she's ready to come get you because you're a monster and you tear up everything in the whole house and you run around like a crackhead that's high on crack.
Oh my god. Versus a crackhead that is not currently on the crack yet.
Yes, if he is not currently on the crack yet, then he's going to walk slow. No, this is one that's actually on the crack during the time period.
Time to do that.
He's on the lamb.
I'm actually curious, what's everyone's master volume set to? Because mine's 6.
10,
And I'm
but I
high.
was at 9 earlier.
Yeah, well, mine's 6, and I hear everything fine in the game. That's crazy.
Mine is 20, but I have all my other sliders. also
madman.
down. My
Oh,
other
okay.
sliders are also
Okay.
lowered. So
All right, you're forgiven.
they're
You're
all at
forgiven.
20.
This.
Mine's at 10.
Mine's at 10 as well. 10 seems to be the like agreeable number. Anything higher than that is way too loud, and lower than that is nice if you're prioritizing like voice over the game. Like if you just don't want to hear the game very much at all. Like it goes good for background noise. Like anything below 10 is like background noise at that point.
So I have ambient at 100, and then I have dialogue at 46.
But as a
And then
you.
everything else.
But as a YouTuber, I bring mine down to like 8 because it's important that people be able to hear me over everything that's going on in the game. So,
And most video games in history, like 50% was really low. Like just halving it.
Yep.
This game is nuts.
Got the bass boost, you know?
I plan on
You gotta
doing a
exhibit.
basics video, JP. But like, the thing is I don't want to like. I want to get all the basics down myself. That's really the truth. Like, I feel like a lot of people are making these basics videos and they have no clue what they're talking about. There's one guy on there, one YouTuber. Every time I watch his videos, I get the feeling he has no clue what he's talking about, but he has tons of subscribers and they like lap up whatever he says. And like, every now and then I'll see one of his videos and it's just like, this is horrible advice. Like, nobody should follow this.
The one that gets me is when I see like someone who's posts like new update from Blizzard, and I'm like, so I scroll a little bit and no one else has posted that, and I just know it's like a clickbait thing with like 3 Twitter posts and then a bunch of filler content.
Yes.
Like
I
there's no
mean-
way that your video from 7 hours ago is the old person on YouTube that has seen whatever big update you're saying happened.
It's
I can't wait till this patch. This patch video is going to be insane.
yeah.
I'm going to be live streaming the patch notes, obviously, like the moment that they come out, whatever the patch notes are.
Sometimes those are hours long.
I know.
QE.
And we are just going to be going over the patch notes, thick as thieves.
You may want to split it up into separate videos at some point, because you might go through like the initial part, but there might be patch notes on inventory tension and patch notes on, you know, skills or balance, and patch notes on content.
Well, I usually do
We'll
them
have to stop
live,
and
so
put a
people
rating
can
on
talk
the
about them and
pitch.
stuff.
Yeah, I know some. But sometimes there might be like a nice tidbit too. People consume content differently. Like I assume you're familiar with Linus Tech Tips, right?
Oh yeah, he always drops
He-
everything on the ground.
You know how Linus does his podcast? I forget what it's called.
Whoa!
He does
I've seen some clips from it. I don't think I've seen his whole
yeah,
podcast.
well, that's what I'm about to say. He does his podcast. I don't know if he calls the podcast Short Circuit. It's part of his main channel. I thought Short Circuit's his off channel, but either way, he does his podcast. It's like 2-3 hours long. His podcast. He said his clips of the podcast of his segments get like 10 times the views than the actual podcast, than the 3-hour video, because people like shorter.
Oh yeah,
bits.
definitely. Oh definitely.
They'll watch.
I wish I had the time to cut out all the stuff that we talk about on the live stream sometimes, because I feel like there's a lot of good little tidbits that would make really nice clips, but
Yeah.
it's just there's so much work just keeping up with this stuff. Linus is lucky because he's got like a whole team.
Oh yeah, he's got
Like
company.
a whole team of people, a whole company that like can just so he can just assign one guy to be the clips guy, and like he can just go through and assign, make really cool clips. Like
Yeah, they make more money on the clips than the actual podcast. The 3-hour video is not where the money is. It's the 20-minute cuts of the topics that are making
Yeah,
money.
that's like more digestible too. Like
Yes.
the podcast is going to be like something someone plays in the background while they're doing so that they can
Well,
listen.
Yeah, while they're
Whereas-
driving to work or.
I wish
something
I
like
had
that.
the money to hire an editor. They always want so much money per video. You know how much money my average video makes? Like maybe 20 or 30 bucks. And an editor is going to want like $50, $70 to edit one video. Like it's just... And it's not going to be overall worth it for me.
It's not viable until you're a certain size creator and like certain amount of money, I guess. Then you pay them like a salary. Then they're actually they're actually just like an employee.
If somebody wants to come be an intern for a little while, and then once I start making money off the videos you edit, I can pay you that. Or we can work on a commission basis. How about that? Like you make the video, I post it, and you can get whatever money the video actually makes.
Hit him with that. I'll let you edit for exposure.
And you'll get that sick 30 cent that comes from the shorts. So the short videos, those are the ones that he does all the time. The shorts, they make no money. They make like nothing. The ads don't roll on them. There's like no revenue involved in those whatsoever. There's a shorts fund now, but even the shorts fund doesn't really even pay that much. I think I've got a couple shorts that are up to like 10 or 12K views, and I looked at how much money they made, and it's like 10 cents. So like I would have to pay somebody to make me a bunch of shorts. They would probably charge me like 50, 60 bucks a short, and then I'd make 10 cents off of them.
It's crazy.
In fact, I think for the
I think it's
longest
less
time
about money, right?
before they came out with the whole like don't make shorts thing, it was literally like every creator out there was telling you not to make shorts because shorts would literally like ruin your channel. Like it just wasn't worth the effort. The money from it wasn't good. Like the views that we were getting from it apparently also didn't count towards your total number of views needed to monetize. Like there was a bunch of like stupid things going on at that particular time. I think if I did do like clips, I think it would probably be like not shorts because I'd do like 5 to 10 minute clips or something from live streams.
Yeah. I don't think the shorts are there yet. I mean, the shorts were created just to like as a TikTok thing, right? Like just to counter them or try to have their own version.
Oh yeah,
right?
definitely. And that's why the creators weren't making them because they weren't worth anything, and that's why they created the shorts fund, which is once they created the shorts fund, now you can actually get some money out of the shorts. But they just don't make much money. I mean, like let me see if I can pull up my best short right now, which I have a couple shorts. I've been hip to the short field, and I go to
All these youngins.
all these youngins. Let's see here.
Would you say it's good for audience building?
I mean,
like,
I
critical mass
thought
or
so at some point too, but the problem with it is that you don't really get a lot of subscribers from it either.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
so this is one of my shorts right here. Hopefully my computer doesn't crash for dragging the window over. This is the Shaco one. I made a short on the like that Shacos were actually in the game, you know, of course, and like they weren't just like non-existent. They'd verifiably found one and blah blah blah. So it's got 9,200 views in a very short period of time. I got 3 whole subscribers from that, and I got 41 cents.
How much time did it take you to make? Because I guess that's the question too.
I mean, it's pretty short, but at a certain point, it also floods the channel. Like, I can release like 100 shorts a day if I really put my mind to it and do it. But like, why would I want to flood my channel with like 100 shorts? Like, and at that point, it also comes into competing with other content. So like, do I put in the time and effort and release like 2 or 3 shorts that day, or do I put in the time and effort and release 2 or 3 actual videos that have, you know, some substance to them?
That's fair.
I mean, I've experimented with it. I've got a lot of shorts. I even did some little trivia shorts. I think those were pretty popular. Like, a lot of people like doing the little trivia shorts. Could be interesting to see in the future how that goes, but I'm not going to release those during my uptime. I'm going to release those during my downtime and let those just, like you said, like build audience, I guess.
What's everyone up to?
No, nothing much. Just having fun, derping around trying to get to level 100.
Any space
Doing bail runs.
or you full?
Currently full. Although, you know, never know. People might drop in and out.
I'm not ready yet.
Cody.
How far are you into 97, Ginger?
Quarter bar away.
Okay.
So I'm almost 98.
Nice.
We're
Long as
making
you
pretty
follow
good progress. This is the fastest way, but it does require multiple people. And so when there's not people on, I got to do it by myself.
Yeah.
I gotta do it by myself. Oh,
Doing side quest
baby.
myself. Might as well get some finish up this for now.
Cody, why are you licking me? Like, is it? I don't understand.
Reasons.
Just stop licking me. Like,
Hey.
I've never had more saliva cover me on a regular basis than when you entered this home. We had a dog previous to you. His name was Bear, and he did not lick me on a regular basis and drool all over everything and lick doorknobs.
That's just
He
weird.
just
It
wants
licks
to know
doorknobs.
what you taste like, so it's ready. You die before him.
I mean, it's kind of cute in a way because I think maybe he's trying to figure out how to open the door, which would be really scary if he ever does actually figure out how to open the door, because I'm not really sure what the hell I'd do then. Because then he would just be open the doors and going wherever he wanted to go. But he also just like sits there for like an hour and a half just like licking a doorknob to the point where there's a puddle on the floor underneath the doorknob of his saliva, which is just disgusting. And then you'll open the door and step in the puddle.
Nice.
Lovely. I stood on a slug once. That was not nice.
That is not nice.
Worse for the slug than you.
Yeah,
That poor
true.
slug.
But you know, middle of the night, really dark. Needed a pee, and I stood on a slug, and I was like, ugh. It definitely woke me up.
One time I was running to get groceries from my dad's car because he'd just come home with, you know, a bunch of groceries. So I was running out there to get them. And I had no shoes on, and I stepped on a really old, like, dog turd little mound. And it was all crusty on the outside, and it was all gooey on the inside. It was disgusting, and I stepped right on that thing. This just, it was like one of the worst, it was one of the worst things ever. And I just remember, I was like, Dad, I'm going back inside. I went to the hose, sprayed it off, like, and then went back inside, washed it off.
Yeah, give it over.
That's just nasty.
He's like, you're not going to help with the groceries? I'm like, I stepped in a turd.
This is why my cat's an indoor cat, because I believe, you know, it's my responsibility. It shouldn't be running around pooping in other people's gardens. You know?
Pooping in other people's gardens. I mean,
Also
that's
bad for the
fertilizer, though.
Oh, yeah,
No,
but
cat poop's not good fertilizer.
Fertilizer.
I
Cat
just
poop
think-
isn't good fertilizer?
No, they carry like specific bacteria that aren't good for crop.
Oh, well, get rid of the cats. Sorry,
They're
meow.
also bad for the environment. Can't let them out.
Sorry,
They'll
meow.
burn,
Sorry.
Murder them.
But no, I just think, you know, one, indoor cats, I don't need to worry about all the teenagers and that hurt
That's
animals
true
and
too. That's true too.
all that
That's such a
stuff.
low roll on the all.
I'm an indoor cat kind of supporting
Yeah.
fella.
Same here. And she's happy. You know,
Yeah.
she snores on the. She's currently laid on the bed on her back, paws in the air, snoring. So, you know,
I'm
she's got
also
all
like
her
that
scratching
psychopath.
posts.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I got like 5 cat trees, got some stuff on the wall.
Yeah, and she's got all her toys and
Oh,
these
one more.
weird balls that have things that she has to put her paws in to grab.
I'm already flooding YouTube with videos. You kidding me? Come on now. Have you looked recently? Like every single day, I put out like 2 or 3 videos. Like it's a little draining because obviously I gotta spend time streaming to spend time doing the videos.
You gotta get on
The thing is it's not like Diablo 2 where I have a item pack where I can pull from the items and just create the videos like based on the items, go test them out. I gotta actually get out there and find the items. I gotta find the unique items. I gotta find the aspects. I gotta test things out. I gotta actually learn the game. And I told my girlfriend this. I'm like I'm not just fooling around in here. I'm not just playing games. Like I'm actively trying to learn the game so that I can teach other people about the game. Like, and the only way for me to do that is to play.
That's why I show you all the uniques I find in that, because at least then you can see it if it's one you haven't seen. And
Oh, immolation. This one's funny. You just stand at the doorway and just fire in.
Oh, jeez. What? Big pack.
Big thick
Winky
packs.
area.
Big packs of thickness.
Yeah, they're gone now.
You gotta get on that craze of taking other videos and then being like GGM reacts to
Oh, the reacts. Yeah, those are the easiest,
Oh my
most profitable
God.
steal
content.
someone else's content.
That is just such lowbrow content too.
I hate that so much. It's always like very.
I was just
little
talking about that the other day. There's this guy named Crip or something like that. And he's got like no clue what he's talking about when it comes to the game, and he did like a react video to Woodajo, like talking about how to make your characters tankier, and like just everything this guy said was wrong. And like he was constantly like, Woodajo, you're wrong. Woodajo, you're wrong. And I'm like, and I watched the video, and I was like, Woodajo had pretty good, you know, tips. He plays hardcore, so like he knows how to like make his character a little bit more survivable, which is what hardcore characters have to do. And and dude, it was just horrible. It was like, and even people in his comment section were like, I like your videos, but man, you were so totally wrong on like the majority of this stuff. And I'm like, dang, even his viewer base is like revolting against him.
Hey. 790 item power, ice heart braze. Nice.
Cody, calm down. I don't know where your mama is. And if she's here, she'll come get you. If she wants to. Stop acting like a crackhead. That's why she doesn't want to take you out, because you act like a crackhead. I can't wait till he gets into old man status so he stops acting like this. Supposedly, when they get a little bit older, they start to calm down a little bit and don't act like crackheads all the time.
Cats are the same way.
They definitely should add some kind
Oh,
of.
goodness, it keeps dropping me every time I teleport to you while you're
I just want
walking
my
through the
loot
door.
pickup pet.
Yeah, just teleport again.
It drops me just in the middle of the world. So random place every time.
Well, it's not random. It's like nearby where I was, but it's not like it's not close by any means.
No, I mean you were like at the door.
Yeah, and it'll
it
teleport
drops
you
me on
like
the other
away
side
from the
of the
door.
map.
Yeah.
Ow.
I'm doing PvP because why not? It's relaxing. Tried to finish off some of the cosmetics.
Yeah. How many have you already gotten?
I just need the armor and the helmet.
Nice. Do you have all the mount stuff?
Yep.
Nice. Yeah. I need to go farm it for a bit.
Somebody did a react video to one of my videos a while back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it wasn't like anybody really big or anything, but it was kind of funny.
I mean, it becomes a circular loop at some point. Like, they react to the reaction to the reaction. It's the reaction.
Welcome to Asmongold's content.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, GGM reacts to GGM reacting.
I mean-
wow, I really was out of line on that.
That's the whole reason, like, things like Blind Wave and, like, those react shows and movie channels are so big. People just like sharing the experience of something with other people. So that's what they try to capture in that. And I guess people are addicted to it because they'll watch it. They're like, what does my favorite streamer think about what this other guy said?
You know,
Let me react.
You know, it's funny because I actually did watch Asmongold's reaction of, there was this guy who was defending Diablo Immortal when it had just came out.
Oh,
And the guy had like the worst things to say in the universe, and it was actually kind of fun to watch Asmongold react to some of the like absolutely stupid things this guy was saying. Like, do you remember that boss fight where like if you pushed it too fast, the rocks wouldn't spawn, and you were supposed to hide behind the rocks to prevent yourself from dying? That was the guy who literally said that people who were too poor to afford to pay for their character's power so that they wouldn't die to the attack that they needed to stand behind the rock for needed to stop playing the game. Like, he literally said that if you couldn't afford to beef up your character with real money so that your character wouldn't die to that attack that you needed to hide behind the rock for, then you needed to stop playing the game. Like, you're poor. And I'm like, the mechanic of the fight is literally that you're supposed to hide behind the rock. Like, I don't know, that one was pretty good though, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the guy was a complete and utter moron. He said he had spent over like $100,000 into freaking Diablo Immortal.
that's wild.
And I'm like, $100,000.
Yep.
For what? Like,
We
for
should thank
what?
him. It's probably funded Diablo 4.
I have him CC'd ready for you guys.
Yeah, we've been trying to get him fixed. It's like freaking like $2,000, $3,000 to get him fixed, and we can't get him fixed at any other place. There's this place we go to called No More Chasing Tails, and they fix dogs for relatively cheap. It's like a non-profit organization. They won't take him because he's too large. They said they won't take dogs over 110 pounds. He's like approaching 120 at this point.
I was gonna say.
How about I set up a donation fund to get Kubas fixed, and you guys can all donate like $10. How about that?
That seems like a reasonable GoFundMe to start.
Get Kubas the monster dog fixed.
I was gonna say also, like, people seem to not like content that teaches them how to play the game rather than tells them how to play.
Well, I know, but my entire channel is based on that, so like I'm gonna continue.
Yeah.
I'm gonna continue mechanics. I prefer mechanics over
No,
the others.
I agree.
But
I agree.
I am starting to, with Diablo 4, I'm starting to lean a little bit more heavily toward maybe doing some build videos. I know, gasp, because apparently people seem to be having trouble understanding the basics, like, of building characters within the game. Maybe if I do a couple build videos, and I'm not talking about like the traditional style build videos where they just tell you exactly what to play and stuff. I mean, like, walking through the entire process of creating a build from start to finish. Like, maybe they'll start to get the understanding of how it is that you create a character, and they'll start working on it on their own.
What's the saying? Teach a horse to drink, something like that.
Because I think maybe some of that content could be rather interesting. I mean, that's basically what my theory crafts are. My theory crafts are basically showing people how to build characters. Like, I take them through the entire process from beginning to end, like, you know, from the idea, the inception, to, like, trying to make the idea into reality. Like, approaching issues, like, you know, needing vulnerable or needing this, or, you know, like, trying to find a way to dish out damage, you know, so forth and so on. And then I solve all the problems and eventually end at a solid build, but, like, it doesn't start out that way. I don't have the complete build in my mind before I start the video.
For example, I saw someone say, like, hey, streamer that they're watching, how do I play a druid in, like, what do you have a build for druid leveling in hardcore so I don't get killed by bosses? You know, like, leveling in, like, the story is super duper easy. Like, any build will work. You just have to understand how hardcore works and, like, prioritize safety over damage early because you're going to do plenty of damage.
Yes,
but, you know, just, like,
hardcore is more or less about prioritizing safety than it is about making your character super tanky. I mean, yes, you do want to make your character tanky, but just because I have a tank doesn't mean I drive it into World War III. You know, like you're gonna like prioritize safer missions, safer content. You know, like stuff that's not gonna end in your death.
Higher success rate.
And that's why a lot of the times when people come in here and they see me die and they make that same tired, old, stupid joke that's literally been made about 10 million times, if not 10 billion, they'll be like, good thing it's not hardcore. Cute. And I'm like, if it was hardcore, I wouldn't be doing this content. Like, like you play much safer in hardcore. Like, you don't take risks. You go out of your way to, like, do content that's easier. And like, I'll be in like 120 dungeon, like a level 120 dungeon, like as like a level 90 character, and I'm dying in there, and they're like, good thing it's not hardcore. And I'm like, I would never be in a level 120 dungeon on hardcore.
Like,
I don't understand.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's the thing they said. They said there's a hardcore group, like they weren't even party together, just a bunch of hardcore players went to a world boss, like 3 died to one big attack. The other 5 people instantly left, like just scroll escape out. Like they just left the world boss. Yeah. We would never leave. We would just try to kill the world boss.
Yeah, with the remainder of the group.
That's because you get to respawn. To be fair.
Well, that's what we're saying is how can you throw so much respect at a lot of players in hardcore when they're just playing, frankly, for lack of a better term, like pussies.
Exactly. And I hate that that's the way that I gotta say it, but it is true. Like,
and it's even worse now with that potion stuff.
Because you're never going to have a hardcore player play as if they are an actual real player. Like an actual player who's playing the game normally. They're always going to be playing the game in a way that is honestly, they're scaredy cats. Like their entire playstyle, everything they do is based around not dying, so they're going to play in a scaredy cat way. Well, I took my level 50. I took my level 52 barbarian into a world tier 4 world boss, and I did not die. He's a level 52 barbarian. So I literally took him into the barbarian, like into a world boss that could have one-shot him at any point, took him in there, fought the world boss, did damage, survived, dodged the mechanics, did what I was supposed to do, and did not die not even once to that freaking world boss. Like, that is, like, admirable gameplay. Like, playing a character that can die at any moment and then not dying. But, like, going out of your way to make everything easier isn't the same thing as playing the game normally. Like, I hate to say it, but the people who play softcore and the people who play hardcore are playing 2 completely different games. They're not even playing the same game.
Yeah, we go after the challenge of what's going to actually challenge our character.
Well, I think that you could say that the people who are playing hardcore are also going after a challenge because they have to, like, work on their, like, micro mechanics, right? Like, because if they do fuck up, excuse me, apologies, they mess up, they just die. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, if they mess up, they die. So, like, you don't get as many, like, chances to make mistakes and learn from.
Okay, but let's look at it. Let's look at it from that perspective, though. Okay, Super Mario Brothers on the Nintendo, the regular NES Nintendo. No save points, no checkpoints, no nothing. 3 lives, right? You can get more lives, sure, but if you run out of lives, back to the beginning.
You're done.
Right? Back to the beginning. That's hardcore in a nutshell. Back to the beginning. Yeah, people still beat that game on a regular basis. They don't play it safe. Like, most people who play that game literally rush through there as fast as possible. They learn where the free men are. They try their best to stay alive. They utilize, 1-ups, obviously, the mushrooms to gain 1 additional hit before they fall down. Spikes will literally one-shot you in Mario Brothers. Like, there's really no playing it safe in Mario. Like, there really isn't. Like, there's no playing it safe. It's all about knowing the game and how to play it. Like, in Diablo, it's no different. Like, when you die, guess what? Back to the beginning. Except it's not back to the beginning. Because in hardcore, you get to store items in your shared stash. So all of the items that you store in your shared stash get to follow you to the next character. which means that in effect it's actually easier than something like Mario Brothers, because at least Mario Brothers, you start from scratch every single time. You get little Mario at the beginning of the game, no flower power up, no mushrooms. You get the same number of lives that you started with. You don't get to carry any of your lives back to the beginning. It's literally even worse than hardcore.
Well,
Most people never
like
beat
Mario.
Mario.
Like, you play Mario with Infinite Lives. That's like the soft core. So like, the base game Mario is hardcore, and playing Mario with Infinite Lives is soft core. Like, you can all get to the end of the game, but it doesn't matter how you play it up to that point.
Okay, but don't you have infinite lives anyway, since you can recreate your character over and over again?
No, well, that'd be like you have infinite lives, so you don't have to restart the game whenever you continue. So, like, if you're playing Super Star Wars on like in an arcade cabinet, right, and like you run out of credits and you have to put more money in, versus you put your money in initially and you never run out of credits. So
Well, arcades were designed to cause you to put in more coins. That's
Right.
different than the other versions of the game, which, like when you bought it on the NES, like the NES didn't have you put in coins, and there
Right,
was...
but you still only had 3 lives, and then you had to start the game with it.
Yes,
Unless you
that's
got
right.
one of- Yeah. So like in the same vein, like if you had infinite lives, you wouldn't have to like relearn all the beginning parts again, right? Because you could keep pushing through until you complete the game, and then you complete the game. And then if you want to play through again and get better at it, you keep getting better, and then maybe eventually you need to use the infinite lives because you can manage to learn how to do it. Right?
I mean, it's just a different way to play the game entirely.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. I think.
But
I think
let's
the
look
difference
at
is
let's
that-
look at Mario though more logically, like in the terms of what we're trying to talk about. So there's 2 ways to play Mario. You can go slow. You can try to avoid everything. You can, you can kill all the monsters that are easy to kill. You can grab all the power-ups. Might take you like literally like 3 or 4 weeks to beat the game. Or you can rush through, like learn a little bit on a level, die, rush through, learn a little bit more about that level, die, and literally you just continually do this over and over again until eventually you beat the game. The person who rushes through and learns and dies is probably going to beat the game a hell of a lot faster than the guy who takes it slow. Like I've approached it both ways for Mario, because I've beaten the NES version of Mario multiple times. Is that literally like the person who goes faster is always going to, like, in general have more fun, but also in general beat the game much quicker, because you
It's a
learn
bad
all the secrets
analogy,
quicker.
Because like Diablo doesn't like part of Mario is that it's a platforming game, so like muscle memory and like repetitive stuff like that teaches you how to play the game, right? And you get better and better.
I need more time.
Whereas in Diablo, with like all the different affix or the modifiers on monsters and stuff, like it's not necessarily always play fast, fight everything kind of thing, and more so you got lucky that you ran into a specific pack versus another, or maybe you got unlucky and you just got like blasted and died. But it's not so much a learning muscle memory as it is taking each encounter and then like trying to use whatever skills you've learned along the way to like best it, right? And
Well, it's
I would say,
it's a
hardcore
roguelike.
players, yeah,
Like
and I would say,
roguelike is a
hardcore players-
genre, and I mean, in many ways, a lot of the game kind of hasn't. How do I put it? Ever since they added in the shared stash, I would say that was when things changed.
that
Because
changed hardcore a
because
lot,
the
so,
shared stash changed it from a hardcore game into a roguelike.
yeah. I would also say
If you
that-
guys have never played roguelikes, I have a very amazing one for you to play, by the way. It's called Has-Been Heroes. It's on the Nintendo Switch. It's one of the best roguelikes I've ever played. But basically, for those of you who have never heard the term roguelike before, a roguelike is a game that you play through. The game only has until you're dead. So basically what happens is you play the game through, you can beat it even. If you beat it, that also is the end of the game. But once you die or beat the game, that's it, and that playthrough is finished. And if you want to play through again, you can play through again. But you don't get to keep any of your characters. Like, all your characters are dead, all the levels are gone. But most of the time in roguelikes, what they do allow you to keep is usually, like, specific powers or upgrades or things like that you can, like, add to the characters. Like, for instance, in Diablo 2, what we're talking about is in original Diablo 2 Classic, there was no shared stash. So you could not keep anything from a hardcore character's death, not unless you had somebody to loot your corpse. And even then, it was only what you had on your corpse. But with the shared stash added with hardcore, now you can literally just store items in advance for hardcore. So next time you start a character, you now have everything that you've accumulated up to that point. Even though it still is a brand new character, you still have everything that you've accumulated up to that point stored in storage for you to use for your second playthrough. So your first playthrough is the hardest playthrough, and every playthrough after that gets progressively easier as you accumulate more and more items in your stash that you can utilize for your subsequent playthroughs. And Diablo 4 is also the same, because of course you have 4 shared stash tabs which go across all your characters.
I would say that items get you so far. Properly appreciating mechanics of the game gets you a lot farther in this game. Because most of the time people aren't dying because they can't deal damage, they're dying because they aren't paying attention to an explosion. And it just,
They're looking at their
I mean,
inventory.
let's be perfectly honest. When you say not paying attention to the explosive, like, we need to correct that to I blinked too hard and at the wrong moment.
And also, it may have been the same color. But yeah. Like,
Or the
you know
floor
what I mean?
was made out of water that was green, and a poison effect also was on the ground, which was also green, and I couldn't
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah. That's essentially what I mean. Like, it's usually like some kind of like mechanical thing rather than well, I mean, so you said that like people who play hardcore generally are playing like safe, not. I think that they're just playing level appropriate content, because like softcore players tend to push the content that they try to do.
Right. That's
like,
what he's saying. It's 2 different games. They're literally playing a
I
different version of
agree.
the game.
Like, and
So
that's-
when
yeah.
someone comes into a chat and tries to compare the two, they're just comparing 2 different. It's apples and oranges at that point.
Yeah, no, I
Because these
agree.
hardcore players that are super elite are really just playing a different, safer version of the game, and like anyone could do it if they wanted to be more tedious. It's like Path of Exile has not only hardcore, but they added in ruthless mode. And most of the hardcore players hate ruthless mode because it's even more hardcore in the sense that you have to play even slower, and you have to play even more tedious, and you don't get like movement abilities, and it's just like an exaggeration of the.
So let me use a real
I
life
just think it's a
example, which I
different,
think
like, skill
which I
set.
think is the clearest real life example that you can make. So let's pretend you had 2 buildings that were close enough together that a plank could go across the 2 buildings. Okay, so it's securely fastened on both sides, so the plank's not going to fall, but you could potentially fall, right? The difference between a hardcore and a softcore player is the softcore player is going to walk across that plank. They could potentially fall, yes, but they're taking a risk. You know, maybe they could go across it a safer way. The hardcore character is literally sitting on the plank, holding it with their hands, pulling themselves forward, getting splinters in their butt while they're doing it, and then sitting and then moving their hands forward and then pulling themselves forward like this. They're doing it in the absolute safest cross way that they possibly can to get across this plank. Like, they have full contact with the plank at all times. They're sitting on the plank. They're dragging themselves across the plank. They're basically hugging it while they're doing it like this. So there's absolutely no chance that they can fall off. And, like, maybe they get kicked off by somebody else who's trying to walk across the plank. But, like, even if somebody tried to kick them off, they're going to be highly resistant, and they're going to grab onto the plank like this as they're crossing it and wait till they're gone. Like
That's
the
a
diff.
way to describe it. I think it's better to say like they went 6 miles up the road and it took a little longer, but there was an actual bridge there, rather than like walk across the plank that might kill them. Like, because I don't think the hardcore player is gonna go across that plank either way, because that plank sounds
That's
like
just even worse.
Well, yeah, because the plank has a 50% chance to killing them, right? And they're like, I don't think it's worth it to risk the effort I put into this point to just die on this plank when there's
Unique
an option
ancestral ring.
to cross like a bridge. It's like.
What'd you
maybe,
get?
like,
Starless sky?
Race.
Starless sky.
Starless
Starless sky. Starless sky.
With a 40 roll on it at least.
I don't
40%
think it's high enough
resource
to
cost.
Starlit Sky.
In the end, it's a completely viable way
yeah,
to play.
that's
It's
fine.
just
I don't
it's just
think
2
you
different. It's
Yeah.
2 different experiences. And
It's two
you should-
complete. It's 2 completely different.
You shouldn't
experiences,
go
yes.
and try to compare the 2 type of players, or compare like you shouldn't hop on someone's stream and be like, so and so is better than you because they play hardcore. It's like they're just playing a different game.
I don't
They're-
think
they-
anyone's better than anyone. At the
No.
end of
But my
game
thing
like-
is that, and this is
That's
this
what
is
the attitude-
something I've always felt about hardcore, which has kind of invalidated it for me, and I think it's one of the main reasons why I kind of refuse to play it. Is that I often feel like the entire purpose of hardcore is to make an experience which is unique. so that the player has to risk their lives essentially in order to learn. You know, it's like as if you were to play Dark Souls, but Dark Souls only have one, you know, like hardcore version of Dark Souls. Like, you would have to go in there and fight a boss and learn everything you possibly could from that boss in one encounter. And if you died, then okay, but you would have to learn all that information yourself. And I think hardcore characters invalidate a lot of basically what the entire hardcore experience is supposed to represent, because they're just going to look that information up on the internet or find somebody else who's done it before. And
they plan in the internal realm.
And at that point, you're pretty much just playing softcore with a hardcore vibe. Like,
Yeah,
you're utilizing all of the knowledge and all of the things that the softcore players have learned and figured out, and then you're applying them to your hardcore gameplay, which is the exact opposite, I think, of the way it was originally intended, which is you're supposed to learn and actually figure it out yourself. And because the alternative is basically you not being able to clear that content, you have to risk death to learn. Like, and I hate to say it's learned by dying, but that's the way a lot of roguelikes work, is you literally have to go in there, you have to learn how to play the game, and oftentimes it means that you die in the process, but you come out with a little bit more information on the other end. But the way that it currently is basically everybody just looks up all the information on the internet. They even go on software to test out things, and then
they go on a different version.
And then now you've got a completely different experience.
Well, that's like a demographic of player, but there's also, like, for example, we have someone here that posted in the hardcore chat the other day that they went into the wilds to test which would go off first, flame shield or death potion and stuff, and like theoretically that's like safe. Well, I don't even know if you get death potion in software.
We do not. That is a specific thing for you hardcore characters.
I don't even know if we get Scroll of Escape here either. I don't think we get either.
No, we don't get Scroll of Escape or the other one. No, neither one of them.
They're still fast.
So that being said, like, some people, like, you know, they just want information and know how to play the game before they play it. But I think there's still plenty of people that, like myself, for example, I haven't looked up any of those uniques or anything. I don't know anything. I haven't fought a world boss yet, but mostly because I'm not trying to get one shot right now. I'm pretty, like, squish. But that being said, when I do fight it, I'm not gonna, like, look up how this world boss works. I don't even know the names of it, other than Shava, you know. And it will be like a genuine experience. And if I die, I die. Ideally, I won't die. You know what I mean? And I think people who don't, and like, this is a personal thought, but I think people who don't play like that are really just robbing themselves of experience of the game. But, you know, I'm not going to tell people how they should play. Like, if they want to look up all the content beforehand, know exactly how to do it, they do it. And that brings them joy.
Exactly. There's just a subset of people who think you're elite for playing hardcore, but then they go and eliminate as many obstacles as they can in order to have success in hardcore, which is then cheating the experience, like you said. And then they're bragging about it that they can do it, even though they cheated half the experience of it. It just
that's the way I feel about Dark Souls as well. Like, if you've ever played Dark Souls, that you will know exactly what I'm talking about, because the community is filled with these players who have this like god complex that they're like the god's gift to the game, and I'm like, you literally have played the game before, and you're like judging a person who's like never touched this game before. Like, I really doubt that the first time anyone played through
the enemy for this?
One of those games,
We killed him.
did they ever, like, I'm looking around, I don't see anything.
I think it's bugged.
I really doubt that they ever really
too fast.
like had a good time on their first playthrough. I think most people who played Dark Souls 1 for their first time ever, and they'd never touched a From Software product before, probably did absolutely terrible.
Probably set the game down for 6 months and then came back to it.
You know?
But then they're so quick to judge the other players who were having trouble on their first playthrough. But it's like, the game is literally set up to make you learn by dying. Like, it kills you all the time on purpose. And they're like, oh, you noob, you died. But they know full well that the game literally set that trap up deliberately. And unless they knew about that trap in advance, they were probably going to die.
And it's like, that's been getting better since Elden Ring, because there's been so many players that are like not From Software hardcore people that are like getting into the game and enjoying it, right? And enjoying their products. But like that get good mentality, like I get it. You want other people to experience the game by just dying a lot instead of asking. But like, who cares if they're asking for help?
I mean, they set up the game that way though. Like it's set up to make you die to learn. Like you don't know anything about a boss the first time you go in, and you like I can count on like one hand the number of bosses in like the Dark Souls series that I beat on the first time that I encountered that boss without looking anything up.
Right.
Well, and one of them was the wolf boss that holds the sword. I remember him. I beat him on the first try. Like that was one of the few. That was one of the few bosses that I actually killed on the first try.
It's one of the hardest as well.
That was one of the hardest, really?
Yeah, he's really hard. Like,
well, I beat him on the first try. Like I one shot at him.
I found him to be pretty easy if you're like strong, just because his health's low.
I don't think I was particularly strong, because I remember encountering him around the same time that I discovered that infinite EXP like farm that you could do around the same area that he was in.
Yeah.
And I had not actually even started like grinding for EXP yet. Like I was just running around, I was trying to explore, and I managed to find him, and I just like killed him, and then I went back to my EXP farm.
You just gotta get like under his belly. He's like super easy if you get under him, and if you have like fire, like if you like put fire on your blade, it just does so much damage. He's really cool though, very mobile.
Get in my.
I mean that's a good example. Mads Droschler. D&D is a very much so a hardcore game. Like I mean, yeah, you can be resurrected in D&D, but like you have no clue what's coming up. The freaking DM has surprises literally in wait for you. Can you imagine if there was like you were playing hardcore in Diablo 4 and there was like a DM over top of you just waiting to drop like a nuclear bomb monster on your head or something? Like when you get to a particular room, they're like, yeah, open that door. And inside you will find Diablo Ultra Uber Mega 79285.
I mean, it kind of happens with the like you see a health well and you're like, oh my gosh, I have no health pots, thank God, and you click it and it spawns like 9 monsters and you're like, oh god. I would like to see more of that. The butcher's pretty scary no matter what.
The butcher is an amazing mechanic, and I knew immediately it was going to be something that hardcore characters might be scared of. Some people have literally told me that some people have literally told me that they just teleport away every single time he comes into their dungeon. Like they're just like, oh, they hear fresh meat and they immediately scroll out like
boring.
So
I
cute
fought
that
him at level.
they needed a level 82 to kill me.
Meow's
the first
PvPing
time I
right
saw
now.
The butcher, I was like level 11.
They got mad and they needed an 82 to come and kill me.
I was like level 11 and I just like ran him around a pillar. This is not hard.
He's killed me. He's killed me a couple times. Like he has. Well, no, he's killed me a couple times, and it's usually because he shows up at like the worst possible times. Like I remember one time I was literally like leaning over to pick up like a. I can't remember. I think it was like a you know, one of the caps for the shrines. So I was literally picking up the cap for the shrine, and he just showed up and he started wailing on me while I was picking up the cap, and I'm like, oh, okay, hello, sir. Like literally, he had already got me down to like almost dead before I even managed to stop myself from picking up the cap. He shows up at very inopportune times sometimes, like literally, and just it's nasty.
They need to add to it and expand on it, but the adding to it's simple. Just add in different monsters. Like instead of the butcher this time, it's the campaign Duriel, or it's the campaign Andariel.
Exactly. They need to expand on this to the point where like Andariel comes and ambushes you in the middle of a dungeon.
Yeah.
Duriel comes and ambushes you in the middle of a dungeon.
Just add to
Kill
it.
this guy.
Freaking, you know, like let's also have some of the more tough monsters that were in the campaign from Diablo 4 too. What was that fat boy's name? The one that was with Elias. He was actually pretty tough.
Brawl.
Have him come and ambush you in the middle of a dungeon or something like that. That'd be pretty cool. I think a lot of people had trouble with him because of his stupid charge attack that he had.
It did like a quarter of my health every time. It was so much. It just chunked you.
Have we got a high level that wants to kill this evil level 82?
I'm like entrenched in this leveling. I'm gonna be doing this all day. I can't really go to PvP and like distract
get
myself.
distracted today.
I can't get
This is-
distracted. Okay,
This
I
is
do
a
like the
100
PvP. I do like the PvP though. Maybe eventually I'll set this guy up for PvP, meow, and I'll be your level 100 call-in guy.
I would love to see like legendary.
I was having fun, but they brought in a higher level just to kill me because they couldn't kill me.
Yeah, because they're
That's
rude.
what happens.
That's
they
why you
bring
need
in
to.
friends, you bring in your friends, they bring in more people, and then someone eventually just leaves. It's like, we're losing, I don't want to lose anymore. I've been through that 1,000 times in MMOs. Like,
Yeah.
Don't worry, eventually you will be able to call on all of us. Honestly, my advice to you is just get to level 100 so nobody can out-level you, and then once you're level 100, then you can just be the, you can just get your character set up fully for PvP.
Yep.
Honestly, I was thinking about your build, and it's actually really interesting. So like to maximize your thorns damage, you definitely want to get like quite a few different things going on.
Tons of life. Is
Okay,
one
okay.
thing.
So there's a modifier in the game that's when you stand still, you gain like 30% damage increase.
That'd be a good one, yeah.
Like as a Thorns barbarian, you don't really need to chase anything. So like you could just stand there and your Thorns damage would go up by 30% just for standing there. There's also that other modifier, which is the one that gives you the 50% damage versus unstoppable. To anybody who triggers unstoppable. So you could take advantage of that by spamming stuns or anything that you've got. So making sure that you're spamming CC on everything, which would force them to use their unstoppable, which would also in turn increase the damage that they're taking from your thorns. Then on top of that, Thorns itself has that needle flare thing, so you definitely want to make sure you get that to its maximum.
Yeah, I need to find a better one of that.
And then you've got to focus on ways to make yourself like as tanky as humanly possible, so that they can't kill you or one-shot you at all, like ever.
Yeah.
So you want as much damage reduction and health, obviously health, because you get your thorns based off of your health. So that's also important. There's a couple different modifiers that you could utilize. I would definitely, I'm actually gonna, this is kind of odd, but I would avoid Unstoppable in your build. Because if they're also using the Unstoppable, then they could, unfortunately, get that 50% damage bonus against you and kill you faster.
Yeah.
And what you could do instead is you could focus on the, you may want to consider taking the rubies out of your equipment and focusing on the topazes.
I don't use rubies.
The topazes.
No, I'm using the thorns one, green one, amethyst.
No, so every time they crowd control you, you would get 50% damage reduction with the topazes. So even though it would be nice to have the extra thorns, in PvP specifically, they're gonna try and lock you down. Like they're gonna try and lock you down with those crowd control effects. They're gonna try and stun you. They're gonna try and daze you. They're gonna try and slow you, freeze you, chill you, everything in the world. And you get a 50% basic. Well, it's not 50% exactly. It's because it's multiplicative, but it's 50% for all of your armor pieces in damage reduction for those topazes, which would allow you to stay alive longer, which would also mean more thorns being actually spreading to the targets.
Yep. When I was Thorns, people were the Sork literally killed herself while I was frozen. I couldn't do anything. My character was stuck because I had no unstoppable at the time. I already used it, and she killed herself. So the longer you live while you're CC'd, the better, because your Thorns will kill them.
Yeah,
so you're actually doing more Thorns damage, is what he's getting.
Yeah, so you just your goal is to stay alive as long as possible, because if you're dead, you're not putting out thorns.
Yeah.
In fact, why use the green ones instead of the red ones though? Doesn't the barbarian have a passive that gives you thorns based on your HP?
Yeah, both scale Thorns. One's flat Thorns and one.
Best.
Yeah, one's flat and one's HP based. Who knows? I didn't do the napkin math on it. I'm sure you could do the math real quick.
But it's really not even if it is less, it's still more HP though.
Yeah, it's a dual.
So it's more survivability, which is really what we're talking about here. So it's more survivability to have the rubies over the green ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be a good idea.
What class is it?
Bob.
Yeah, plus you already have like a huge health stat, so you get a lot more out of the percentage-based health boost of the rubies. You know, if you were a squishy class trying to do that, you might want just more damage because you're not going to get significant HP gain.
I mean, honestly, the barbarian is like
I just need to get some more
That
levels on
Thorns Barbarian, it just seems like a good idea to just stack HP, because that's how that Barbarian is designed.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm getting more damage for stacking HP, then that means I have a dual benefit. So I'm getting survivability and damage at the same time.
Yeah.
Whereas if I'm only stacking Thorns, then I'm only getting damage and not survivability.
Yeah. You'd have to have, like, I guess it depends how much damage. Like, if it doubles your damage, then that's the equivalent of doubling.
But see, here's the thing I was thinking about for the topazes, which is why I think it makes the topazes the better choice, is that standing still thing. So let's say they lock you in CC and you can't move, right? Well, then the standing still thing is going to stack up very quickly, and you're going to get that standing still bonus while you're CC'd.
Yeah.
So
Maybe do a mix of both.
So the more you're CC'd, the more damage you're going to have, because you're going to get the stacking damage bonus, which is going to continually rise. You're also going to have that 50% damage reduction coming in from the topazes. So you're gonna get damage bonus for being crowd controlled.
Yeah.
You're essentially setting them up for failure, because they think that crowd controlling you and locking you down is going to stop your damage output. But in effect, crowd controlling you and locking you down is actually going to increase your damage output.
That's true. And I just need to get some more levels for now. I'll just hit 72.
Levels is going to be a big thing too, because that's survivability as well.
Yeah, you get a lot of health from leveling in this game.
Health, damage mitigations, damage. Honestly, your Thorns damage is getting nerfed by your level difference as well.
Yep.
Even Ginger's like, every time he looks at his character's health pool, it's like going massively up. He's like, what the heck's going on? He's just like, he's getting these levels. Like most level 100s, without even trying, get like 10k HP. Just hitting level 100. Like,
let me know when you guys have room, and I'll join you for some leveling.
Okay.
I need more time.
We've been doing this all day, so.
I'm rolling a Born Necro, and I fight Whirlwind Barbarian. He just one-shot itself on my minion. It was so fun.
oh yeah, that's what Ginger was talking about doing.
Yeah, the Thorns Necro sounds like absolutely insane, because even though it's only 30% from that, you can beef it up a little bit to like, I think it's like 50% easily if you use like the passives and things like that. But you're talking about 50% times 15 minions. Like the damage output is kind of insane. Like what's your Thorns right now, Meow?
Let me have a look.
Like let's use your Thorns as an example, because he would have the same amount of Thorns.
I have 16k.
You got 16k? Okay, let's use that. So you got 16k Thorns, and let's take the lowest number, which is 30%. So let's subtract 70% from that, right? So that's 4,800 is what's left over, but that's times a total of, you could have 15 minions, which is 72,000 damage. So if a Whirlwind Barbarian rolls through my minions, he's going to take 72,000. Like he's going to get absolutely wrecked if he whirlwinds through a Thorns Necromancer's minions.
I level 100 Barb had 39k Thorns, 39,000 base. And then when my damage multipliers were rolling, I could hit mobs, just like random coal routes, for over 300k. Just by, they shoot something at me, they die.
And the funny thing is that this Thorns that you're giving to your minions can be enhanced. There's tons of ways that you can enhance it. So your defenders can have a 30 to 40% inherit. I'm pretty sure that the Golem also has an increased inherit of 30 to 50% inherit.
Yeah.
Would them unique gloves be good as well, that deal the 1% to 300% damage? Because that means your Thorns could do a ton of damage.
Because if they have tons of small hits, like for instance the Ice Shard Sorceress specifically, you might even have trouble with them. If they hit you a lot of times, there's a very good chance that your Thorns are going to proc for the 300%. And that 300% could be enough to overcome the like the cooldowns and stuff that they have, the healing they have, and that spike. And I've always told people this about PvP. Like PvP is about spike damage. It's not about sustain. Sustain is something you get for PvE. PvE is all about sustain. PvP is about spiking a monster or a player down to death instantaneously. Because if you can't finish them off, then they are very likely going to heal themselves, barrier up, and come back. And a lot of these characters, like pretty much all of the characters in Diablo 4, are based around cooldown-based damage reduction. So barriers that could only be used on a specific cooldown, you know, like flame shield, things like that, that will only
Ice
save
shard
them at a
build.
specific time.
In a
And
nutshell.
yeah, so if you can spike damage at the correct moments, you can usually kill a player instantaneously while their cooldowns are off. So spike damage becomes the most important thing. So those Fists of Fate might actually be the best option for a Thorn's Barb, because Thorn's Barbs are sustain characters. They're not spike damage characters. So the 300% additional during the times when it does spike will give you the opportunity to finish off a monster. Or a player, sorry. Will give you the opportunity to finish off a player when you might not otherwise normally be able to. Like, it's going to be random. They're not going to know what the hell's going on. Sometimes they're going to take no damage, and sometimes they're going to be like, oh my god, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, I think I'll try them on it, and then I just need to level, and I need to find more aspects, and yeah, just finding bits and finding upgrades and the usual. It's fun. Levels is the main thing at the moment.
I mean, that's really what it comes down to with PvP is like, and I've done tons of PvP, is if you're not the same level as everybody else, you know, if you're under leveled, you're just asking for a world of hurt. And level 100 is the cap, so once you get to level 100, nobody can out level you anymore. And then it becomes a skill contest, not a like who's higher level than who contest. Then you can actually like formulate your builds and figure out what's going on.
Wouldn't Dario's helmet work because of the life leech? Would the life leech work with thorns?
I'm not sure exactly what works with thorns and what doesn't. Can Lucky
We
Hit
don't
work
have
with
any.
thorns?
We also don't even know what like.
I don't know.
I heard yes. Lucky it worked.
Because if Lucky
Yeah,
Hit works with
we can
thorns,
test
then
it.
Life Leech might work with thorns. Maybe.
You could test it. You could like have one source of like lucky hit, and then just let things hit you and see if it procs it.
What's up, Satellite? And I'm mainly a Bone Spear Necromancer that uses minions. That's my build.
I don't even know, like, if it did, Thorns would have like no base percentage because it's not an actual skill. Like every skill in the game has a
Oh,
base.
that's a good point. Lucky hit's based on per skill percent, so I doubt it. I doubt that would work. They seem to be trying really hard to make sure that, like, the
Lucky Hit doesn't get
mathematical stuff is
abused.
visible. Well, that too, but I just mean that you can actually like point to a stat and see what it does, how it works, and I feel like they wouldn't want to have like a hidden lucky hit on.
Well, if they did, they absolutely failed with resistances. Like, dear Lord Jesus.
Oh yeah, that doesn't. That one, yeah, they messed up on that.
Minions
realized
don't
my
have
phone was
lucky
dead.
hit, but they can trigger some lucky hit.
Are you sure minions don't have lucky hit? Like, do you look
Yes.
at does your minion skill not say that?
Most of the lucky hit thing don't work with minion, except for the lucky hit on the curse. And they trigger the curse lucky hit extremely often. So
Is that about curse though? Like, does that specifically say like your minions can trigger the lucky hit on the curse?
No, they just say it while affected by Decrepify.
It says lucky hit if affected by Decrepify.
Yes, but since they don't have lucky hit, it's like they have 100% or something like that. Like it feel like it's a 10%, but it's happened all the time, like all the time.
I see. So it says Lucky Hit, enemies hit while afflicted with the Decrepify Curse have up to a 10% chance to be stunned for 2.38 seconds. Lucky Hit, enemies hit while afflicted by the Decrepify Curse have a 15% chance to reduce your active cooldowns by 1 second. I mean, that actually does work with the minions and probably would work with the Thorns too. Sounds like a Thorns, sounds like a Thorns, sounds like a Thorns, anything would probably go good with a Decrepify Necromancer.
I can show my screen and show you like the cooldown reduction I get from Decrepified, and like you won't believe it. It's crazy.
How, so you're enticing me now with this cooldown reduction. Active cooldowns by 1 second. I only have 1 cooldown. And you've made me interested.
To start leveling.
It affects itself, right? Like, decrepifies the cooldown too, so you'd have to...
No, decreepify is not that cooldown.
Oh, it's not. Interesting.
No.
And is it on your regular minion attacks, or is it like when you use the skills?
No, it's regular attack.
Interesting. There's also like a page that says what stats your minions get, so I wonder if minions also have some kind of lucky hit modifier.
Maybe, but they don't say anything about lucky hit on the Book of the Dead.
Mm.
Anyone leveling? Anyone got room? Oh, HellTide.
Oh, I don't know if anyone ever reads the points thing, but it's also affected by your damage. Sounds like Thorns is considered a skill.
Guess I'll go do HellTide for a bit.
Hmm.
I need more time.
I'll be right back real quick. I'm gonna take a quick restroom break.
Let's go this way.
It's a party in here. Running out of elixirs on this guy. I gotta craft some. Xyler, you back?
Oh, is this a special monster? Oh, it is. Hello. Drops a crossbow, huh?
That's right. Without me, you'd be dead. Give me something good in that box.
Get nothing in the box. What's in the box?
Oh, you lot doing a HellTide?
No.
Whoa!
Life.
Was that like 8 exploding guys at once or something?
Yeah, there's more of them. They're coming.
And normally they don't do that much damage to me, but that, good lord, that about melted me.
Those are the explodey boys.
I think about 30 of them exploded at once.
I gotta go farm that scorpion at some point because I'm not getting any good daggers.
I'm not getting any good swords that are ancestral. I'm not getting nothing here.
Did I not save the HellTide map? Oh, I did. Damn.
Message Dank now. He's looking for somebody to level with. What level are you, Meow?
72. I'm just trying to find
Oh.
this stupid map.
Do I think set item gems would be better than set item gear? Hmm.
Trying to find the HellTide map, but I don't know where I put it.
We were talking about set items, and the general consensus is that as long as the set items aren't ruining the player's agency, it's not that big of a deal. Problem is most of the time they do ruin the player's agency, and that's where the problem comes in.
If it's more like D2 sets where you could just have fun with them, and you could use parts of them, stuff like that, but you don't have to use them to make the best build.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, is to remind, to remember when trying to design sets for the game. Is it never at any point
should it be best in slot?
Should it be the best in slot to wear this entire set? Like, it should be like
set. Yes.
It should be like, okay, well, if I put 2 pieces of this on for this set, that's pretty good. If I put 3 pieces of this on for this, it should be all right. But like, it should never be like, okay, well, I've got like 15 slots in my inventory, and if I put on 15 pieces of this set, now I'm good. Yeah, all right, got my 15-piece set on. Woo! No.
Step outside and smoke a cigarette.
Never should be like that.
It's gonna stand in here for this one. That's okay.
That's what I just did.
Yeah, it's fine. That's the whole point of this, is that we're constantly still getting EXP, even if we're not here. Yeah. Like, if you want to take a bathroom break, go AFK at the start, still get your EXP. We'll carry you through the next one. You carry us through. You carry through us one when we're doing our thing. Well, that way we can get our EXP and get to level 100 quicker. I mean, I will gladly help you guys grind to level 100 on my other characters.
Yeah.
I want to get this one done and start working on my other characters.
You want at least the option to have one character that can do PvP builds, that can do endgame content, that can do
Lilith, etc., blah blah blah, and then
it just opens up your options a little bit.
It does kind of suck though that the really rare items are gated behind World Tier 4 and level 85, because I've got so many new characters I want to make, and I really doubt most of them are going to make it past 85. So,
I mean, yeah, it depends how motivated you are. Like, this rogue was only like 64 when I started playing with you the other day, and you were like 88. So, it just depends how motivated you are.
Well, 98 really working on 99. Only one more level to go, guys. Honestly, though, if you can get within 5 levels, Meow. Like, you don't even have to get to level 100. If you can get within 5 levels, I think you'd probably still be pretty fine when it came to EXP. Like you wouldn't be penalized so much.
Yeah, I do want to get a level 100 at some point, though.
Oh, I mean, which character do you want to be your first level 100?
Probably this barb.
Having a lot of fun with the PvP burb.
Yep.
The burb. Let me go get my 100 gold stacks.
There's one dot hiding out in the back. I'll go get him.
I see him way over there. I got my lucky charm so I can poop rainbows. Rainbows.
That one dot just leveled me up.
Hey,
I'm 68 now. Hey, it's orange now instead of red for 73 plus.
You'll never get your hands on me lucky charms.
nice. The glyph's online. Now I just gotta get the other glyph
98,
online.
boys.
Congrats.
Let's go.
Xylor, what are you doing?
I got one more point and I can get this glyph online I'm working on.
We couldn't find any people doing XP runs, so we just started doing 2P.
We'll start doing an XP run.
I'm just doing the hell.
Do
I'm
do
just doing
the
HellTide
do the
quickly.
dungeon we're doing, which is Ruins of Eridu. It's actually really good. You don't all have to be the same level. The monsters cap out at a minimum of what is it, 73?
73.
Yeah, so as long as you're close to 73, you guys can all group up and you can literally have fun in here just murdering stuff.
I was doing this at like 52 earlier.
But the monsters top are at 95, or level 95, they top out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter though when you're killing things so fast.
Yeah, so
It's still the best XP.
So what you do is because this has multiple tendrils, you basically just all take a tendril. There's usually 3 tendrils, so one person can double up. So if you have 2 weaklings, you can have the 2 weaklings double up with each other.
I'll join you soon. Let me just find this mysterious box.
We can do that.
If you watch the stream, it's pretty easy. Like you can just watch along and see what we do. Basically, at the end of every dungeon, when we've completed the entire thing, Leon leaves the group, and then we all leave the group after him, and then he re-invites us. And then when he re-invites us, you'll notice that because we do it in this order, it asks us if we want to join the party, right? So he invites us. Then it says, do you want to transfer to the party leader's world? And this is how we reset the dungeon. So we just reset the dungeon over and over again like this. And that resets the dungeon so we can go do it again.
I just want to find this mysterious chest quickly. Should be around here somewhere. Is this it? There it is.
I need more time.
Do you know why Khan doesn't work in PvP?
I don't know.
Why, what doesn't work in PvP?
Taunt.
Taunt?
Why would taunt ever work against a player?
Yeah, that would be kind of awkward.
Fear does work.
Taunt never worked in any game because that would literally remove control. Like there's CCs, obviously.
Fear
that's
is
annoying.
the same thing.
It's not though.
Fair's a CC. Fair's a CC. Taunt technically never was a CC. In this game, I know it is. Technically never was a CC in any game. Taunt was made for like tanks.
League of Legion is a taunt mechanic and it does work on
It was made for NPCs to attack a tank, basically. To attack a target.
And let's look at it from a different perspective, okay? Fear makes you run away. Okay? Fear is something that is going to make you run away from the target. Like when you fear somebody, they are escaping, which is probably what they would do in a situation when they're in trouble. So it's not necessarily like a bad thing. Taunt is the complete opposite. It puts you into danger. So there's no way they're going to allow that to be on a player. They're not going to allow you to have an effect that immediately puts the player into danger. It would be the same thing as you logging into the person's computer, logging into their character, moving the character into the PvP zone, setting them up for PvP, and then you killing them. Like you're taking away all the control from the player at that point. The fear doesn't do the same thing because the fear puts the player in a position of safety because it causes them to run away from you. The taunt puts them in a position of danger, which makes them run toward you.
Yeah, but I'm a Thorn deal. I want it to work.
I mean, the best you can hope for is that they allow taunt to become something else, like maybe like a micro stun or a micro daze or
It counts
something.
as a CC in this game, so you get the benefits of CC.
Like it might still put the effect on top of them and give you the damage bonus, but it's not going to allow you to just like control the player and make them move towards you. That would be absolutely silly. Everybody would be running taunt builds at that point. I know I certainly would, because half the trouble of killing a player is getting them to stand still long enough to die. Like you have to get them to stand still long enough to die. So like, if I could make them come to me, that's just silly. Like, of course I'm going to do that. I'll be like, oh, okay, well, screw chasing them. I'll just use this ability. Boop. And look, they walk right to me.
Yeah, but right now it's just like ignore it completely. Like I cannot dismount a player with a taunt. It just doesn't affect them at all.
Yeah, you'll likely, I think you might just get the CC debuff. You basically could get bonus damage or anything else that you trigger, but that's it.
Maybe.
My burden is too great.
These aren't bad pants. Any druid might be a good pair of druid pants. The rolls are pretty good too. Dodge chance is nearly capped, and the damage reduction is nearly capped. And then the willpower is nearly capped.
Yep.
It's too bad they're level 97, and...
I think that was cool. Like in WoW,
Just
you
killing,
could,
just killing the HellTide boss. One sec.
and I wonder if it works in this game. You could use taunt to taunt like a minion, or a pet, like a hunter's wolf or something. You could taunt that minion onto you in PvP even. I wonder if that would work on the Necros things, but that'd be interesting to test.
Yeah, you get me kind of intrigued on the Decrepify cooldown reduction. I've been generally avoiding Decrepify, but the cooldown reduction sounds pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie.
Is there another boss coming? There's fire everywhere. Come on. We need another boss.
Do you want to see it on my screen? What it looked like?
Oh no, I can imagine. I'm a minion mancer too. I mean, I do have minions. They just don't stay up all the time. Like I try to keep them up all the time, obviously, but it doesn't always work.
Okay. Check this
It
gear
does
and
work
then
for
I'll be
ultimates, right?
Yes, yes. Like my Bone Storm is up like most of the time, if not like 100%.
Well, that's what I'm thinking of it for, is Bone Storm.
Yeah, yeah. It's a really powerful ultimate. Give you everything.
I want it all. Does anybody else feel like, because the only two slots that have movement speed on them are the boots and the amulet, that like the boots should like pretty much just kind of, this is like going back to Diablo 2, by the way. Like, you know how like nobody would use a pair of boots unless it had run walk speed on them?
Yeah.
Like, that all boots should just have run walk speed on them. I don't know why they don't all have run walk speed. Because it's at this point, every time I'm looking at boots, and it feels like I'm in Diablo 2 all over again, is that every time I'm looking at boots, I'm always looking at
run speed.
Run speed.
Me too.
It's the same in most games.
That was,
AoE, everything.
that is not a bad armor. Look at that. That's not bad.
So I'll save them.
Decent rolls too. 7.3 on the DR.
My goodness.
I'll take on that.
I typed in clan chat.
Yeah, give it over.
That might actually be better than mine.
I do need to level up some
We
glyphs
are
soon.
going on dubs.
Unfortunately, I'm
the,
using
uh,
Ice Heart Braze.
The armor, or the armor is kind of a low roll, but I don't really care about that anyway. The control impaired duration reduction is really high too. Good lord.
It won't let me try to.
You can only do it if he's on your friends list or your social tab or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Can't do it through clan.
Like 80.
Which doesn't make any sense, because if he's on your friends list and he's in their clan, you should be able to join on him because he's in your friends list. Like, why would it be restricted from that? It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, they should just add the option for clan so you don't have to friend every member in the clan.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why the clan is there, right?
Exactly. Because once my friends list, which it already kind of has, turns into a clan, it's like I'm looking at 100, 200 names on my friends list.
Hey, and Meow, you take middle on the splits.
I'm
Dubs
pretty.
is taking top, I'm taking bottom, and if there's a middle, you take the middle.
I'm pretty slow, but yeah.
Okay.
If you have a person who's not able to pull their weight, they should double up. Just go ahead and just double it up. It'll be fine. You get an extra 10% EXP for doubling up, but it's better that you guys are clearing quickly than not. But like if you have 4 people and there's 3 ways, one way is always probably going to have a double up anyway.
Let's go,
Right.
let's go.
We've only got 3 people at the moment.
In that case, what you can do is you can just do two ways and then meet in the middle and then clear the third. It also still equals better EXP. Yeah, win! Win!
You're awesome.
Win, win, win!
Your child just killed my ears.
Well, let me,
That was so loud, I don't know why. I'll have to look at the setting.
Well, I think I turned that person down that you're talking about, actually.
Yeah, I
Their
might
mic's
have to,
really
'cause
loud.
That was so loud, my eardrums. Yeah, my issue is Stormspot doesn't do a lot of damage unless I'm being hit. So it's like...
Which is why I'm going with a basic build along with him. I'm gonna
basic build, but it doesn't do a lot.
You know, it's I have some plans to make it do a lot. Like I've got plans within plans within plans. By the time I'm finished, you can probably just copy my build, because I'm probably going to be going with Thorns too. It just makes sense because it gives me a way to have AoE damage along with my single target. So by the time I'm done, my single target frenzy should be insane, and then my Thorns will back me up for the AoE.
I would do a friend request to Dubs, then you can just click on his name and click join.
You lot are hard work.
It makes it a lot easier. I've been inviting everyone for the last couple hours, but it does make it a lot easier.
There's a lot of ways you can do it. You can X in chat. You can do a lot of stuff. Like once people understand what's going on, it's really not that big of a deal.
Okay, I've sent you a friend request. Okay. And I still don't get an option. Still don't get an option for
in the social tab. Gotta go to the social tab.
Oh, for God's sake! I know the rubbish.
For us, we were just talking about, so the request to join party doesn't show up on the clan tab. It only shows up on the social tab.
And that's just
another quality of life that needs to be added in. That's something that wasn't tested or wasn't given the option for.
Do any of these people ever play their own game?
There it is. That's the statement. Yeah, I know.
It keeps being said over and over again, too.
I don't know. I think most companies don't don't care to test the game in the sense of an actual player, and it's it's I don't know. It's a weird concept. I understand some companies can't. There's limited
Really
resources.
not, though. It's
They-
really
they-
not a weird concept.
They have unlimited money.
Uh-huh. That is correct.
Unlimited money should be able to test the game in this manner.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what would have done it was an open beta test last year instead of a closed one.
I'm still really liking Lunging Strike. It feels a lot better than Breath.
So let's read some of these comments on the video. So the video's been up for a little while. It's approaching 1,000 views already, but we got a lot of feedback. Interestingly enough, so one person said the crazy part is there's so many systems, smart loot, R level, C level, to prevent sharing equipment with an account with alts, that it would be legitimately better just to have no shared tabs at all and 4 dedicated tabs per character.
That's
I can see what he's saying, because right now I'm finding really high level items that I can't even share with my alts because they're just, oh look, it's a level 98 freaking like unique item that I could find at a low level that'd be level 60, but good luck.
Yeah. Valid.
Yeah.
Valid point. Be a stupid design though, but valid point.
Yeah.
Somebody else said you need a hold button that prevents you from salvaging stuff instead of just a junk button, because there is, you know, like specific items that are just really hard to find, and if you accidentally sell them or salvage them, you know, like Meow, I think, said he had a perfect item the other day that he accidentally salvaged.
Mm-hmm.
Happened
It happens. And you can't undo it, and I was like,
So it'd be nice to be able to mark those as not junk, like, you know, just like that. That would be interesting.
It happened. Or at least undo.
Well, if we sell something, we can buy it back. If you
Not
salvage
always.
it, it's gone.
Yeah. Kind of annoying.
Yep. That's why they put the little checkbox. Are you sure? I mean, this goes back to emails at work where people, we used to have the thing where they had hit OK to send, and then they sent it, and they're like, I didn't mean to send it. It was like, well, how many checkboxes do you want me to put? 3, 4,
Yes.
10?
All of them.
All of them. Oh, I used to work for a lady a lot. I did a lot of like little side jobs for her, and she would just click. She wasn't reading anything. She would just click everything. Click, 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 click. And then something would happen that she didn't want to happen, and she would be like, I don't even know what I did. I was just clicking. And I'm like, you didn't read anything that it said? Like, what did you click? What did it say? Like, it could have said, I want to self-destruct the computer, like, and the president is going to come to your house and pee on your cornflakes, and you just hit OK? Like, what? Like, you didn't even read it? Like,
Wait, who wants Biden to pee on their cornflakes?
I mean, that's pretty much like what I'm getting at here, is they have no clue what it said. It could have said anything. It could have said, you give over your life to Satan, and we're going to come take all your possessions tomorrow. And, like, they're just like, okay.
There's a little cartoon, like, skit YouTube video on that where they, like, the users always sign the terms of service on, like, things, like applications, for instance. They never read them.
Cowl of the Nameless. Actually, it sounds kind of nice. It really does, actually. Like 25% increased lucky hit chance versus crowd-controlled enemies. It's a freaking rogue item. Do you know how much crowd control the rogues pump out on a regular basis?
I'm on my rogue.
Like, what was saying, like, they have, like, infinite crowd control. Like, everything is crowd controlled all the time. Stunned, dazed, like, knocked down, immobilized, freaking, like, you know, it's slowed. It's stupid. Like, it's...
Imagine you put that with penetrating shot on the Wind Force build.
I know. Like, but that's...
Imagine that.
And it really depends on how that calculates. Is it calculating as 25% to your weapon, or is it calculating as 25% to the bonus? That's also an interesting thing. Like, I didn't realize that there were things that actually calculated to the actual weapon. So you know how, like, the weapon has a base lucky hit chance, like a 50%? There are things in the game that modify the base of the weapon, not the lucky hit bonus. And those things are far more powerful than the lucky hit bonus.
My Twisted Blade says 40% chance lucky hit.
Yeah, mine's up to 41 right now. You basically buff the skills base. So
Well, I mean, just on the skill alone.
Yeah.
well,
Ice
that's
Shards is only 23.
that number
Puncture's
changes
40.
based on the gear you're wearing, by the way. So, like penetrating shots base is 75, and then you put on lucky hit gloves, it'll be more than 75. It'll go up to 80 or 85 or whatever. Like you can just test this by taking gloves on and off, for example. It will buff that base chance of that skill to get a lucky hit. I think penetrating shot might be one of the highest in the game. I don't
It's
think
like
I've seen above
86% or something. It's freaking nuts.
well, it's 75 without pumping into it at all, or without anything, just like on the tree.
It hits hard, too. The build is insane.
And I'm doing a lucky
God,
hit
no
build.
leave it for me.
I'm doing my freezing arrows on. And it's going to be hilarious when I put them frostburns on finally and I'm firing them shots and it's just like everything's getting frozen in like 1 or 2 penetrating shots.
Oh, there's one over here.
Honestly, there's a synergy with shadow imbuement that might make frostburns the best option for any character who's using shadow imbuement. So basically, if you hit a monster who is frozen with shadow imbuement, it causes an explosion. So if you're using frostburns that has a chance to just automatically freeze the target, and you're using shadow imbuement, you're going to get tons of additional explosions just for having frostburns on. You don't even have to.
Right there.
You don't even have to combine it with cold imbuement. You can just build the shadow imbuement and then wear the frostburns. Probably also, if you're a melee character, you could throw in Penitent Greaves. Then you could double up. That's another way you can enhance your damage, by the way, Meow, is I think Penitent Greaves is probably a really good choice for you. Because anything that comes within range of you is going to get hit by the Penitent Greaves. It's going to get frozen. Or sorry, chilled. It's going to get chilled. And it's going to add another crowd control layer.
That could be a good idea. I'll have to look at them.
I thought about attempting those on my build.
Like, I haven't built a pure melee character yet, so I haven't had a chance. But I honestly think Penitent Greaves are like one of the best melee boots. It gives you like a permanent crowd control effect, which means that you can benefit from all crowd control bonuses.
Yeah, a lot of the rogues use it. It's like one of the best in slots for the rogue.
That's what I've got on.
I've got a couple of pairs, so I might have to try that.
Feels good with that imbuement in the show. My gloves. The odds of the alchemist.
Oh, I'm using my fists of
Oh,
fate.
I'm gonna need help over here. I'm gonna die.
What? Where? Who?
Yeah, that.
I got it.
It just keeps streaming in.
What? Click on the other chest so more stuff spawns? Bloodthirsty Fallen.
Stupid wall.
Yeah, stupid wall. Yeah, you Thorns guys, you gotta watch out. Like, there's gonna be characters that can counter you in PvP. It's just how it works.
Oh,
your damage is based too much on hits, like individual hits. So when you're fighting a character like an Ice Yard Sorceress who does like lots of little individual hits, yeah, you're gonna rip her to shreds because she's getting multiple hits of your Thorns. But when you're fighting like a Bone Spear Necro, I'm gonna hit you with one really big hit, and maybe
Sure.
come back for a second really big hit, and I'm gonna take some hits of your thorns, yes, but it's not gonna be anywhere near the same as the Ice Shard Sorceress, who's gonna take multiple small hits.
That's why I don't think you
Stand there
ever.
and take your bone spirit to the face.
You don't ever do Thorns by itself. You combine it with a skill. So
Take
you
it
have
left,
like a
right.
main attack, and then Thorns is like a supporting part of your build.
But if
Like,
we
I
did
did it
like,
with
but
double
if we did
swing.
like a PvP group, if we did a PvP group, I would definitely want a Thorns character in the mix, though. Protect the president. Protect the president.
I tested the Thorn kit thing. It doesn't work with normal Lakith, but it does work with decrepified Lakith.
What did I already joined the group, Leon, or I'm losing
Yeah,
track?
this is a new group. This is a
the new group. Okay. I'm losing track.
It's hard to keep track. But it's like Bale Run number 100. You know, it's like, whoa, are we on 108? Are we on 110? Are we on 105? What number are we on? You know.
Always add 10. It's Ginger's rule.
The what?
Always add 10 if you lose track of where you were.
That's right. That's right. Plus 10. How did you know?
I was there.
All right. Well, I lost track. We're going to 35. But we're on 25. Shut up.
35.
35.
Is GGM EXP1.
Oh my god, and then there was the people who could never get the numbers right. Like, everybody always had to add in something. They're like, what is it? GGM EXP1? No, it's -01. Like, why? Just why?
It's -1. It's -001.
It's -001 now. It's Bale 01 run. And like, just keep it simple. Kiss, all right? Just kiss, all right? Keep it simple, stupid. Kiss. It doesn't need to be complicated. That's an acronym, by the way. You can use it. It's not my acronym. I didn't create it. It's literally KISS. K-I-S-S. Keep it simple, stupid.
Ew. It's a +3 to Frost Nova. And teleport. Ew.
I need more time.
Keep those for later.
In a world of your imagination.
I hope somebody from Blizzard watches that inventory tension video, because I feel like we came up with a lot of good points.
I think they're listening. I would hope. The question, I don't like how silent they're being. Like, if it's in the 13-page patch notes, why? Like, they know this is one of the big ones. They mentioned it during the campfire chat. Just come up with a bullet point list of solutions that they're proposing to do, or they already have planned. If they already had, let's say, to add a stash tab or two in the free battle pass every season, let us know that. Just let us know. Yes, we'll be adding more stash tabs, or we'll be selling them. Just let us know what the plans are. Just tell us. Even if they can't put in the code today, right now, just tell the community what they're doing about it.
What does man?
Hey, we understand there's a lot of inventory tension. We're going to be passing out some migraine pills, okay? So, could you just go ahead and take those? Now, we can't fix it right now, but we got a patch coming up. I can't believe they finally told us to drop the drop rules essentially for the rare items. I thought they were just gonna let that be a secret forever. Just make us find it out.
I think they had a lot of people going crazy, just trying to figure it out, and they were just like, you know what? Because I think right now a lot of those developers are watching streams. I think they're just trying to absorb what the community, the feedback that everyone is giving and playing.
Ain't no stream better than this one. This ain't even cocky. This isn't even a little bit cocky. Okay, ain't no stream out there is gonna have better information than mine. You know why? Because you guys. That's why. Because it's not just me. It's not just the streamer. It's you guys are actually playing the game. You guys are actually having fun. We got people of all skill levels in this group, you know, coming in. We got some people who play, you know, like freaking 40 hours a week. We got some people who play like 10. We got some people who can only log in every once in a while. And everybody on here shares their opinions and ideas, and we help each other out and stuff. Like this is the place to come. This is the stream. This is where they need to come to get their information.
I need to start doing Nightmare Dungeons. I need another one of them rare node buffer things.
So I'm re-rolling these boots, and I have 3 options: 5.9 dodge chance, which is what it is now; 6.8 mana cost reduction; or 26 all stats.
26 all stats.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking.
All stats not only gives you like obviously everything, which is nice, but it's only a little bit of everything. I think the main thing about all stats that I've really liked the most is that it helps me hit those breakpoints for the Paragon board.
Oh, it's going away. I just
What?
rolled +4 to ranks of ice armor.
Oh, nice.
So I've got, what is it? 4 to Frost Nova, 3 to Teleport, and 4 to Ice Armor. Oh. Yeah, no, that was insane.
I liked Ice Armor when I used it. I thought it was pretty good.
Oh, it's so key.
You should see some of the character builds though that I've seen people do for Sorceress. It's like they've got like 2 skills and then everything else is like defensives. Like their whole bar is defensives.
Yeah. So I run Ice Armor, Flame Shield, Teleport, Deep Freeze, and then I run Frost Nova and Ice Shards, and that's it. That's all I run.
Inventory tension should be a politician. It probably is a politician.
Oh, gems can only stack to 50.
Yes.
Good to know.
Honestly, I think I want to get a 50 stack of each of the 3 gems that I use all the time, and then I'm probably just going to never pick up gems again.
When do we make royals? At 70?
Yeah, you can make them at 70, but you could use them at 60.
Yeah, I'm at 68, so oof.
I need to take a quick trip back to town for a
Can
sell-off.
I ask you a question, guys?
What's
I
that?
do not know. When you don't pick up things from the ground, especially in the HellTide, they freaking stay, man, till the thing ends.
Yeah, we were joking about that because of the Diablo 1. You use the floor as the stash. Like there's items that sit on the ground for like forever.
So how can you get rid of this? You can't.
Eventually they disappear. Eventually.
Who knows what the timer is?
Oh, the butcher dropped me a mother's embrace.
You might be able to log out of the game and log back in, like leave game.
That's a very interesting pair of gloves. Does anybody want these? That is, the rolls are very good. Like, not only does it have a perfect attack speed roll, a perfect lucky hit primary resource roll. I mean, obviously you could re-roll the slow or the dex, either one. I don't know. It just seems like a really nice pair of gloves.
I need to get a new razor plate soon because mine's from quite a few levels ago.
Yeah, your razor plate has to be updated all the time with your build.
I'll find one. At least finally got another mother's embrace.
Sorry, I'm in town trying to sell off this garbage.
Give it over.
Oh, Treasure Goblin. Hello, you.
Nope, Butcher and Treasure Goblin right next to each other, back to back, like we always had.
I'll shake on that.
There you go.
Yeah, so those boots rolled 60 to Int, 4 to Nova, 4 to Frost Nova, 3 to Teleport, 4 to Ice Armor. That's awesome.
So you
And
make
my
me want.
current boots only have 3 to Frost Nova, so that's a huge, huge bonus to me.
You're making me want to try out Decrepify. I'm gonna have to try it out.
Nice.
I got an event coming.
Let's go. Gotta find another aspect for it though. My aspect on my boots isn't. Whoa! This thing just dragged me way up here. Why?
It's an essence cost. Okay. Let's give this a try. The only thing I want to use it for is to reduce the active cooldown on my storm, my bone storm, so I can keep it up perpetually. That's literally it. That's the general idea. If I could keep it up perpetually, then why not?
That's basically what I do. It's just stacking skills and yeah, pretty much just skills at this point. I really need a new amulet. My amulet's only +1 to defensive skills, and I know it can roll +3.
I'm not ready.
Take me out. I need to take care of dogs and stuff. I'll be right back. Can you put that in the chat as well?
Is that Barbie?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
done.
I need more time.
I need to go sell some stuff. Yeah,
Honestly, the essence cost isn't that bad at 9 essence. It's not bad at all.
I need the crowd control spreads lucky hit.
That's a nice one.
aspect. That's what I've been doing to make everything freeze.
Yep. It's a good one.
Cody, stop breathing under my door.
I need time to do that.
It is disturbing when a dog sticks his nostrils to the underside of a door and just starts huffing the door air from the other side. It is very disturbing.
They're trying to get information.
You.
It's very disturbing. He's outside right now with his mama, so like he's literally on the other side of my door, just with his nose underneath the door, just huffing in the air from the room.
He's smelling the tension.
He's smelling the inventory tension.
He's trying to figure out what's in the trash can.
He's still worried about that trash can.
Ow. Why you wall me? Why you wall me way back there in the back? Doing nothing. Just chilling.
And any of the artillery shrine even shoots off stuff when I'm like just resurrecting my minions.
Yeah. No.
They really need to give us a reset Paragon board button instead of you have to do them individually.
Corpse explosion with the artillery
What's up,
shrine
Stephen
is
Walker?
awesome.
That's a weird
Just
one,
sent it.
Meow.
Well, if you want to reset a full Paragon board.
No. Why I'm saying it's a weird one is the fact that apparently last year it was there in the closed beta.
Oh, it was apparently. Everybody was saying it was there, and then everybody was like, but it's not there. And then they're like, but I know it's there. They must have removed it.
Why? What valid reason would they have for removing?
Maybe it's just so expensive to reset your whole Paragon board that like they figured no one in their right mind would ever do it.
I did it. It was like, I want to say it was a couple mil, maybe 3 mil. maybe 10 mil. I don't remember how many mils because I spent like 200 that day. But it wasn't anything significant at my level, even though I was level 100. Like I could farm that way under an hour. Like it was nothing crazy. It would hurt if you kept doing it. If you're gonna do it like once a week or once whatever, once in a
I
while.
got an event over here, by the way, guys.
It wasn't hurting.
Altar of Bishy Bosh. Oh, dang it. Accidentally opened up my map. Why is the map button tab? Was the mini-map tab in Diablo 2? I'm having trouble remembering that far back.
Yeah.
So Q just needs to go somewhere else. Okay, event's over. Get out of here. Get out of here, kid. You bother me. What's up, High Life? How's it going, man?
Woohoo!
Ginger's almost the max level of 99.
That's right, I'm almost the max level of 99.
I'm at 69.
Well, you just beat the game. I mean,
I just hit it too.
Enjoy that.
I'd rather get 70 so I can make these dang royal gems.
I mean, if you need royal gems, somebody else can make them for you.
That's true.
Just ask, because you can wear them at 60. So just get anybody in the kinship who's higher than 70 to craft you up some gems, or just give you some. Like the royals aren't that hard to come by.
Yep. Don't put that hate on me.
Don't be like Leon and hold all the good gems from all your team members.
I need, what is it?
Leon.
Skulls,
Leon's
2
never.
emeralds, and 5 diamonds.
Leon's never gonna live that down.
No.
No. He got really high really fast, and he had royal gems and all his equipment, and didn't even think to hook up his brothers and sisters in the kinship.
No, I was just rocking the royal gem, saying this is a good life. I can't wait till my brothers get here.
Can I join you guys? You have
we have a spot.
We do have a spot, yeah.
Luli.
Ooh, look at all these chickens.
Look at all them chickens.
Foaming chickens.
Look at all the explosions. Oh, that was beautiful. Oh. That was scary though. Almost died.
So maybe you and me, destination, can pair up.
This dungeon you don't really have, like you're always close enough really, but yeah, you definitely just like spit off in the tunnel, and you're pretty close to someone else.
Make sure I got my potion up. Them potions wear off faster than they seem like they wear off. That thing says 30 minutes, and then 30 minutes be gone in the blink of an eye. Hey, kill that one last zombie over there.
I need more time.
Over where?
Oh, event.
My friends were cut down. We got separated.
How high are you taking the Necro, Lily?
Huh?
How high do you plan on going with the Necro?
I do not know. I'm enjoying it
This
too
event
much.
is still going, by the way.
But this is part of the event.
I'm not gonna get this
I'm
event.
gonna take
You
it
guys
as
ran away.
high as I
Oh, it
can.
wasn't done?
No, it's the waves. We still got more waves.
Where are the
Now it's
monsters?
broke because it was still going. I need time to do that. Oh. Yeah. Nope.
No, we didn't do the mastery.
Failed. No.
Those
Poor baby.
weaklings are very hard to defend.
They are.
Especially when there is poison. They die like within the first few seconds.
Holy bombing army. Yeah, they spread out all over the place too.
Yeah,
Like
chest. Let's go.
Butcher!
Butcher.
Where?
He's gonna be dead in a second.
Look for the treasure goblin. There should be a treasure goblin too.
He's
There's
dead.
there's always a treasure goblin. He's just hiding somewhere.
Thanks for trying to kill me, Butcher, but you're dead.
Do what you got to do.
Ooh, good lord, this is a spicy one.
Yeah, it is.
Another event?
All garbage secrets.
Hey, Mia, are you down there? Or do you have a waypoint down?
1 minute, I'm just sorting out.
Alright.
Alright, while you guys kill the boss, I'm gonna go see if I can find that treasure goblin. He's gotta be here. Like
Boss is
it's
dead.
almost it's like guaranteed.
Unless he ran away.
No, I mean he'll spawn randomly on the map, so we don't know where he is. He might have even spawned behind us. So I'm just gonna take a quick run back and see if he's back here. If you guys want to check some of the other arms, just every time that I've checked, we got the butcher. We always get the goblin too. It's just we don't know where he is. The goblin, unlike the butcher, the goblin doesn't spawn on you. The butcher spawns on you, like on a player. So he's just directly on top of whoever the butcher picked to be the fresh meat for the day. The goblin, on the other hand, they spawn randomly somewhere in the dungeon, like as a kind of like a reward, I guess, to go with the butcher. I don't know if it's really worth all that effort to hunt for him, but I'm checking anyway. Alright, so he's not back here at the start. He's not.
It didn't spawn.
So,
Because I don't see a goblin anywhere or a string of gold anywhere.
Unless maybe we bought no string of gold either.
No. No string of gold either where it was.
What's the string of gold?
When
they
you
run,
when
they
you
drop
go to
gold.
kill him, he like there's a hole in the bag and he drops out little gold coins as he runs.
To help you track it.
It's cool.
Yeah.
I realize that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, if you're ever just like riding along and you see a like a string of like 1, 2, 5 gold on the ground, and they're like the gold piles are practically touching each other. That's the treasure goblin, where a player saw one and chased it.
Yeah, they're intentionally small gold piles, so that you know that it comes from the goblin.
Yep.
Because normally when you kill a monster, you know, they're like 1,000, like 2,000, you know, whatever, or like 300. So if you see like 1, 2, 5, 7, 1, 7, 5, 3, 1, 5, like in little piles running in a direction, that's a goblin.
Yep. No goblin.
Lose everybody?
They stayed in that party.
Oh.
Oh, we need to leave.
Yeah. Leave party.
Leave.
This is how we reset the dungeon.
I basically go and try to invite people like 2-3 times. If they're still grayed out, I just give up and I move on with my life.
I'm down there.
Okay, one sec.
I have my TSN alt following me.
I thought you said only the party leader has to leave, Linner.
The party leader is the first one to leave.
Yes.
So how it works is the party leader leaves and he exits to a new instance. Then he invites all of us, which then drags us to his new instance.
It's just like D2. I'm creating the next bail run. It's like I'm creating bail run 02, you know, 002-37, you know. I'm creating the next game and you're joining me. So I leave, I create the next game, you join me.
I need time to do that.
Wow. 51 people on Twitch today. Nice. Probably because I put the drops enabled in there.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm already almost up to a quarter to 99. Going pretty fast.
Order to the max level.
Well, now I really feel like a necro because I'm spamming Decrepify. Uh-oh. Somehow I ran out of essence entirely. All my minions are dead. No corpses.
Oof.
Not good.
Not good. There should be some here, maybe.
No, we've
Close
had
them
this
off.
problem. Something they did in one of the patches reduced the number of active corpses on the battlefield. So as you create corpses, it removes my corpses from the battlefield. So the more corpses that you create, the less corpses that I have.
You have blood mist?
I mean, even in that case, blood mist, the corpses that are created from blood mist would be gone before I had a chance to use them. Like it's so rapid that I literally have to use the corpse at the instance that it's created, because as soon as you guys kill something, all of my corpses disappear. It's too quick. So I'm constantly in a fighting process to try and keep my minions alive because I don't have enough corpses. So every single time I fire an attack, I'm literally spamming my my thing to try and use the corpse as soon as it's created. When I'm with you guys, it's not an issue, but when we split up, it's one of the things that we found out about splitting up, is that apparently there's a maximum limit on the number of corpses that are available.
CC'd and ready for you guys.
I need time to do that.
Oh, well, thanks, Bromers. I appreciate it. Glad you like the stream, man.
Yep, I gotta go back to town. I am out of potions.
I cannot do that here.
This ambush every time. Leave me alone. I'm making the party.
Let's go party. Make that party.
Potion one off.
Out for blood, eh?
Ah, that's not good. Next.
I'll shake on that.
Yeah, I need to figure out whether I want to do Thorns and like Whirlwind or Thorns and Basic. I haven't really decided fully yet. Maybe
Thorns
Thorns
and
and
anything.
Hammer. Maybe Hammer of the Ancients because that does look quite fun.
Yeah, give it over.
Just play with all the skills.
Yep.
And then see which one you like the most, and then just do Thorns in that skill. You
'Cause
could even do weapon mastery. Like, there's ways to make the weapon mastery like a main skill almost.
Well, I'll be using Lunging Strike as like the movement skill. Oh, I've got you. Where are you? Oh. I saw a dead thing. 1 minute.
I'll shake on that.
Let's go, Necro. Let's go, Necro.
Because I also like that Lunging Strike gives me berserking, and I do extra thorns when I'm berserking. So it's like a nice, easy one. Why can't I click on this body? There's a ghost in front of me, and I can't click on it. No one else?
Oh, say again?
I can't
I
click on
didn't
this
hear you.
ghost. I can't revive this person.
Oh, Natasha. Natasha's my alt.
Oh, it won't let me revive it. Like, there's, I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry about Natasha. So because I'm playing on PlayStation 5, it's just an alt that you can have two players on a PlayStation 5.
She's probably already resurrected, meow. So when you resurrect, if you don't move, you stay in a ghostly state.
No, it actually looked like a ghost, not a ghostly
on
state.
PlayStation 5, Ginger, because they get dragged and then they're not invulnerable.
Yeah, this bubble is coming from where? That should be
Oh, I
me.
think
I
there's an
don't have a
event.
bubble thing.
I think there's some sort of event thing here. They keep spawning.
I'm not ready.
Here's an event.
They stop spawning now? No, they're spawning again.
I need more time.
Yeah, it's an event. There we go.
Injured adventurer.
Purge this evil. But now,
We came here to purge this evil. But we were unequipped, and we didn't realize they were such high level.
The perfect aspect. I guess I gotta save it.
What are you gonna delete though?
That's the question. When I get back to town, let me stare at my stash tabs. Gotta delete something to keep the perfect one.
Inventory retention. Come on, get some inventory retention. We got some for you. Don't you like it when you find some stuff and have nowhere to place it? Put it on the couch maybe, and then your girlfriend yells at you because you've got to find somewhere better than that because it's not an official location.
Well, I added like a couple free extra slots by just like having items go to my stash mail and just not taking them out. You know?
Annoying.
The stash mail. Oh god.
That's a couple extra slots.
So In Final Fantasy XI, there was actually a technique that you could do to get extra stash space, which was to mail yourself items in the mail. And then, but the mail only had a maximum number of slots of 10, and anything past that would fill up into the overflow. And then when you took an item out, it would then pull in the overflow, and you would have so many items in your overflow that you would literally have to go through your mail, pull out all the items, take them back to the mail them back to yourself, and then it would bring the older items back to the front, and you could look through those items. And like it got to the point where in Final Fantasy XI you had so many items that you had like almost like 100 items mailed to yourself that you had to like sort through on a regular basis. That was like extra storage, was just mailing items to yourself. Those of you who played Final Fantasy XI, you know exactly what I'm talking about, because I know you did it. And don't even say you didn't.
You got your bank, and then you got your mail.
Oh my god,
every
like so often they would release like an expansion or something, and it would come with like a new upgrade for your house where you could get more storage. Oh my god, it was like a joyous day across the realm. They were like, more storage. All you have to do is everything. You just gotta go. Oh my god, what do we gotta do? It's like, okay, we gotta collect this special fruit from the gods of the realm, and then go over here and get like a hauberk of the insanity, and then we talk to this Moogle, and he sends us on a journey to get a toothpick of the godliness, and like by the time you were done, like you had traveled all across the entire world, like doing like the stupidest things, and it took you like all day, but you got like an extra 10 stash point like slots. And you were so excited for the extra 10 stash slots that you got. It was just dumb. Like, they could make me jump through hoops right now. If they released a quest that literally took me 10 hours to get an additional 10 stash tabs, I think we'd all be doing it right now. I'd be like, I'm getting my 10 extra stash tabs. Give me this now. 10 hours, no sweat. I would jump through some hoops for some more stash space right now. I would. Like a trained dolphin.
It's a stupid quest like collecting herb or something.
Alright, you can get an extra 100 stash slot spaces, okay? But here's what you gotta do. You're gonna have to go to our latest video, and you're gonna have to like it. And then you're gonna have to go over to Twitter, and you're gonna like and share. Alright, and then you're gonna go over to our TikTok page, and you're gonna like and share that. And then, once you're finished with that, you're gonna go over to our LinkedIn, and you're gonna up our profile. Done. I don't even care. Done. Let's go.
It's like those free downloads where you have to complete 6 offers and it takes you 45 minutes and you get like 18 phone calls from telemarketers.
Those unstoppable monsters are annoying, man.
I mean, they'll give you the thing that you want, but you gotta spend like an equivalent amount of value in products to get the thing that you want. And honestly, I think they bank on the fact that most people start the process and usually give up halfway through.
Yeah, I witnessed a company that I fixed their slot machine, and they literally were that's all they were doing was calling the people who signed up for the free stuff and then scamming them into paying like $10 for a gift card and signing them up for magazines and all kinds of other crap.
You don't want to sign up for magazines? You don't want 18 magazine subscriptions? You don't want a magazine subscriptions to play Squirrel? What? Like Play Squirrel? What the hell is that?
Naked squirrels all day.
So we got a squirrel centerfold.
What's that movie, Sword in the Stone, where he falls in love with the squirrel falls in love with him, but he's not really a squirrel, he's a little boy. Remember on the Sword in the Stone when the magician turns him into a squirrel?
I'm sorry, I'm not really a squirrel. I'm a little boy.
And
she's
this will be
like,
my-
oh.
My last one for a little bit because I need to brew coffee.
She's so upset too that he's not a squirrel. He turns back into a boy and she gets mad at him, remember?
Even the wizard gets the lady squirrel loves him too. Yeah, I saw your stash tab video and I commented on that. I said, I think the devs just don't really care what we want. They're like, I understand that you want such and such, but we already designed the game and we're not changing.
Inventory tension.
I mean, when have they ever really cared about what we wanted?
Everyone could just say,
To be
okay.
honest.
We need a hashtag.
just-
We need a hashtag inventory tension on Twitter. That's what we need.
Do it.
No, just no one buy the cosmetic thingamabobby, whatever it's called. The, you know, with the monthly thing. It's only cosmetics.
Alright, boss should be up now.
It is. We're going in.
There's another unexplored Dujank over here. Is there? Oh, it's a. Ooh, nice. It's an event. Ritual of Blood.
One boss dead.
Alright, I'm at the Ritual of Blood. If you guys want to come to the Ritual of Blood, I'm ritualizing the blood. What's up, Chelsea? How's it going?
Yo, enemies.
And why are you crying?
Why you gotta try and gank me, enemies? I didn't do nothing. Promise.
Stop resurrecting everything.
Oh, you want me to go kill him?
I mean, they're just resurrecting everything. We don't get any XP for the resurrects. I'm killing them, like, one by one. I just shoot my bone spears at them. They're just all spread out all over the place.
Well, it's a good thing I damage all over the place with my free.
What kind of damage type do you have? Is it single target, AoE, all over the place?
For me?
All over the place? Oh, it's a
Oh,
joke. It's a joke.
Oh, unique.
I don't do
Where's your
anything. What are you
Sharko?
talking
Come on.
about?
It might be over here. I grabbed this unique.
Baby shark.
Baby shark.
Oh, who left?
It's gloves. I don't even want to look.
It's a what?
Gloves, pair of gloves.
It could be perfect Frosties. Do you already have a
It is
perfect
a
pair of
world boss
Frosties?
in 29 minutes.
World boss in 29 minutes? Is that what you said?
Yes.
What's behind my head? It's the map of Diablo 4. I got it in the special Dujank. It's the map, and then it's being held up by the Herodric pin.
Well, that gives
I
us
put it. I
time
pinned it to
do
my
some
green
more
screen.
Levels.
It's a shadow clone one, so I've got a couple of these.
I mean, it's kind of an interesting thing. I just wish it wasn't taking up the slot that has the highest
I
crit
just
rate on
pick
it.
all of these ancestrals up and sell them for monies.
You're welcome. Take them. I'm
Thank
trying
you.
to prioritize EXP over everything else.
2.3 million gold. That's all I got.
That was the problem with the whirlwind gloves too.
Yeah, those boots that I made were quite expensive to reroll.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if they're going to make a pair of offensive gloves like that for an offensive character, it needs to probably include crit, which is what you would want on those.
Yep.
Also, like, it's really odd that, like, some of the gloves that are lucky hit based, like the Frost Burns, for instance, don't have lucky hit percentage on them. Like, if you're going to use a lucky hit ability, you would think they would give you some lucky hit percentage.
I'm gonna go back to town. And
Fists
then
of Fate have lucky hit on them.
I'll check World Boss. I'll probably run there and then I'm gonna go make a coffee.
Yep. We shall stay, do the world boss, and then I'm probably gonna bounce.
Do the world boss. and meet your fellow man at the world boss.
Oh, I
He
ain't got the
might
waypoint
kick your
yet.
ass at the world boss.
I'll just go to that one.
Does the seasons not make me want to level alternative characters right now? No, it's actually the opposite. I want to level alternative characters right now while it doesn't matter. Because when the seasons come, I'm going to be pushing a single character. I need to figure out exactly what characters I want to make. Right now, I really do like the Bone Spear Necro, but like I've got a couple different ideas for characters, and what I end up starting the season with could also be determined by patch changes as well. So basically, what's going on is I need to figure out everything now while I have the opportunity to test and play, because when ladder starts, I'm going to be rushing to 100.
Exactly.
Now's the time for experimenting and learning.
Yeah, now's the time for experimenting and learning. This is when you should be testing out builds, figuring out characters, like figuring out what you want to do with your character, like what skills are your favorite skills. Because it's not always about like what is the best like ability, because it's not just about what's the best ability. It's what's the thing that you're gonna have the most fun with. You're gonna have to play this character for 100 levels. Like, don't pick a character you hate. Like, it's not gonna be a fun time for you.
Anyone else need an invite to the world boss?
How long till the world boss?
Quite a while. It's just I'm gonna make a coffee. 26 minutes.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, don't die. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Woo.
How awesome this Bone Storm, man. It's awesome skill. Offensive, defensive, life-saving.
It is the best ultimate, I think, that the Necromancer has, like bar none.
It is just amazing, man. You get in trouble and
it's also minion. It's also minion based too. So because it goes around the golem as well as you can double it by having a golem. It's one of the things that convinced me to use the golem, because I was like, okay, well, before I was, sacrificing the golem because I didn't really see much point in him, especially if I was running the minions too. But then when I realized it was doubling the Bone Storm, I'm like, hell yeah, give me a little bit of love.
I'm still trying
I don't know. I cannot have. If I run a golem too, then I'm gonna just be summoning necro.
The golem, I'm telling you, if you're running Bone Storm, the golem doubles the Bone Storm. It doubles the barrier because the Bone Storm also goes around the golem, and basically you get double the damage out of it because he's in there fighting. The other thing is that if you use it without the golem, this is what happens. You have to run in there to build the barrier. So the barrier doesn't generate unless you hit something. It's not just 5% like per second or something. It's 5% per hit. So you actually have to go in there and actually attack things like kind of like with the barrier to get the effect. But with the golem, you don't. So in a dangerous situation, you can stand outside the group and you can let your golem go in there and get beat down. And then you can still have the barrier generating on you, which is absolutely nice. And then all the bonuses, like the 8-second increase from the Alcisa scale, counts on your golem too. So his Bone Storm lasts for the same duration. Like if you're gonna beef up the storm, why not get double the effect out of it? That's basically how I look at it.
Yeah,
like
the golem is gonna take a space skill. You are limited to 6.
Exactly.
Not free for all.
But what else do you have on your bar? I mean, you got Blood Mist on there? Because take that crap off.
I have Blood Mist. I like
Take that crap off. It's not worth it. Unless you're building it. Unless you're building it. Unless you build for it. Like, if you're building for it, then yeah, sure. But if you're building for it, then you shouldn't be using Bone Storm, too. Because at that point, if you're building for Blood Mist, you don't need Bone Storm. Like, you can get the cooldown really low. You can get the speed up by using a couple legendary affixes. There's a couple ways you could beef that thing up till it's nice. But if you're using Bone Storm, you don't need blood. You don't need that one.
I feel there is a redundancy between them because both of them are lifesavers.
The problem that I find with Blood Mist is that it's not just a lifesaver.
Ooh, a golem. Sorry.
So we're gonna get the butcher probably.
Bring here. Where is he?
I see him. There we go. He's dead. Is it not only is Blood Mist a lifesaver, it also is a damage reducer. So during the time that you're using it, you're getting like no damage output. You can cancel it, of course, but canceling it early means that now you've lost the effect of the invincibility. That's why I really enjoy Bone Storm over Blood Mist, because Blood Mist prevents damage, whereas Bone Storm dishes out damage, increases your damage, gives you a barrier, like the whole 9 yards. It's a defensive cooldown and an offensive cooldown in one, which is amazing. And there's other ways that you can accommodate the Golem into your build. So like, the Blood Golem is the one that I use specifically for tankiness, because he has an ability that allows him to share damage with you. So 15% of all the damage that you would take goes to the Golem instead, which basically makes the Golem a meat shield. He's constantly using the Bone Storm for me also, which is nice. But you can go with any number of them. You can go with the one that increases the number of corpses that you can get. You can go with the one that has the nice AoE stun. There's one that has a pretty nice AoE stun, which is actually pretty useful. Look at the Iron Golem. Pretty useful in certain situations as a defensive cooldown too. Like if you're kind of in trouble, you can tap that. Everything's stunned for I can't remember exactly how many seconds, but it's a pretty nice one. Overall, I think the Blood Golem has been my favorite so far, just because number one, he stays alive really well because he heals himself all the time. So I just constantly have him healing himself. And I really do like the 15% of the damage thing that he's taking from me. It's very nice.
I run the Bone Golem on my Necro. I believe it is. Whatever the first golem that you get is.
Yeah, he can make corpses.
Yeah.
He also has a thorns thing. Like, it's nice. The extra corpses is nice. The Reapers give extra corpses too, which is also nice. Like, it's honestly the extra corpses you can get from them is really handy.
I'm gonna get out Blood Mist. Maybe I will use the Cripify. And see, I have been playing with the mages. They are okay. I'm not impressed, but they are fine. Like,
I mean, it's not about damage. It's about utility. Like that's why when you say you're going to be a minion,
feel a big difference.
That's why when you say you're going to be a minion mancer, like it's not really a minion mancer. What you like, damage is one thing. Like if you build a minion mancer for damage, that's a whole nother thing. But like what we're doing is we're using them for utility. The mages generate essence and they provide crowd control effects, freezing and chills. They're very good at that. Like the essence that they generate is basically if you grab the +2 mages, you get 5 times 2, so 10, which is 10 essence per attack cycle, which they attack actually pretty fast. So that you're just constantly getting 10 essence per attack cycle, which might as well be per second. So 10 essence per second regeneration constantly.
Where's this event?
It's way down here. Oh my god, there's so many explodey boys though. I'm about to frickin' like lose it. They're just popping out of every which corner that I can frickin'. I don't even know what the hell's going on.
That's weird. We got the goblet, but we didn't get the butcher.
He doesn't usually spawn at the same exact time as the goblin. We may also be cutting him out sometimes by going through these really fast. I was thinking about that because they don't appear at the same time. They're always kind of separated from each other.
I mean, he could replace the boss. He could just be in the boss area.
I need more time.
Fresh meat. Alright.
When I leave the game while I am inside the dungeon, it puts me back in town. It doesn't put me back.
It puts you back to town? Really?
Yeah.
17 minutes to world boss. You have time for what, like?
It is way
4?
too early to be calling best build on anything, JPreg. It is way too early. We got 13 pages of patch notes coming.
Hey, just think of the barbarian. The whirlwind barbarian, best build in the game. Not anymore.
They jumped on that way too hard and got it way too nerfed. those people making those videos way overhyped it.
I'm telling you, man, they hate barbarians.
I don't think they jumped on it hard enough.
Give him love.
I think they jumped too hard on the Hydra sword.
The whirlwind barbarian, the whirlwind barbarian is the whirlwind barbarian is literally traditionally one of those builds, even from Diablo 2 and in Diablo 3, that literally always has issues. Like, they need to tackle that thing. That's what I'm saying. They didn't hit it hard enough. They need to tackle that thing so hard that literally it never recovers. Like, and then slowly recover it over time.
Well, it never was good. It was carried by items. That's all it was carried by. It was never good base.
Righteous fire PoE. That's all
And
I'm saying.
it was never tanky enough either.
It's just they had issues with it in Diablo 2, and they tried to fix it for years, and then finally they gave up and nerfed it to Everlovin like hell and back. They had issues with it in Diablo 3, literally to the point where it was just like,
yeah, level 70.
like, dear Lord Jesus, I remember some of the more broken ones of Diablo 3, where literally, like, the whirlwind barbarians just had infinite whirlwind and could just, like, go at, like, 300% run speed through the dungeon while whirlwinding. Like, to the point where literally if you were a character who had maximum run speed, you couldn't even keep up with the whirlwind barbarians who were whirlwinding. Like, that's how fast they were. It was, you might as well just, like, sit at the entrance to the dungeon because you were completely useless for the rest of the dungeon if there was a whirlwind barbarian in there. Like, what I'm saying is, like, traditionally in the past, throughout all the games that it's been in, like, it has just always been broken. And they've got to keep a careful eye on it. And what it really comes down to is it's moving and damaging at the same time. It's not just about the damage. It's about the fact that the barbarian can move and damage.
Which makes it one of the best melee abilities in the game.
Yes, and I agree. Which is also why they need to keep a special eye on it to make sure it doesn't get too broken.
Bring back Hydras.
Because it already has one of the biggest advantages that a melee ability can have, is moving and damaging at the same time.
Yeah, but melee's already at a disadvantage from the beginning. That's why everyone that plays melee wants to play that, because it's at least a beneficial melee advantage from the disadvantage inherent that you get while just standing in the, gist of things and the conflict.
I don't know. It's my opinion that I think they need to make it so that Whirlwind is never sustainable, like, all the time. Like, I think that's the main issue with Whirlwind, and I think that's how it always ends up wrong, is they always offer an avenue of advancement, something through items or some way that you can do it through legendary aspects or unique effects, whatever it may be. They offer some way to basically maintain Whirlwind indefinitely. And I think that's where they mess up every single time. Whirlwind should never be able to be maintained indefinitely. It's a very good movement ability. It's a very good, like, move and damage ability, and you can use it to move and damage at the same time. But you should never, ever, 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 ever be able to just hold down the button and continue using it for eternity.
The thing is, you just make it increase over time, like the Fury cost.
I mean, that would probably work. Increasing the essence costs over time would probably kill it.
Killed the boss.
It wouldn't make it impossible to use, but once you exceed a certain time limit, it would become untenable. That would be the word.
Yeah, so you don't nerf it like in the early level and stuff, like you nerf it in like the end game.
Well, this game has a problem where a lot of the damage is tied to the aspects. So early leveling is painful for some classes.
That's not a bad idea, JPreg. Maybe it would be better off if Whirlwind were a basic skill that generated essence instead of a core skill. And then it wouldn't be a damage ability, but it would be a fun ability that could be used as a basic generator.
Basic build.
I would do it as a basic build.
And then it would turn into the basic build, but it still probably wouldn't be anywhere near as good as it is as a core skill.
No, it'd be more fun as a basic build. With that Romalundy Dundee Dundies.
Yeah, but then you'll be spinning forever.
Yeah, but that's always fun. Spin to not win.
Spin to not win? That's terrible. Spin to not win, he says.
You'd do no damage, but it'd still be spin for fun.
Oh, you gotta generate a lot of essence with that ability, though. It would probably be the most popular essence generator, I bet you.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think that'd be so much better.
I mean, Whirlwind is so good as an ability that you might even want to just use it, like, even if you're not using it. Like, in Diablo 2, even when I wasn't a Whirlwind Barb, like, I would still use it to move and attack at the same time. It's kind of silly to walk to a monster or to run to a monster or whatever you want to call it when you can do damage to the monster there. Like, and especially since Whirlwind travels through monsters, which I think is one of the main benefits of the ability, obviously, you can literally just Whirlwind to a monster, which is very, very powerful. So, like, instead of, just think about it this way, like, just say you're a, I don't know, Frenzy Barbarian, or you're using any of the other abilities, right? Instead of walking to the monster, you Whirlwind to the monster. Now you're dishing damage and moving at the same time. So and as a movement ability, it actually makes even more sense as a movement ability, to be honest.
What's going on? Why am I getting frozen? Why are you freezing me, my friend? I'm in the same team.
It was that guy. He did.
It's not you?
Oh, I got items in my thing. Let me check my thing real quick, see if there's a Sharko in there.
It's an enemy. He was,
Do I got a Sharko?
A cold ability.
Oh, dang, this tank's loaded. I'm glad I checked.
When that deep freeze overpowers and hits him for 7k for the whole screen.
I mean, one of its biggest weaknesses, too, is it's not a single target thing. It's very bad for single target.
Does the Gripify considered a DC? Sorry, not a DC, crowd control.
Is what? What
the
effect?
Gripify crowd control.
Yeah, it would be considered a slow. Because it says slow. It says it slows the target.
It has a very large area. So technically, it should generate a lot of essence when you cast it.
It slows the enemy, yes, but how would you generate essence by slowing a target?
Umbral?
You have to hit the target that is slowed. So your Decrepify would be the way that you apply the slow to the monster, but not the actual hit that causes the essence to come back. So when you slow them with Decrepify, then you have to hit them subsequently with something else to gain it back. So it's a way for you to apply the slow, yes, definitely. But you still have to still apply the damage. You still have to hit things, essentially, to get the Umbral effect. And as far as I understand, it's only once per monster, right? With Umbral?
Yeah, but if there is a large group of monsters and I hit them with the Gripify, isn't this being under the curse itself is form of
Yes, but the Umbral Ring doesn't work that way. So it says when you hit a monster who is under the effect of a crowd control effect. So the curse will act as the crowd control effect, but it will not act as the hit to the monster to give them crowd control damage back to you. The easiest way to combine those two, though, would be to do this. Take your Decrepify, spam your Decrepify on the monsters so that they're all nice and slowed, and then you could tag on, say, Corpse Tendrils. But Corpse Tendrils also has a slow to it, which is why...
Yeah, I am...
You need me to be, I can clean it up if you want.
But see, Corpse Tendrils is an attack, so when it slows them, it also attacks them. So
Yes.
that's why that works with the Umbral Ring. Decrepify is not actually an attack. It doesn't actually do anything to the monster, as far as I'm aware. It just applies a curse, and the curse just sits on them like an elephant on their chest.
You got 7 minutes till world boss, guys.
Yep.
Yeah, we got enough time for another run.
We can do 3 more runs.
Completing an event down here.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Bishy bashi bishy.
I didn't get any of my shrines, so I'm coming down with some shrines. If I can make it before they all run out. Aw, everything's dead. Look at me, I'm lightning. I want an amulet. Another Death Speaker's pendant. What do you know?
Gotta change some of my items around at some point. Right after the boss. Let's do another run here.
There's like a Golemancer build, and I keep seeing items for this Golemancer build, and I'm not really sure how I feel about it. Some of them are kind of like weak. I don't know what to say other than that. Like there's this ring that just dropped here. It's the hulking aspect. Your golem has a 4% chance to reduce its active cooldown by 2 seconds. 4% seems really freaking low. And then on top of that, it gives him a 2% chance to spawn a corpse each time it damages an enemy with its normal attack, which is really low. Like, even if I was doing a Golemancer, I'm not even sure I would ever want to use that, because it just doesn't seem like it would ever trigger often enough to be useful.
Yeah, not sure on that one.
Level 70 potions. Let's go.
The monsters just jump down on your head like that. You see that? They're rude. What's up, Tomac?
It looks like I pooped out a sparkle.
You're telling me you didn't?
Well, I'm stood on top of the sparkle thing, so it looks like I pooped out a sparkle.
Good start. 5 minutes. Alexa, 4-minute timer.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't be doing that on stream now. I'm gonna get hate mail for days.
So this means if I decrepify and then hit the monsters, I'm gaining back essence as I am hitting them. Am I correct?
Yes, but only
Because of the
once.
Umbral.
But only once.
Yeah, they only take once to die anyway.
But yes, it does. The Umbral is a really powerful one. A lot of people have been using that. There's a couple different ways you can get your essence back. If you're using bone skills, are you using bone skills? Actually, who am I kidding? Yes, you're using bone skills because you got Bone Storm.
Yeah.
I recommend this one. This is the one I recommend right here.
Band of Torment.
Every time you crit on anything with the bone skill, you get a pretty huge mana regeneration that comes in with it, and it lasts for a pretty long period of time, and it's a pretty huge mana bump. Like you will literally see, like when it's active, you will literally see your essence just going, like filling back up, like somebody's pouring water in it from above. Like it's very nice, and all you have to do is crit with the bone skill, either bone spear, bone storm, bone splinters, and the entire build is based around critting. So, like if you're building bone spear, you're gonna have tons of crit percentage anyway. Bone storm also gives you 20% crit when it's active. So literally, like whenever you have Bone Storm up, you're guaranteed going to get a crit at some point, multiple even, which will help you regenerate all of that essence. It's a little rare though. I'm not gonna lie. Like I've had trouble finding a perfect one. I've only found a couple.
Heading to the world boss.
And The irony of it is that, like, as good as it is, it's also equally as rare. I believe there is a codex entry, but it's like, you know, the dirt. It's like the dirt lowest, like 20% or something like that.
10%.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It goes 10 to 20, I think.
Yeah, but well, mine's 20 to 30. Maybe the codex entry is just really bad on purpose.
Love that potion.
I mean, honestly, every class should have some crit in it. Crit is definitely good for damage output. I mean, you don't stack crit like you do with bones skills, which gain most of their damage off of crit, but...
Come on, war boss, hurry up. I need a way.
I didn't have to.
Alright. Dest is here at the world boss. Whenever you guys are ready. We got 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Okay, I'll be there in a second.
Have a look. That's a deal. Don't hurt yourself.
Seared basin, there we go.
I need to change my horse armor.
Would have been cool if Bishy Boss was a Bishy Boss. Umbral is nice. I'm not wearing an Umbral though. I'm wearing Requiem Ring and the Band of Torment.
I'm wearing cheeseburgers.
My lucky hit is increased by 30%. I have a 65.2% lucky hit chance bonus.
What's your essence amount?
My essence amount, it varies depending on what I'm doing. I have some things in the bar that actually increase my essence higher as I attack and dish out damage. But I'm at 209 base.
Incoming, 30 seconds.
Yeah, 209 base. In fact, it goes even higher than that, which is important for this build.
Yeah, I used to have 180 something, and now it's 161. I do not know what I did.
But that goes even higher because I have what is this one called? Yeah, here it is. Hitting enemies with bone skills increases your damage by 1% and your maximum essence by 3 for 8 seconds, which stacks up to 8% and a total of 24 maximum essence. That's one of the things that I have. But basically, by the time I'm done, my essence is really high, and that has to do with the ossified essence capstone passive, which gets more and more damage depending on how much essence you have when you fire the ability. So, essence, regeneration, essence, like maximum essence, all of that comes into play with damage on the Bone Spear Necro, which is again one of the reasons why I use the mages, because the mages are constantly generating me 10 essence every single second, no matter what. So they help keep my essence at a higher rate, which enables me to dish out more damage.
I died.
You killed him and you died.
Alright. I'm going to take a quick restroom break. I'll be right back. There's another ring you can use, which is Mother's Embrace. If you're using Bone Spear, I would definitely recommend Mother's Embrace.
Really?
Go to Tree of Whispers.
I found few Mother Embraces. I don't know what I did with them. I forgot what's on Mother Embrace.
Die, you fat gold puking weirdo.
I really need shared misery.
Ouch. Oh, damn it.
Greetings.
Hey guys, I'm out.
Alright, I'm back,
Y'all
guys.
have fun.
Yeah, you have fun too,
And
man.
I'm leaving. Laters.
Alright.
Ooh, and I've got enough to give in Metroid Whispers.
Let's get back at this
Me too.
grind.
Oh,
I know I left and tell you to use Mother's Embrace, but Mother's Embrace with Bone Spear is actually like a no-brainer. Like, it refunds 40% of the cost of the ability every single time you hit more than, what, 5 targets? It's a freaking attack that pierces and hits, like, everything on the screen. Like, you basically get your refund, like, every single time you use it. Except for on bosses, of course, which... Oh well.
Yeah, but I don't think it has crit chance on it or crit damage.
It doesn't. It doesn't. But like I said, with the ossified essence passive, you gain more damage for making sure that you're at full resource all the time. It's less important to have huge amounts of damage with the ability than it is to have maximum essence when you fire the ability. The maximum essence is going to be a huge damage loss every single time you're not at it. So, like, as of right now, like, when I fire off my abilities, I've got everything running. I'm sitting at 233, I think, maximum essence. Yeah, 233, right? So, every point over 50 is a 1% increase, right? So, 233 minus 50. That's 183% enhanced damage for having that maximum essence. So every single point of essence that I am losing from max when I'm firing my shot, the lower my essence gets in a battle, the less damage I am doing. And so sustain is more important for the Bone Spear Necromancer than damage output, because you're going to sustain your maximum essence as high as you possibly can so that every single time you fire, you're getting that huge damage bonus. That's why I use the mages that have 10 essence per second always coming in. That's why I use the regeneration, which gives me regeneration every single time I crit. That's why I'm using the Requiem ring instead of a Ring of Umbral or something like that, because the Requiem ring gives me 5 more essence per minion, which is a maximum of, at the moment, is 5, 4, so 10. I get 10 times 5, which is 50 additional essence for having my minions out. all of it comes together to equal out to basically sustain damage, which is going to get me a lot better damage than spike damage. Like, a person who doesn't have good essence sustain on a Bone Spear build is going to dish out massive damage for that first hit. But then every subsequent hit after is going to continually decrease in damage until eventually they run out of essence. Me, on the other hand, because I have multiple ways to keep my essence full all the time, I'm getting much higher damage output on every single hit rather than one giant spike.
I'll be back in a bit, guys.
I mean, you can literally see as I'm fighting right now, my essence is just constantly regenerating back up to the maximum. I fire off a shot, and I'm back up at 233. I fire off a shot, and I'm back up at 233. I fire off a shot, and I'm back up at 233. Like, it's literally almost every shot I fire...
Without you doing anything to regenerate essence?
How I have it set up, the mages are regenerating the essence for me. The ability itself... Sorry, the crits coming from the ability are causing a massive amount of regeneration during that time period too. And all of it is adding up to a huge amount of regeneration. As long as I keep the minions alive, I'm getting a huge amount of regeneration. And then, I also have the Grim Harvest passive, which is every single time I go to keep the minions alive, guess what I'm also getting? 6 essence per time I try to keep the minions alive. So every single time I resurrect them, or do anything with the minions, I'm getting essence for resurrecting them and maintaining them. So it's all a game of maintaining my essence. Every time I fire, I'm critting, which is giving me regeneration. Every single time I resurrect one of my skeletons, I'm getting 6 essence. While my skeletons are alive, I'm getting 10 essence per second. While my skeletons and all of my minions are alive, I'm getting 50 maximum essence. Blah, 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 and it all adds up to a lot of additional damage.
Okay, which one give you essence for every skeleton alive?
Or the Requiem aspect. I linked it in a clan chat.
I need time to do
that. Oh. So that's 25 extra essence.
It's 5 per minion. So I have 10 minions.
I'm gonna inspect your
5 per minion, 10 minions. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. I got the golem, which is 1. I have...
You have the whole minion army. You don't have just the mages then.
I use the reapers to create corpses. And the Reapers are also part of that maximum essence. So they're also giving me more maximum essence, which is in turn giving me more damage to Bone Spear. 1% per maximum essence over 50. So 50 essence, which is a 50% damage bump for having the minions. I'm telling you, the minions is the way to go with the Bone Spear Necro. I look at it. I've looked at it from every single angle, and it just always seems like the minions win.
Hi, beautiful.
Thank you.
I know I'm beautiful. I know. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You know, people don't tell you how beautiful you are on a regular basis, you know, so I'll cherish that for the rest of my life.
But like, no, he means me. Not you, you're ugly. Dang.
I want that.
Forgot to gamble.
They did a really brilliant thing in this game with the Necromancer, and what they did was they decided they wanted to make the minions useful, not just damage output, which is what they are in Diablo 2. I mean, they're useful as meat shields, I guess, in Diablo 2, but they wanted to make them more useful in other ways besides just meat shield and damage output, and that's exactly what they did. They're very useful in terms of what they can do for you as a Necromancer. Like, and that's how you should approach the minions. Not how much damage can I get out of them. You want to approach them from a different standpoint of, is how useful can they be for my build? And well, I'm a corpse explosion necromancer. Well, I can use them to generate more corpses. You know, I'm a mancer that needs vulnerable. Well, guess what? The ice mages can make monsters vulnerable as long as I've got some sort of freezing effect.
Who has the child that's speaking over us?
Every single day. Every single day. I try not to get too upset about that kind of stuff.
So can you ride on your horsey right now?
Yeah, can we ride on the horsey right now?
I need time to do that.
Honestly, if I ever get my hands on it, the Ring of the Starless Skies is amazing. I would love to get my hands on the Ring of the Starless Skies. Basically what it does is it reduces the cost of your core skill every single time you cast it up to a maximum, like, reduction, which is kind of insane, to the point where literally the core skill kind of, like, becomes nothing. Like, it costs, like, no essence. And for me, that would basically just be like having my own channeling shrine, like, all the time. Which sounds honestly kind of insane. I can see why they gated that thing behind a rare drop. Anybody else want to join us on these EXP runs? 98 working on 99. Come along for the ride, get some EXP. All I gotta do is kill stuff.
Working on 99.
98 working on 99, gonna take all of my time. 98 working on 99, and we can't think up a rhyme. What's up, Butcher? Why, Butcher? Sorry, Butcher, but you showed up at the wrong time, sir. I had full buffs and everything already up. Like, my maximum essence was engaged, like my crit buff was on, like I had to, like, I got all these buffs that are on my character, and like once I activate all of them, my damage goes like through the roof. And he just showed up at the really wrong time. Oh look, here's the treasure goblin. Oh, he's running. Look at him. Look at him running. I hope you don't think you're actually getting somewhere. I kind of like this Decrepify, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna hang on to it for now.
What did you sacrifice for the Decrepify?
My basic skill.
Splinter?
No, I was using Reap.
Why I put the hello, hi guys.
Hey.
Hello, welcome to the party.
Why didn't you put the shrine back on? Fix the shrine.
What
I
shrine?
don't know. I didn't see a
Oh
shrine.
no, he had a shrine. He picked up a fixer for the shrine.
I didn't see the shrine broken. I didn't see it.
It's okay. Dungeon complete. By the time I get there.
They get completed in 2 minutes.
Before you get there, don't worry. You have to exit. You have to exit the game quickly, otherwise you're gonna be getting yelled at.
Exit the game or exit the
Oh
dungeon?
yeah, we're gonna yell at you.
Okay.
Exit
leave
the
game.
dungeon and then leave the game.
Bad, bad, bad. We don't yell at anybody.
Not you.
Who said? Who's yelling? I want to ban him. Is it Dubs? Is Dubs doing it?
Somebody else in our party, I'm not gonna mention his name.
Mm-hmm. He's no snitch, I see.
I ain't no snitch. Snitches get stitches.
Mm-hmm. What's with all the haters? I don't really know, J Prey. I really don't. Like, I swear there's a hater pops up every 5 minutes, but like, it's weird because everybody I talk to says they like the game, and then like occasionally I come across these people that like say they hate it, but like I try and talk to them and see what they have to say, and like they can never tell me what they actually dislike about the game, like. And it makes me think that all they're doing is just riding around to like various streams, just like spreading hate for no reason. Look, let's go over to this one and tell everybody I hate it. I hate it. What's up, cursed shrine event? The only problem with the crits generate essence thing is that if you don't hit anything, if you whiff it, you don't get anything back. So
Let me know.
you can't whiff your hits. Got to be more accurate. You gotta be like Legolas. You gotta be like Legolas. You can't just fire your shots willy-nilly into the air.
I'm still critting 6-7k, so it's not like I lost that much damage.
6-7k? That's it?
Huh?
What level are you?
82. Not 6-7, like 600, 700k.
Oh, I was about to say.
What, you thought 6,000?
Well, I mean, you should be hitting pretty hard, like a lot harder than 6,000-7,000. Yes, I was a little bit worried there. My highest crits seem to be around like 2 to 3 million, which
not there yet.
which are pretty impressive. But that's like times 6 because it's the first hit and then the subsequent 5 hits that come back. So it's 2 to 3 million times 6, whatever the hell that is. Because the numbers are never exact. Like it didn't say 2 million. It said like
No,
it said like
2,220,345
or something stupid like that. But that's like all the buffs, everything up. Like corpse buff ready. Like full crit. There's a couple different things. Like there's a whole lot of buffs that I have that are just running like all the time. So like they kind of just like coalesce sometimes into big hits. I haven't even really looked recently, to be honest with you. It just doesn't. I like to have the damage numbers off, so I just haven't been paying attention anymore. It's also really hard to read them with Bone Spear, because like when 5 spears hit a target at the same time, 5 numbers come up, and you can't really read all 5 of them. They kind of overlap each other.
Where's the event?
It's a full survivor event over here. slay as many enemy waves as you can before the time runs out. I'm working on it, but they're spawning real slow.
Oh, good.
Like they're not spawning very fast. I don't know if I don't think it was me because I was killing all the monsters as quickly as they would spawn, but like they really just respawned really slow for some reason. Alright, and the boss is the only thing left?
I think so.
What's the vote for? Unique items. We finally found the unique items. How to find the unique items. We finally found out the gate. The gate is World Tier 4, level 85 plus. That's the gate. So if you're not World Tier 4, you're not going to find it, and if you're not 85 plus, you're not going to find it. So that is the official information from the Diablo team of like what you like minimum requirements basically of what you have to be to find the items. I'm taking a quick town to sell some stuff. Gotta leave the group.
Yep. I usually reform the group right away anyway, and then do the town break. Just so it's all set up.
Yep.
You see, I left the game from the dungeon. Now I'm in town. Like, it's
Were you
never
ever
put me in
were you
front of-
ever at the dungeon?
Of course I was at the dungeon. I was at the boss, killing the boss.
No. I mean, did you ever actually enter the dungeon physically?
Where was your last checkpoint? Because that's how games like
by the boss, killing the boss.
No, that's
No,
not.
the checkpoint. Wait, did you enter the dungeon from the entrance?
Or did you TP to somebody from town?
Exactly. Okay, I left the dungeon and then I left the game. I'm right in the same spot.
Yeah, next time you're in the dungeon and you're doing the dungeon with us, instead of leaving the party, just hit leave dungeon and see if that works. If it still puts you back into town when you hit leave dungeon, then you're gonna have to actually mount up and ride to the dungeon. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, do you want to be outside the dungeon?
Yeah, because it's an ambush every time.
Much easier to be outside the dungeon and just enter.
I get ambushed every time I try to form the party outside the dungeon. It's like a million mobs trying to get me.
Let's turn my numbers back on. It's been a while since I had them on anyway. Let me just so I can see what kind of damage numbers I'm hitting.
Troubleshooting engaged.
Yeah, no buffs, no like damage mods. I'm hitting for like flat like 600-700k.
Yeah.
That's without anything.
I
That's
do
without
not
anything
have,
running.
like my Bone Storm or my Corpse Tendrils or anything, and this is my first hit, I would see 4-5. That's my thing. If I am like, you know, really like, you know, everything is up, I would see 1.1, 1.2.
Yeah, that's why I was a little worried when you said 5-7k. I'm like, wait a minute.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you gotta put that 100 in there. You can't just be like 5-7. You gotta be 5-700. All right, 5-700k. And you gotta say it just like that, 100. Ow. Why are you guys so ouchy?
Hey, you guess the amount of zeros. I just give you the first number, okay?
You...
I hit for 3.
I hit 3. 3 what? 3 billion?
Nope. Guess again.
What was that movie that I watched? God bless it. What was that movie? The one where the guy gets into the car. They're like, it was the one with like Danny DeVito. I think they get in the car and they're stealing the car or whatever. I remember it now. It was Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito and they're twins.
Yeah, the twins.
I think the movie is called Twins.
And you remember he's trying to renegotiate the contract for delivering the part, and he's like 3. He's like 3's not enough. He goes, I need at least 10. And they're like, 10? There's no way I can do 10. And he thinks they're talking about like 1,000. And the dude's really talking about like million. And he finally finds out, he finally realized that it's million. And he's like, oh. He's like, no, that's enough. That whole scene was just hilarious to me. He was trying to haggle this. He was trying to haggle it, and it was a.
There's an event here.
He thought it was so much less than what it actually was. Uh-oh. Cody gonna get banished to the Shadow Realm again?
Event right here.
Banished to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, get him inside the circle. Drag him in if you gotta suck.
Yeah, if you gotta suck, then you gotta suck. Yeah, that movie's great. I watched it recently. I know I saw it a long time ago too, though, but
yeah,
it's a great movie.
It is.
Have you seen Arnold's recent movie, or the TV show Fubar?
Yeah, I watched it. I liked it.
It's pretty good. I liked it.
I enjoyed it. Oh, he's like 75 now, 76, something like that. Maybe even older. He's doing well.
Spoilers, please.
I mean, he keeps up with his exercise and everything, so.
Yeah.
So does Chuck Norris. I saw him on the TV on an infomercial the other day doing the Bowflex commercial. He still looked just as good as he always does. He's like, this is how I keep up with the youngins.
I need time to do that.
You know, I feel confident enough about Bow and Spear that I actually could make my first skill video, I feel like. I could make a skill video on Bow and Spear at this point.
Oh, okay. I know what you mean. Your skill videos.
Skills and abilities!
The dungeon is complete.
Okay.
Yeah, we's done.
D4 skills and ability.
That's right.
I didn't look at your channel. Did you have playlists set up or no?
I'm working on it. I think I got unique items.
As like its own thing. Okay.
Yeah, I am setting up playlists for Diablo 4. I got so many videos. If I didn't have playlists, then
yeah,
people probably
it's like a library.
Yeah, it's like a library at this point.
In the loading screen, then I can accept that in that request.
You're
Buzz.
gonna have
Good.
to.
Turtle Problem said, I haven't even watched the dang video yet, and we already need more space. Come
I'm
on.
gonna have to ride to the dungeon, man, because it keeps putting me in the town. Even that I left dungeon.
Okay, why don't you teleport to me outside the
I
dungeon?
don't wanna, it's okay.
Yeah,
I will-
teleport to him outside the dungeon, and then you'll be outside the dungeon, and then you can enter from the door. Somebody said inventory depression.
That's a good one.
Inventory depression, boys. Every time I look at my full inventory, I get depressed.
Dude, it's a struggle.
It's inventory depression. That's great. That is great. I love it.
Are you outside the dungeon?
I went in because you said no. That's okay, okay.
That's
right.
fine. That's fine. Don't worry about
He's saying that when he's already in.
Look, you're gonna know when I'm in, okay? You're gonna know when I'm in. Alright. You'll know.
I'm inside.
There's a 1 mil overpower there. I wasn't even like fully buffed or anything. This is with my two-hander. My two-hander is beast. I can't use it in high-level content though because honestly I need the extra mitigations from the shield.
I can
It's-
definitely see that.
I mean, it's not like I really need it anyway. The damage output is... What's the difference between hitting once for 1 million and twice for 500,000? Like, it just doesn't... It's not really that big of a deal.
I need more time.
The vulnerable spam is a bit much. Have you seen the fortified spam too? A couple times I've gotten the fortify spam. Something about like when you take damage and then you instantly refortify, and then you take damage and then you instantly refortify, and then you take damage and then you instantly refortify, and it'll just start spamming on your screen. Fortified, 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 and you're just like, stop!
It's just another checkbox. It's another random quality of life thing. It's like you gave us the ability to turn off the number, why not the text in general? Just turn off all scrolling combat text. It's pretty normal to have that option.
Normal. Who is normal?
Oh no. I want to see the 13 pages of patch notes, okay? I'm at that point.
I want to see the patch notes. Show
Yeah.
us the patch notes. Show us the patch notes. I'll go in there and die once or twice. That sounds like fun. I'm not set up for Uber Lilith, but it could be fun to see what happens. Leon said that apparently Bone Sphere Necro is one of the best classes for taking Uber Lilith on, so...
Yeah,
I mean, and
I
I
don't
can
know
see
the
it.
exact setup.
And I can see it because she floats over the frickin' thing all the time, like in the regular fight, so... I'll be able to stand back, dish out damage to her from wherever I'm standing, so... Instead of having to run to her and hit her, I could just,
You're gonna
like...
have to generate a lot of corpses to be able to sustain your essence while you are fighting her.
Well,
'Cause
fighting
your
the
minion
boss.
are not gonna survive.
Well, that's just it. The hewed, that's one of the passives that you're going to take. So if you don't have it already, it's called Hewed Flesh, and it's a lucky hit up to 12% chance to generate corpses, but it also has a double chance against bosses. So the bosses have a double chance to get corpses. So versus bosses like Lilith, it becomes even more valuable because every single time you hit her, you're going to be generating corpses. Versus bosses, I generally don't have an issue.
I have an issue with bosses that are tanky bosses. Oh my goodness. I literally traveled to the stupid town and I rode my horse to the dungeon. And I still getting...
Teleport to me, teleport to me.
No, I'm not going to the... You tell me that and then
I'm
I
right,
go...
I'm waiting outside. I'm waiting outside the dungeon.
It's okay.
This is so hilarious to me. I don't even know why it's really that big of an issue. Like, but it's just hilarious.
It's annoying just because I do not know why it's happening to... Like, what am I doing wrong? Okay, here.
Look at my horse, it's so amazing. I can ride down and give you a grazing.
Oh my god, he's melting her.
Who's melting?
I just want to see what kind of damage the Bone Necro did on the Uber fight. He just melted her, dude. That's crazy damage.
Yeah, the damage output potential of Bone Spear is pretty amazing. Is there any guess on how much life she actually has?
I don't know if anyone actually went and calculated it, but my guess would be well over 100 mil, maybe 200 mil. It's definitely up there. I don't know if it's quite a billion.
So,
I mean,
At maximum.
I've hit her for like.
So at minimum damage, at 600,000 damage a shot, times 6, that wouldn't even take me that many shots.
Let's just say I've hit her for like 6 mil hits and it barely even phased her bar. Or, like it barely even moved it. And these other builds are just melting it. I don't know what the damage they're doing is.
Don't have the damage numbers on the screen?
It looks like he doesn't. I linked you the video too in a private message. Wait, no, he does. Hold on. It's so fast. 1.3, 2.6, 4 million, 5 million, 3.7. Just like fast of that.
Yeah, that's about what I'm capable of right now. That's under all buffs though. So like I can hit those numbers, but I need like every buff running at all times.
Well, she takes less damage in general. She has like really good damage reduction. Like you'll hit a normal mob harder than her. Like, so this is even more insane damage.
So what? Interesting. I mean, it might be beneficial to put my Frost Mage boots back on so I can stagger him. Blizzard spam is always useful.
Yeah, so he killed her part 1 health bar in under 20 seconds.
I mean, it's like as long as you're at optimal distance. I'm assuming he's also at optimal distance, right? He's not just.
Yes,
like,
he's at optimal distance. He's doing it. Yes.
Yeah.
He's
When you're at optimal distance, the damage output is insane. Like.
So that's now 3 classes I've seen do it in under like 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think like damage-wise, I should be able to just absolutely rip her to shreds as long as I'm at optimal distance and have my buffs running. I should be fine.
But
I'll
that's
probably
like,
also utilize like if I go in there, like I'm assuming he did the same thing. He probably grabbed that 50 resource potion because that's another 50% damage added to his attacks.
Oh, 100% he has an elixir on.
Like that elixir is absolutely insane for this build because it brings you up from 233 to 283, which is like a flat 50% damage bump on like everything. It's nuts.
What elixir is that?
There's an elixir you can get that just gives you 50 resource. It just says 50 maximum resource, which for this particular class is ridiculous. It's the elixir of resourcefulness. I have 4 of them right now. That's definitely what I would use for Uber Lilith if I went in there. Either that or the other one, which is 20% resource reduction. That one would also be interesting because it would be more sustain. So if I'm not able to just one-shot her like off the bat, depending on like if I'm not doing enough damage or not, I'd still be able to fire more shots with the resourcefulness one before having any kind of essence issues. Honestly, I would go in there set up for single target, though. Right now, I'm set up for more AoE, like, you know, monsters and things like that. I definitely wouldn't be wearing the Deathless Visage, which is really just for AoE. Like, those explosions are nice and all, but I'll get more damage out of a helmet. An additional affix, legendary affix would definitely be nice. I probably would want the to put the cold mages back on. The cold mages are really nice though. The blizzard, where they have like the blizzards, because the blizzards are really good for stagger. And if I can stagger Lilith, then that's even better.
Doesn't even look like he used the minions to kill her in 20 seconds. He just blasted her, and that was no minions.
No, most of them are doing like sacrifice builds, but I'm going in there with my minions.
Yeah.
But they are not gonna survive.
They don't have to survive.
I mean, they would survive if he does that kind of damage this guy did. He didn't do a single mechanic. I don't think this fight was designed to do this.
See, I've said this before, and I think you misunderstood somehow. Like you just didn't hear me. I went through one ear and out the other. My resource regeneration is tied directly to keeping them alive.
Yeah.
So as I generate resource, they become alive. So it doesn't matter.
She's gonna be dishing millions of damage.
It doesn't matter. My resource regeneration is keeping them alive, so it doesn't matter. They're always going to be alive. Every single time I generate resource with that ability, they are now alive again. So even if she kills them instantaneously, I'm still generating resource by keeping them alive. It is a constant, never-ending struggle of, hey, you just died? Well, guess what? Get back up again. And I don't have to worry about it. It's not a nuisance. It's not something that's like an extra step that I have to take. Like, oh, I gotta res my skeletons again. I don't think about it like that. My skeletons are constantly resed because I'm constantly using them to generate resource. That's right, baby shark go doo 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 doo, baby shark go doo 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 doo. And I run a full minion Bone Spear Necromancer and I melt stuff too, Eggers. You haven't seen me literally like two-shot a boss before? Like, it happens all the time on stream. We're literally fighting a boss and I'll just fire like 2 Bone Spears at optimal distance and the boss just goes pew. Do I have a potion on right now? So many buffs on my bar, I can't see them all. I want to use the, here's my 15% critter. Boom.
Here, later, or one other.
What? I wonder if I should grab that one. I mean, it's right there. I don't necessarily want to, but... Bone you, bone spear, cast vulnerable? What? Bone you, bone you, bone you? Bone... Bony, bone, boned, bone, what? Bonin, bonins? Bone Spear does cast vulnerable, yes. Yeah, I think that's everything. Oh, okay. A whole bunch of monsters just appeared on top of my head when I was teleporting out. Do 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 do. I wonder if they're gonna up Uber Lilith's health because of all the people that are killing her so fast. Let's make it even harder for everybody else. Get out my face, suckers. Oh, what the hell is that guy doing all the way back there? That's like, there's no monsters that even spawn there.
What do you mean? Why am I back there? I'm sorry, I was away. I was on the phone.
No, no, I'm talking about one of the monsters for the objective is literally all the way back at the spawn.
I need time to do
Yeah.
Yep.
Don't know why he was all the way back there. Didn't make any sense. He was literally all the way, like, not even just like in an area where there would be monsters. No, he was all the way like at the area where there's no monsters. Like when you first walk in the door.
Yeah.
I need more time.
I might have to go farm the two-handed sword that you got, Leon, so I can get even more damage. I've been avoiding it because I'm trying to get level 100, but I can definitely see how having a higher DPS sword would have a huge effect on my bone spear damage.
I mean, I'm glad this guy highlighted everything. He's basically the main reason Barb's got nerfed so many times, but at least he highlighted everything. I've been watching, like he did a summary video. Every class besides Barb has killed Uber Lilith, like her health full in under 30 seconds, like 20 seconds basically. Barb, 10 minutes.
Well, I mean, isn't that just simply because she's often inaccessible? Like,
Well, no.
to melee damage, so like ranged damage is just always going to do better against her?
No, like the two of the builds are melee. Like the rogue is melee, and the druid is melee, and they kill her within 20 seconds.
I don't think the barb is bad. Damages that much.
There's just no bar build that has that kind of single target that these builds are putting out. At all. Like, not even close.
Not even close. Oh, nice, Brian. Grandson 89.
I need more time.
You want to hear the funniest thing? I think it was funny anyway. So the other day, I think I was telling you guys about this guy named Obama, who was like defending Diablo 4 to the utmost, to oblivion, right? He's like, Diablo 4 is better than Diablo 2, you know, blah blah blah. Anyway, I tried to have an actual conversation with him, and then none of it actually worked. So I ended up timing him out. He ended up making this really nasty post because he thought I banned him, right? And he's like, Mr. Llama's better than you anyway, right? And then Llama just basically went back to Diablo 2.
Yeah.
Which just cracks me up. Because like literally he was just like all riding Diablo 4 like to oblivion, talking crap about Diablo 2, which is funny. And then the person that he tried to say was better than me literally hops right back on Diablo 2 and is like, "Eh, screw Diablo 4." It just cracks me up. Meanwhile, I'm still playing Diablo 4.
What level are you now?
98.5. Makes me sound like I'm a kid when I say that.
I'm 15 and a half.
It mattered so much when we were kids.
Like, look, I'm 15 and a half. Okay, I'm not just 15, I'm older than you.
You still doing the same dungeon? Or are you doing Nightmare Dungeon?
Oh yeah, this is the best way to get EXP. I'm trying to get this done today, so if I don't get this done, I'm not going to move on to other characters. And I'm probably not going to do this grind for all my characters. I just want to get all my characters leveled up to probably about 70, 80. That's my goal. I'm probably going to try and make as many characters as I can before ladder starts or whatever, which is like a month away, so I got plenty of time. Also, I'm tired of being on this high-level character and not being able to play with you guys who are lower level than me. So it'd be nice to have a lower-level character so I can join you guys and mooch for a change. I'm going to mooch off of you guys now.
A moocher becomes the moochie? Or
That's
the
right. The moochest becomes the moocher.
Yeah.
Well, the dungeon you're doing, you really don't have to be that high to do it.
No, you don't. This is good for alt characters.
Yeah, this is good for alt characters too, yeah. So like as long as you're like within, I want to say like 65 or higher, you can probably do this dungeon just fine.
Yeah. The pain part was we were all doing nightmare dungeons before, and we were trying to bring in 60s,
yeah.
70s, and the mobs are like 100, and it's just pain.
Just pain, all day long.
I need to get these 2 gloves on my robe during 15.
I finally started my my basic barb, by the way. He is the tankiest beast I've ever seen in my life.
I know he is.
He is literally like, he was only the 52, and I literally tanked the world boss. Like, I was in there, the world boss hit me right in the face. Like, with one of his big attacks, and it didn't kill me, and I was like, ha! Take that! I think he's the character that's going to very easily be able to push level 100 sigils. He just seems like the guy he's just not going to care, like, what's going on around him. Like, he's just going to have so much damage mitigation, nobody's going to be able to touch him.
Oh my god.
And he's not even set up with full damage mitigation yet, and he can go further.
That same Necro I linked you did it too. The same guy who killed Lilith did the 100 easily.
I mean, kill everything before it kills you, right? That's the plan. Works there 100% of the time, every time.
I just got murdered by a strategic strike of fallen lunatics.
I'm a little hesitant on those videos, though, where people clear the 100 dungeon. I've heard that some people are just going to the easiest one. They spend they spend a couple times at it until they get like the right
rolls and the right
rolls, and then they record it and they post that. And they're like, I cleared the 101 dungeon, and then like, but it come to find out they did like the easiest dungeon with like,
yeah, they probably can't
the
do
best
every single
mods with, just and they probably had several failed attempts as well. So
100%.
Yeah, give it over.
I know for a fact like there's some stuff that Bone Spear can't handle. Like I've encountered it myself. Remember I was telling you about Suppressor Field, like how it doesn't register damage sometimes. But there's more. Like it also, because of the way that Bone Spear has that thing where it like goes off and then comes back. So the Suppressor Field blocks all 5 of the returning Bone Splinters. So if you're inside the Suppressor Field and you're shooting at the monster that's at the center of the field, the Bone Spear exits the field, then comes back with the 5 splinters, and they hit the field and then disintegrate. So basically, like the majority of your damage is just like stunted as soon as you encounter a suppressor monster. Unless you can get them up against a wall. If you can get them up against a wall, you can have the bone spear hit the wall, and then it'll bounce back from inside the field, and then it won't hit the field. But it's stupid.
I have to take 5 minutes break, guys. I'll be back.
I just got wrecked by the same pack twice in a row.
That's a deal.
Yeah, the suppressor field is nasty for bone spear necros. Like if you were to encounter a suppressor, a really good suppressor elite in a dungeon, even as like a boss bone spear necro, going inside of that field is very dangerous. I think barbarians have it a lot easier when it comes to that stuff, because you're just melee characters in general. But like suppressor fields just don't really do anything to you guys.
You still have the issue where you're inside and you do no damage.
Which sucks.
You're just sitting there waiting for the actual damage to start happening. It could be 5 seconds, it could be 10 seconds. It's weird.
Meanwhile, they're like completely preventing all damage. Like,
yeah.
Like it's not just that you can't damage the monster with the suppressor field. It's also the fact that you can't damage the other monsters that are inside the suppressor field.
And then what happens is when you go in, the other monsters follow you in. So then they start to become immune for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they followed you inside the field where you're supposed to be able to do the damage. It's like, well, I was better off fighting these monsters outside the suppressor field and then go.
I know, different classes are different. They're all different. But, like, I'm just saying, like, in particular, like, if I were to try and run a 100 dungeon, I would never want a suppressor field in there. I'd want to get around it whatever way I could. They always end up just I don't know, just like, unless they're just weaklings. But the thing is that suppressor combines really well with other mods. Like, when you have a suppressor explosive, or like in a suppressor poison with the poison field around them, or like a suppressor mortar. Like there's a couple really good things. Like when they have like the suppressor and like a bunch of other really good mods, like they will rip you to shreds. And you gotta get in there, and you gotta take them out. It definitely does get really nasty. Like there are definitely some elite combinations that are just like, oh my god. And then the DR guys get into the mix and make the suppressor guy immune.
These bikes going crazy.
I don't know. Eamon?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Eamon. Die, big boy. There's no walls in the Lilith fight, is there? It's on a big old platform, and she like knocks the floor off, right? Ooh, Cursed Shrine. I'm gonna have fun fighting her. I will have fun.
You say that now.
Oh, I'm gonna have fun. I need to go in there once just as I am right now, though, before I do anything, and just see if she kicks my butt. My damage output is not terrible. I might be able to do it. Who knows?
You gonna try to do it solo, or you gonna try to do it party?
Party would probably be kind of fun, actually, now that you mention it.
You can probably do both. Solo's nice just for your personal character testing and like making the character itself better and all kinds of things. Learning.
Can you go back in and do it later after you complete it once?
Yeah,
or
yeah. I think it's repeat farming. I mean, I think so. I would hope so. Yeah. Yes, you can. 100%.
What's up, Walkadook?
I watched someone who's killed it go back in. Now that I think about it.
I'd like to try it as a group. I mean, I don't have any illusion of success, but I'd like to.
Oh, as a group, I think it'll be even easier. It basically what it would come
More
down
stagger.
to is we would come down to stagger. So even if you can't dish out damage, your goal would be to apply as much stagger as humanly possible, alternating crowd control effects, knocking her down, blizzard, things like that, and you would just lock her in a stagger. Every time she gets up, that would be your goal, is to re-stagger her.
And everyone would just do way more
She
damage.
would be scaled to 4 people, though.
Yes, but the thing is that when she's staggered, you don't have to deal with any of the mechanics.
Yep.
And your damage is going to go way up while she's staggered. Like, everybody's damage is going to go way up while she's staggered. So, like, all I have to do is just time my abilities for the stagger. So I just hold on to my abilities, wait for the opportune moment, and then as soon as you guys stagger her, I'll stand at optimal distance, and then I just annihilate. I mean, you should see the video where the frickin' Blizzard Sorceress staggered her in, like...
I've seen it.
What was it, like 3 seconds?
Yeah.
Like, she was down. And then, like, as soon as you stagger her, I would just pop all my cooldowns and then just start annihilating. I could even swap over to my Blizzard minions. Get my Blizzard, my little Blizzard cold sorcerer mages. And then they can just spam Blizzard on her too. I'm pretty sure the Blizzards that come from my mages are just as powerful for staggering as yours. Because I remember when I was running them, I would just have, the bosses would just always be staggered. It was amazing.
Boy, these explodey guys can go right back to where they came from.
They came from your closet, Chunks. They came from your closet.
No, I'm pretty sure they didn't.
They came from your closet. Don't
I'm
open
pretty
it.
sure they came from hell.
Don't open your closet. Your closet is a doorway to hell. I'm sorry. I was going to tell you about this as your friend, but I was worried that you might lose your mind.
No!
Somebody said that Suppressor blocks your whirlwind damage if you whirlwind outside the bubble and then whirlwind back into the bubble without stopping the whirlwind. So if you're inside, you start a whirlwind, and you go outside and then come back in, now you do no damage. That's amazing.
Poor Barb.
Let's go, Barbie. Let's go, Barbie.
I might even be tempted to swap back to Decompose for Lilith. Decompose is nice for those times when you need to generate some essence and also corpses. It's a good jump start ability.
Lily, you're back.
Huh? Yes, I just came back.
Alright, I'm gonna go out for 20.
Oh, that was a rough dungeon.
Let's go tension, inventory tension. They think the barbarian is a projectile. Is he not a projectile when he's whirlwinding? Come on now. My thing is, though, is why does the shield... I don't know. It's all very silly to me, the way the suppressor shield works. Like, so if you're inside the shield, you can damage the monster that's also inside the shield. But if you fire a shot inside the shield and it goes outside the shield and then comes back into the shield, then it is no longer valid and gets stopped by the shield as it tries to come back into the shield, despite the fact that it was fired from inside the shield.
You lost me after a little bit. It's not like you were just rambling on.
That's right.
He's got an attack that's like a boomerang.
No, he makes sense because you know the
Basically-
bone spear.
I know, man. I'm just.
He was just joking.
I don't know, because he wasn't joking about the DBZ last night.
That's right, DBZ.
What is going on?
I never cared. I never cared anything about it. I'm sorry.
You
We
should
need to
watch
get
it.
you,
You
Kurt.
should watch it, though. You should. So we can
No,
talk
I'm
about
not.
DBZ together.
You
And then
missed
you can,
like
and then you can tell us what your favorite character is. We need to know.
you've missed years of rage.
We need to
like,
judge you. We need to judge you by who your favorite character is.
You can judge me by the fact that I don't like it.
But you've never really watched it.
I've tried to watch it with children, and I do not enjoy it.
Hey, with children?
It's a child show.
No, Chunks. No, it's not.
Well, it was.
It's never been a child show. Anime is not made for children, and anybody who thinks that has never watched anime.
I've tried.
Like, there is this very, very odd and very, very wrong, like, sort of, like, mentality that some people have, and it generally comes from the older generation, that anything that is animated is a cartoon, and anything that is a cartoon is made for children.
No, I don't think it's a cartoon.
But anime is not made for children. There are some animes that are made specifically for children, but the bulk of them, like 80 to 90% of the animes that are out there, are not made for children. In fact, many of them are so freaking dark and so freaking, like, ridiculously adult that I would never let a child watch them. Never. Never. If I had children, I would not let my child, like, watch some of those animes. Elfid Leon, there's literally Elfid Leon, there's literally a girl that walks around naked for, like, the entire anime. Like, she's literally naked, like, the whole anime long.
See, that is one thing that has always drove me away from the whole anime and nachi, like, cartoon naked stuff like that. That's just no.
Well, that's called hentai, but this is an anime. Like, in this particular anime, they don't. There's no sex in the anime, so that's not what it's about. That particular anime is about a girl who was a science experiment. She basically had the ability to control these, like, psychic hands, I guess is what they would be called. And the psychic hands came out of her, and she was brutal, like absolutely brutal, because she was a science experiment, and she killed people with them. She killed many people with them. I mean, blood, guts everywhere. But as a science experiment, she escaped the laboratory, and, like, they treated her awful. Like, they didn't give her clothes. They didn't do anything. They treated her like she was like an animal. And of course, and she was right honestly in killing those people the way she did, because they treated her like she was nothing, like beneath them, like a lab rat, basically. The show is very strange, though. If you've never seen Elfid Leon, I don't want to ruin it all for you.
Yeah,
you would be ruining it. It doesn't look like it.
Honestly, there's some really amazing animes out there. One of them is on Netflix right now. It's called Kotaro Lives Alone. And it's a story about a little boy. The little boy lives in an apartment complex. And come to find out, he's by himself. He's a very lonely little boy, and he goes and knocks on people's doors to try and make friends. He ends up becoming kind of like the son of the apartment complex. They all look out for him in their own ways. As the story goes on, you start to learn more and more about Kotaro and why he's alone. It turns out his mother ran away from his father, who was abusive. His father was apparently beating him and his mother, and they ran. His mother couldn't take it anymore, and she eventually committed suicide. She had a very hefty life insurance policy. The life insurance policy basically set Kotaro up for the rest of his life, but Kotaro didn't have any relatives. And his father, who was the one that beat him, and his mother, was not the kind of person that he would have been remanded custody to. So the state instead decided that he would live on his own and use the money that came from the insurance to pay for all of his daily needs. So Kotaro literally lives alone. In the show, you start to find out more and more about Kotaro and what happened to him, that he was basically very poor. They didn't have very much money. He was literally eating tissues and all sorts of other things. And as you learn more and more about this brave little boy who's living on his own, you just can't help but fall in love. Kotaro Lives Alone is a short anime on Netflix, but it's definitely one that I would recommend. It's amazing. It's an amazing little story. I think it's only about 8 episodes. And that's just one example, like, of hundreds.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
You saw my message in the party chat?
Oh, here, I'll go over. Oh, in the party chat?
And gaming. It looks like you left first, too, anyway, if you want to make the group for a run or two. I just have to help Xyler real quick. I guess he needs my help, so I'll help him. He's got a clear dungeon.
Just looking at this guy's build. He has Blood Mist, Bone Storm. He's using Bone Splinters, which, I mean, it's good for an essence generator. Corpse Tendrils, Corpse Explosion. Looks like he's pretty much running the same build I am, except for the fact that I have minions and he doesn't.
Right. Crazy damage.
What'd you put in party chat?
Oh, I have to help Xyler real quick if someone can make the next run. Just the
yeah,
group
sure.
for the next one.
What the hell did it happen? Alright. Put some X's in chat so I can get you guys invited. EXP runs, boys. Have I done Blind Barrows? I've done Blind Barrows a couple times. I think I prefer this one the best.
It's which one is that you're doing?
It's called the Ruins of Eridu. Ruins of Eridu. It's very close to the Virez waypoint. Eridu did get nerfed, but it's still better than most. It's all about group farming. It's not about single target farming. So I just got booted from my own instance because I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
So the key to getting the best EXP is not about finding the best dungeon that has the most broken, overpowered number of monsters. It's about splitting the payload between multiple people. That's how you get the best EXP. You want to split the payload between everybody who's in the dungeon. So everybody takes a wing, everybody goes in different directions. That's how you get your optimal. We were getting about 800,000 EXP every 2.5 minutes with this dungeon. So whatever that equates out to, 800k per 2.5 minutes.
Is anyone doing nightmare dungeons? Level up glyphs?
I am not. Let's go this way. We run the whole thing. Both sections have multiple pathways, so we just run the whole thing.
I went back and kind of tinkered with my Paragon a little bit because I had it all over the place.
This one's got a goodly amount of events too, so it changes depending on like how many events we get. I don't know why, but we seem to get in a lot of butchers too. I feel like we've got a lot of butchers. Maybe it's just because we're running so many dungeons and there's just like a higher percent chance.
So fast.
Yeah, we're just clearing everything so fast that like there's a good chance that he ends up spawning.
So much fresh meat.
Fresh meat.
I love it. They, like I said, they just need to add on to that mechanic like every season. Just add some more.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely add. More, we want more monsters ambushing us in the dungeons.
Yep.
The more the better.
Bring them on. Did you do the quest where you fight Andario again, but outside the campaign? Like it's separate? It's like a side quest?
I don't know.
And she's not...
I think somebody was talking about that one. Apparently it has like
Billy did a video on it.
It has like a really high HP helmet that you can get from it, but like apparently
Like
it
amulet.
scales, or amulet, but it scales based on your level. So you want to make sure you do it later, not early. You want to make sure you do it like really late.
Yeah, I probably made that mistake on my bar because I was just getting renowned. But what's cool is like she's not shackled anymore like she was in the campaign. So it's like it's kind of different. It's more like she looks more like D2 even.
Good.
It's really cool.
All right. Next.
I don't know which quest it is. I don't know if I've done it already.
Finally use those pants next level that I made 20 levels ago by accident.
The ones that you accidentally imbued with the ancestral.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made that mistake too a couple times.
I took an aspect that I found on my barb and applied it to a piece of gear I found on my rogue, and it just like, oh, 20 levels later, you can use it.
Oh, I'm making really good progress with this one, Kyle. I think I'm just gonna keep rolling. I'm almost 99 and I got one more level to go. I like that I can help you guys with some of these rooms too. Like, you know how all the monsters are at the door? I can just fire a couple bone spears into your doorway. Just like annihilate that entire group of monsters. I just had the dumbest idea. You know how there's always like 3 passageways and like one person is kind of always the odd man out?
Yeah.
So hear me out. The 4th guy sells the items. So everybody, whenever you pick up an item, right, you just pick it up and then drop it back on the ground. Then the fourth guy runs through the dungeon, picks everything up, and makes trips back to town to sell stuff.
But he takes a 10% commission.
Yeah, 10% commission. No, I figure you just split it 3 ways. You just write down your goal at the beginning and just
lagging in the back.
Well, 4 ways. Just split it all 4 ways.
Right here.
And that way everybody gets doojanks.
%, cutthroat skill damage from that one.
These guys really did cap out at 95, but I'm still just rolling through. The EXP bonus from 3 levels above you doesn't really seem to be as big as I thought.
Yeah, I mean, because it's 200% base World Tier 4, and then you're adding 10% from the party, 5% from the elixir, and then just another 25% for the 3 above.
Immolation event over here. I'm pretty sure this is the one where there's like no end to the number of enemies that come. Like it just continues until the timer runs out. So I think you can actually get like a lot of EXP from these. There's so many explosions all over the place, though. It is a bit of a pain in the butt to actually stand in here and fight.
Hey, come get the conduit for the boss.
You're carrying the thing.
Keep forgetting to spend my obols.
Yeah, I'm almost at 1,000 myself.
Obbly.
Obbly bobblies. Boss is up. Did we kill him yet? Not that we have to. I like to lay the smackdown on him, though. What's up, Darkado? We'll ban you for giving away too much gold. I mean, that's one way that they can try and figure out who the bots are, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna ban you for that.
Alright, thanks, Leon. I'm getting off a little bit.
Alright.
But just letting you go. So, in a 20-minute period, in a 2-man group, we did 20 minutes of the ruins of Iru, and then we did 20 minutes of the level 48 or higher nightmares, and we made more during the nightmare runs.
That makes sense for a 2-man group. I can see that. But the splitting is what makes it powerful in the normal
But a
dungeons.
4-man group, I can see the other way, but
Yeah.
It's all about
for
the
2-man
splitting.
group, it was faster during the nightmare.
Yeah,
Alright,
it's all about that splitting. That's the magic of it.
Yeah,
because
4-man definitely.
Because you're basically what you're doing is you're all splitting in different directions. If you all go in the same direction, it's going to be less EXP.
I think we just need to start a new game.
Yeah, who's gonna make it?
Let me see if I can get Leo the party leader.
Yeah, Leo was
Is
the
it-
party leader.
Yeah, and then someone tries zoning in and see if it reset.
Let's see if it resets. No, it didn't reset. We have to leave.
So
Wah, 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 wah.
Because we just finished.
Yeah, basically, you just want to leave whoever leaves the party first can just invite everyone else, and it'll just create a new state. But we got this. We can try this. I left. I will try inviting. Still in a party. Okay, you accept.
Only the party leader have to lead the party. The rest can just stay in the game and join. As long as they leave the dungeon.
Well, they have to leave the party to join the new party. That's the only stipulation there.
Leave the party. Join the party. Let's go party. Let's go Hardy.
I have to spend my obols.
Yeah, I spent like half of mine.
My first 100 character? Yeah. I would have been 100 a long time ago, but I'm having too much fun leveling other characters. I've already got like 4 alts that I want to level. And I have more. I want to test out all the builds. I want to have fun with stuff. I want to actually play around with the characters, figure out the abilities. Like, this is a brand new game. I need to learn. As I've told people from the beginning, you know, come and learn with me. Like, because that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be learning. You're never going to see me be one of those streamers who says that I know everything, because I don't. I'm constantly going to be learning. I'm constantly going to be trying to figure stuff out.
Things are constantly changing too. So
Things are constantly changing as well.
Learn something again that you already learned.
There's, as far as I'm concerned, there's no optimal build right now. There's no optimal setup. Like, we got this big giant patch coming. Season 1 is coming. Like, a lot of this stuff is going to be changing. New builds are going to arise with each patch, and as they add new legendary affixes, and I mean, it's going to be a thing. Like, we're just going to have to roll with the punches, so to speak.
So we got an event on the shrine.
I'm just standing on the outside shooting bone spears in.
Yeah, deleting them.
That's how it works, right? That's what you're supposed to do.
It's crazy. I mean, it is insane. Like, I've played with you. I've seen you do the damage, but I guess I just haven't seen it like that. It's just nutty.
I mean, ever since I set this character up, he just kept getting more and more powerful. I just kept refining him a little bit more and more. I mean, that's why I made this choice at the very beginning of the game before anybody was like, Bone Spear's OP! And I'm like, I don't know. I'm fun playing a Bone Spear character. I always liked Bone Spear in Diablo 2. It was one of my favorites.
I love that build.
It's just one of those builds in Diablo 2 that never really hit its full potential. Like, it could have been so much better, but like...
Yeah, but it wasn't that strong, I believe.
No, if you do it right, it's very strong. But the problem is that to do it right, like, you have to focus everything into the Bone Spear. You have to build all of it is Bone Spear. You are a Bone Spear Necro and nothing else. Like, every point that you have has to go into the synergies.
Yeah.
Every point that you have, it's like it's terrible. I talked about that in my Bone Spear video that I did not too long ago. Is that it's you can't even, like, with all of the points that you have available to you, you can't even max out the synergies. Like, the synergies are just too much. They're just way too much. And, I mean, it's not necessarily, like, the worst thing in the world, because the character still does really good damage. But, it'd be nice to be able to support yourself with an army. For those of you who played Diablo 2 Classic, you know what I mean. Like, Bone Spear used to be really fun, because you could have, like, an army and be a Bone Spear Necro at the same time. And then when they added the synergies, it was pretty much choose. Like, you get to be a Bone Spear Necro, or you get to be a Minion Mancer, but you don't get to be both. In many ways, this Necromancer, the one that I'm playing right now, is a return to that classic Diablo 2 classic Necromancer that could use Bone Spear and minions at the same time, which was nice. It was refreshing.
Yeah. It's one of my favorite builds from back in the day, for sure. I had so much fun doing that.
And I'll wait for the boss since you guys are down there murdering stuff anyway. Let's go, Barbie. Let's go, Barbie. I think they're going to rework a lot of things in Diablo 2 as it progresses. I don't think they're done with Diablo 2. I think when we get to the next season, we're going to see a lot of changes. This is my prediction is that they skimped on the last season, season 4, and I think season 5 is going to be all of the things that they had planned for season 4 with all of the things that they have planned for season 5. It's going to be a very big season, I think, on season 5.
Oh my.
And we're going to play, too. Thankfully, the seasons don't overlap, so... I guess you got, like, an event down there.
Yeah, it's done.
Right now, I'm pretty sure that the developers for Diablo 2 are working steadily on the Season 5 patch. And they told us that they wouldn't overlap, so that's a good thing. If they did overlap, I'm afraid Diablo 2 might get overshadowed as it's an older game and Diablo 4 is a brand new game, and the brand new game always has the honeymoon period. But since they don't overlap, it'll be just fine. People will probably flip back and forth between them as the seasons progress. And complain about the button bindings being different. I know I will. I'm going to be drinking all my potions in Diablo 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's a butcher in here.
Get him. Don't let him talk to you any kind of way.
Well, I mean, it's like a 47 dungeon. I
Don't
don't
let-
think he would have died that fast in that massive pack of monsters we just killed.
Don't let him talk to you any kind of way.
And he may have.
Have respect for yourself.
But we completed the dungeon like right after it said, fresh meat. Does he die if you complete the dungeon, or does he flee?
The butcher will despawn if you don't kill him within a certain time period. Also, if he touches the end game shield, as me and Leon tested, he immediately will run away. He will immediately despawn if he touches the end game shield in the nightmare
bubble
dungeons.
thing?
Yeah, you cannot let him touch that bubble, or he will disappear
Okay.
from existence.
Well then, because I mean that's where we were.
Yeah, he will immediately
So
disappear.
He must have spawned like on top of it, and then as
Huh.
soon as it popped up, he was gone.
Yeah, unfortunately, then you lost him.
Well, he would have been pretty nasty.
See, I like the fact that the butcher has become a refining tool. A lot of people, when they first encounter the butcher, they get their butt kicked, right? But the first time they get their butt kicked, they refine their character a little bit, and they make their character better, you know? It's like, and then the next time they encounter him, you know, they're like, ah, round 2, let's see who's gonna win this time, you know, and then they kick the butcher's butt because, you know, they took a little bit of time, refined their build a little bit, made things better. Like, and then they start talking to the butcher in cutesy talk. They're like, oh, he's a little butcher, he's so cute. He was the first meat.
Yeah, it was like the first time he came up and like two-shot you. So you're like, oh, I need to build more defense to figure this out. The second time you fought him, you lived longer, you used all your potions, but you ran out of potions and then you died because you didn't have enough damage with the defense. You're like, oh, I need to fix this. And then you finally just start dominating him.
Yeah, I saw Llama's little down with D4 thing. Honestly, like, I don't agree. Like, some of the stuff he's talking about is certainly true, but like, it's mainly quality of life features. He even said that in his video. He's like, it's mainly quality of life problems, and like, I don't know how you can say that a game that only really has quality of life issues and not actually like core issues is like a horrible game. I mean, he said he would be back for like seasons and stuff. That's what he said. We've been talking.
He didn't like the game or something.
You'd have to watch this video. He went over a lot of different things. He had a video very similar to mine that was like going over all the bad things about the game. And a lot of his points are very similar to my points. I mean, I don't think me and him have separate like vision on like what's wrong with the game, because I think honestly a lot of what I saw that was wrong with the game is the same stuff that he saw that was wrong with the game. But I guess somewhere along the line he decided that those things that were wrong with the game were more important than I see them, and I don't see them as that being that important. Like, it would be really nice if they would fix this stuff. It really would be. But, you know, like, say somebody came along and they gave you a free car, right? Just as an example. But the free car doesn't have a cup holder, and it doesn't have a steering wheel cover, and the AC's not really working all that great. But it's a free car, right? And it works. It gets you to point A, point B. It doesn't break down. Like, it doesn't have any mechanical issues. You know, like, it's a good car. You know, like, maybe you gotta, like, work to roll down the window or whatever, but like it's a working car, and if you put a little spit polish in it, get the AC working, maybe repump the coolant into it, you know, buy some cup holders, get yourself a steering wheel cover, it's actually going to be a pretty nice car, right? Because it doesn't break down on you. It's a decent, reliable vehicle. That's how I see Diablo 4 right now. It's a decent, reliable vehicle with an engine that doesn't have any issues with it. There's no like radiator problems. We don't got no like issues with the thing falling apart. The tires are in good condition, you know, the brakes are not shot. Like, it's a good car, but it's got a lot of quality of life problems that do make it a little bit of a pain in the butt. You know, there's no AC, there's no cup holders, the rear view mirror is kind of stuck, cocked to one side for some reason. You know, like there's no steering wheel cover, like it takes way too long to roll up the windows and roll down the windows. But with a little bit of TLC, I feel like Diablo 4 will be an amazing game. It's just going to take a little bit of time for them to fix a lot of these quality of life problems. And as me and Leon have talked about many times, this game has a launch, which is stellar by comparison to a lot of other games. Diablo 2's launch was not that great. I think that this game has launched better than Diablo 2 did. And I'm not talking about like player base. I'm talking about like bugs, problems with the game, like quality of life issues. Like Diablo 2 did not have a lot of good quality of life either when it first came out. It was a very, very bad like quality of life game. Very small stashes, like no mana potions. There was tons of things wrong with Diablo 2 when it first came out. And over a little while, they fixed a lot of those quality of life issues. I want to see this patch before I make any kind of decision. They say they got a 13-page patch coming. This is before Season 1. It's not even going to be... This isn't even the season patch. They got a 13-page patch coming that's supposed to be fixing a lot of this stuff. So I'm interested to see what's coming. How many quality of life issues are they fixing with this patch? Like what are we looking at? Yes, there were no mana potions when Diablo 2 first launched.
I don't think those problems are like, this game sucks, I can't play it.
Exactly.
It's not that.
Exactly. The core of the game is there. As far as I'm
the problems
concerned,
are like, I love this game, can't enjoy it as much as I want to. That's all.
you didn't know there was no mana potions in Diablo 2 when it first launched? Have you ever seen the size of the stash when Diablo 2 first launched?
Classic.
Load up a classic character right now. Like, just boot up Diablo real quick, make a classic character, and look at that stash. And you tell me if that stash is the size of a stash that you would ever want. Ever.
I think you got inventory.
Yeah, you think you got inventory tension. Go back and play classic and live that inventory tension.
Your head's gonna explode.
Like what we have now in Diablo 2 Resurrected, 4 shared stash tabs and a single personal tab that is huge, is so far beyond what we had in Classic when we first started that like it's mind-boggling. Classic was one personal stash tab that was like, what was it, 3x4 or 3x5, I think. It was like 3x5. Like you couldn't even fit like more than like 2 armors in there. Like that was it. You could put like 2 armors and a couple potions in there and that was it. So this is it right here. Hold on, let me bring it up on camera real quick. Hopefully I don't crash bringing it up on camera. Computer loves to do this whenever I pull windows over. So this is the original stash for Diablo 2 before they changed it. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A 4x6 stash. That's all you got. 4x6.
Actually, remember that. Wow.
It was absolutely terrible. Now, you didn't have charms in Classic, so I guess that's one way that you could say the stash was, you know, a little bit bigger, because you did have more inventory space on your character, but still nowhere near what we have in LOD, and nowhere near what we have in D2R. I mean, I think it's disingenuous to say that, like, the game came out with a bunch of quality of life problems. It's terrible. Like, you know, woe is me. Because, like, just give them a little bit of time to fix it. Now, I do think it's a little stupid that they came out with the quality of life issues in the first place. Because they have so many other games to... Yeah, lessons of the past, so to speak. Like, they could have very easily taken lessons from the past. But we also have a theory that they rushed the game. We think they rushed it. They were very close to finishing. They were like, well, we still have a lot of work to do for quality of life issues and fixes like that. And they're like, yeah, just put it out as quick as you can. Like, we want it out now. They also chose that date, remember? The 666 date?
Yeah.
They did that on purpose because they were trying to make a joke. Chances are they probably pushed it up because of that as well.
Didn't ladder season start on July 23rd? First one.
It's mid to late July is what they said. They didn't give us an actual date yet.
No, on Diablo 2.
Oh, I don't know. No, you
I think
might.
it did because that's my birthday, and I'm pretty sure.
The first ladder season for Diablo 2?
Yeah, whenever D2R came out.
Well, the first ladder season for Diablo 4 is scheduled for mid to late July, which is July 23rd. June. I think you may have just called the day of launch. So July 23rd. Put it on your calendars, boys.
The game came out on something. I had something else on the first day of the season.
Put it on your calendars.
Just saying, if that was the day of the first season, it wouldn't surprise me if they did it.
See, I don't know how people think they're following D3 because, like, when I look at the game, I see them deliberately avoiding D3. I mean, let's look at it logically from the evidence that's at hand. Number one, Not a single class that wasn't in another game made it from D3 into this game. So the unique D3 classes that only existed there, none of them made it into Diablo 4. Only the classes that also existed in Diablo 2 made it into Diablo 4, and one of them is a class that only really existed in Diablo 1, although technically you could say it was the mercenary of Diablo 2, but it wasn't a class. It wasn't a playable class, so it was a Diablo 1 class. You know, we've got Rogue, we've got Druid, we've got both of those never existed in Diablo 3. Barbarian did exist in Diablo 3, but it also existed in Diablo 2. Druid doesn't exist in Diablo 3. It's only in Diablo 2. And then the Necromancer existed in in Diablo 2 and 3. But this Necromancer is by far closer to the Diablo 2 Necromancer than it is to the Diablo 3. I know because I played both extensively, and this one does not feel like the Diablo 3 Necromancer at all. And that's just one of the ways that they seem to be like going out of their way to avoid Diablo 3. No sets, for instance, that's another one. So they've deliberately taken sets out of the equation, and sets was one of the biggest things for Diablo 3. Unique items. Unique items didn't exist in Diablo 3, and now they're in Diablo 4. So we have another move in that direction. They have taken some things, like legendary aspects, that's definitely from Diablo 3. But the fact that you can remove the aspect off of the item and put it onto a different item, that's not Diablo 3. That's something else entirely. That's something new. Rare items being king, like, that is totally not Diablo 3. Rare items being king is Diablo 2 Classic, for those of you who played Diablo 2 Classic. That is a Diablo 2 Classic thing. Rare items were king in Diablo 2 Classic before LOD came out. They were the most powerful items in the game, and finding yourself a godlike rare was the bee's knees, so to speak. Like, you had to find yourself a godlike rare to push content. And godlike rares are back in Diablo 4, which is a harken back to Diablo 2 Classic, not Diablo 3. Every single way that I can think of, they've gone out of their way to make the game different than Diablo 3. Like, even in the ways that they copy Diablo 3, they change it or tweak it in some way and make it different. D2 Classic, unfortunately, has gotten killed by the synergies. I talked about that quite a few times, but the synergies ruined Diablo 2 Classic. It's not the same game that it once was. That game never... The Classic version never should have had synergies added, ever. Yeah, they made gold actually matter in this one. That's another way that it's different from Diablo 3. I don't remember gold having any value in Diablo 3 whatsoever for the most part. Like, I mean, yeah, you needed it, but it came in, like, such large quantities whenever you did anything that it hardly ever mattered. I can't remember ever being, like, out of gold.
This sword I just found. It's got to be rolled. It definitely has potential. I have to change the aspect, obviously.
Yeah, chat is weird. Somebody was talking about that earlier, that they disabled some of the chat. Like, made it even harder for people to communicate instead of making it easier. And it was kind of confusing.
See the mods on that thing?
Trickster's Obsidian Blade.
Obviously, I'm gonna roll the basic skill damage.
Vulnerable, core, crit strike, basic. I mean, yeah, that's a pretty solid sword.
That's like everything I have now except the.
Yeah, reroll the basic to something else.
The one I have now has Dex, crit, core and all stats.
What would you roll the fourth stat to? Probably
You can roll a main stat, like your intelligence or whatever.
Oh
you
yeah,
use.
definitely the main stat. I would roll your dex because you're a roguey rogue. Try and get your dex on there, and that'd be perfect.
Main stat or all stats. All stats is nice when you're trying to meet Paragon board requirements. I'm a big fan of all stats.
The one I'm using now is Dex, all stats, crit damage, and core skill. So no vulnerable.
I think vulnerable is imperative for that build because it's like I think the rogue is kind of built around vulnerable, isn't it? Like, don't they also have Paragon nodes that literally just give them extra vulnerable damage?
It's all over my Paragon board.
Yeah. So
already.
So your set that's vulnerable is really your main, like almost one of your main stats. I was kind of jealous when I saw that Paragon board and the frickin' rogue has like vulnerable damage plus 5%, vulnerable damage plus 5%, vulnerable damage. I'm like,
You have to wait till Leo invite us, because if we are in a group, he cannot invite us.
Right. All right.
Like if you invite me and I joined your group, Leo cannot invite either of us. We're already in a group.
yes. We're doing shenanigans to reset the dungeon. It's just a specific way that it has to be done. The specific way that it has to be done is Leo leaves the party. Then we all leave the party. Then Leo invites us, and we transfer to his lair. That's it. That is the entire process. Leo leaves the party. We join Leo's party. We transfer to his lair and enter the dungeon. It'll actually tell you, do you want to transfer to his lair? And you say yes. Don't say no.
That's another butcher.
Get him.
He's 101. He just popped me.
What level are you?
I'm 73.
You're nuts.
I'm in here with a 94 and a 90. I'm not alone.
Yeah, he's doing a group thing. The only problem with dying though, Chunks, is that if nobody's near you, he can sometimes despawn if you die. Yeah, so even if you're out leveled and even if he's like way higher level than you, your goal whenever the butcher spawns, and this goes to everybody, is if you're in a group, try and stay alive as long as you can. Like even if it's just 10 seconds, even if it's just 20 seconds, like just do it.
Johnny is face staking for level 90. Oh, he's dead.
I think the most inconvenient, like I know that they are trying, it looks like they are trying to force you to level your character with no gear. Because it doesn't make sense. I am 85 and I find a very good gear, and for another character, but for another build, you cannot find it for another character.
Right.
And then I have to level my new character to 85 for me to be able to use this item.
Yeah. This is something we've been complaining about. It's definitely a bad thing, and they're gonna have to fix it. Like I can't see this continuing. Like there's no reason why an item that's found by a level 100 character that doesn't even have a good item level, like say a sacred item, there's no reason why that should be a level 100 item. There's no reason. I should be able to search for gear for my alts. There's absolutely no reason why I can't search for gear for my alts. Like,
It prevents for alt. It prevents trading. It prevents a lot of things. It's really bad.
It's really restrictive and it's really bad.
And it works on the aspects too. Like I screwed my rogue over because I found on the rogue beautiful pair of pants. Found them for my rogue on my rogue. Applied an aspect I had in my stash, 2 of them, and then I couldn't wear them for 20 levels, and I was like, whoops.
Well,
but there's no point because I could find the same exact aspect on my rogue, which I did like probably 10 levels later.
Yeah. Too bad you can't re-imbue them with the lower level aspect and reduce the level requirement.
Yeah.
The level requirements are shaky. Like they don't make any sense. Some of them. Like I know he lied to us during the campfire thing and said that the level of the items is determined by the item level, and I'm like, no, they're not. I'm like, I was like, if he really thinks that's the case, then he must not realize that literally every single item that we find is being set to our level. Like, it doesn't matter what you find. It doesn't matter if it's a sacred item, a unique, whatever it is. Any item that you find is immediately set to the character's level, the C level, which is just awful. And it doesn't make any sense because, like, imagine if I found a... Let's use a Diablo 2 item. Imagine if I found a stout nail, which is like a level 5 club, like a level 5 unique club. Has like no damage that would ever be wanted on any character other than a level 5 character. Like, you don't use that thing past Act 1 normal, right? And now it has a level 99 requirement because I found it on a level 99 character. That's how stupid it is.
Like, I found a wind force, 85. Okay. I'm gonna have to build a character to 85 to find a wind force. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna find a wind force.
Yeah, you will
and another
probably
character before that.
find a wind force before that.
I found it right away as soon as I could drop uniques. I found like 2 or 3.
Speaking of problems with the game, if you guys can share, like, comment my inventory tension video. I am trying to get this at the attention of Blizzard. Like, even if you want to go on Twitter and tweet it at them, go ahead and go on Twitter and tweet it at them. Like, we need Blizzard to understand that this inventory tension thing is just getting absolutely insane. And the longer that it goes on, the worse it is getting. And the worse it is getting, like, the more we want to pull our hair out. Like, it doesn't make any sense why it is this bad. They need to do some sort of emergency hotfix. They need to fix this. Like, it's not going to take very long before everybody else catches up to where we are. Like, and starts building their second and third characters and realizes that there's just not enough inventory space in this game. There's just not.
I think they should be getting ahead of it, and whatever holds them back, code, patch delays.
Obviously, they can apply hot fixes when they see, like, okay, Whirlwind is doing too much damage. We're gonna nerf him tomorrow.
Yeah, they can do it immediately.
Somebody's taking advantage of this dungeon. It's gonna get disabled today. Like,
There's some things they can do immediately.
There's some things they can do immediately. That's what the hot fixes are all about. But they can't do everything immediately.
Correct.
But they still need to. They need to tackle
They
this
cannot
now.
do a private stash immediately.
I think the stash number.
I think
probably,
they could. I think they can modify that anytime they want to.
Each character, at least make us able to do mules, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, you'd have to check out the video because we literally talked for like 20 minutes on this, and we literally went over all this stuff. It's what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring it to their attention so that they understand what's going on. And I made it an open video so everybody was talking. Everybody got to put in their two cents.
It should be like a 3, 4, maybe 5-part answer by them saying, like, this is what we can do now, this is what we can do in the future, this is what we're planning to do. Because, like, if they just doubled what we have right now, it wouldn't still be enough.
Oh,
they
smoking.
They need to expand them. They need to do something about the aspects, something about the sigils. They need to do, like, multiple different things for the inventory to be, like, chef's kiss kind of thing.
$50 a stash page.
Yeah.
Smoking, there is only 4. If you have 4 stash tabs right now, that's the cap. It's 4. 4 shared stash tabs, which is basically nothing.
Yeah, you don't even get a stash tab per class in the game.
So in Diablo 2, you have 3 shared stash tabs, which seems like less, but you also have 1 personal stash tab, which is for that character and that character alone. There is no personal stash tab for your character in this game, which basically means that we have less stash space than Diablo 2.
Not necessary, because in Diablo 2 it did suck because some item used to take 8 slots.
You're correct, but you can have up to 20 characters. That's 20 personal stash tabs. You can only have 10 characters in this game with no personal stash tab and only 4 shared. So in Diablo 2, you have a total of 23 stash tabs. In Diablo 4, you have a total of 4 stash tabs. There is no comparing. There is absolutely no comparing between 23 stash tabs and 4. We are so ridiculously limited by the number of items that we can store away that it is just insane. 23 versus 4. Actually, sorry, it's more than that now because they increased the maximum number of characters by 5, which means you can now have 25 characters, which means that you can have 28 stash tabs now. So 28 stash tabs versus 4. I don't know who thought that not having a personal stash tab was a good idea, but kick them in the balls for me, like literally.
I do not know who said it in the morning. It looks like whoever developed the game didn't play it.
Yeah.
And then we said that a couple times as well too.
It's not, and that's the the saying, but it's not that they don't play. It's the way they play it is not the same. It's the goals. The goals are not the same. The idea is not the same. They become more of a tester and not a player. And it's a very different approach to just log in, play a game, not care about what items you're getting, not care about what level you're getting to, not really, just playing the game versus creating builds, saving gear, optimizing characters, optimizing gear, saving multiple versions of the same aspect. So if you get an upgrade, you can apply it, or you can have 3 different pairs of pants because you have an offensive pair of pants and a defensive pair of pants, a pants with life, a pants with no life. Like, there's a difference between those type of players and how fast this stash becomes meaningless or like useless. I should say.
Meteor storms. Even if they added more stash tabs right now, it would not fix the issue. You got to understand that it is a difference between 28 stash tabs on Diablo 2 and 4 on this game. 4 is not enough for even 1 character. Even if they added 8 right now, that would only be enough for probably like 2, maybe 3 characters at that. Even if they just gave us 8 more right now, it would still not be enough. We need a personal stash tab for every character. If they added a personal stash tab for every character, that would be 10 characters plus the 4 original shared tabs, which would give us 14 stashes, which would still not bring us even close to the 28 that we get on Diablo 2, but it's close. It's much better than 4.
It's instant relief, and it's not going to be the end solution. Like I said, they need multiple solutions, but that's instant relief. You create an alt, you automatically have space. You don't have to worry about deleting the gear you found, the gear you want to keep. You just have space.
So, absolutely not, Smoke and J. Franklin. Your personal inventory cannot be considered stash space. Your personal inventory is there for when you're running a dungeon and picking up items. If your personal inventory becomes stash space, then essentially what ends up happening is you now have no room to pick up items. Maybe on a mule character, at best. But in Diablo 2, all mule characters have personal stash space. So then we're just back to square one. Because every mule character can have a stash space as their personal inventory. Oh, Cursed Shrine. Nice. Honestly, the Shaco and the Grandfather and all the other 6, they're probably no rarer than Mang Song's Lesson. They're probably no rarer than like finding a Griffin's Eye diadem. I mean, you don't find those every single day. They're rare items. Mang Song's is definitely rarer than Griffin's Eye diadem. I don't know why, but it is. It's very rare. I mean, Diablo 2 had super rare items too, just like this game does. I was actually kind of disappointed when I found out how common a lot of the uniques were. But then we found out how rare those 6 chase uniques were, and I was a little less disappointed because I like having a chase item. It's fun. I was also a little worried too because the Shaco is very powerful, and having every single person in the game with a Shaco definitely seems like something that we'll probably not want. So finding one will be a special treat. Definitely be a special treat.
I'm curious if it's balanced, because when we originally heard, I don't know how many years ago it was, they said something about like finding maybe 2 uniques a season, like 1 to 2 a season. And I wonder if that's the rarity of
That's
those
what they were
6.
probably talking about. Yeah, they said 1 to 2 a season, and I mean that seems about right with the current rarity that they have for those items.
1 to a season of what you find a Shaco, 1 or 2 a season.
I think that they mentioned that and like when talking about uniques in general.
We have
like,
been playing for what, a month now, and
No,
none of us
3
found
weeks.
one. How
That's
many
not even
hours of
season.
playing is that?
A season's usually 3 months, so
I don't
Yeah,
understand.
but none of us found one.
People keep coming in a chat and telling me Win 4 sucks, and I don't know what.
And
Are we
you,
looking at the same
Leonard,
item?
play it more than an average person will play in a whole season in the past month.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
you didn't find any of those stuff.
But it only drops 85 plus. So the majority of our gameplay from level 1 all the way to level 84 is invalidated. So all of our gameplay from level 1 to 84 doesn't count because it's gated.
Yeah, it
It's
was
gated
84
behind.
like in
It's
day
gated
3.
behind 85 plus content, and it's gated behind World Tier 4. So
And-
whenever we were on our alternate characters, whenever we were doing any content that wasn't 85, if we were killing 84 monsters, which is actually something that does happen, or we were fighting with lower level characters, or whatever was going on, or when we were rushing you through world tier zones, like doing your capstones, none of that stuff counted. It has to be an 85 plus area, and they have to be 85 plus monsters.
with all I played on my barb, because I leveled pretty fast with all I played, I probably still only have maybe 100 hours at level 100. So that's not even that much. 100 hours at level 100 doesn't equate to 3 months of like 1 to 2 drop, right? Like when you estimate the amount of hours
And
that
then,
someone might play.
and the number that we currently have, like the fact that there's only like 2 or 3 Shakos found at the moment, also comes down to the fact that they literally told us. They said that 90% of the people playing the game have not completed the campaign. The campaign is like, it tops out at like 60. Like by the time you complete the campaign, your character's like level 60. So none of these people are high enough to find a Shako yet. We've got like another month before the rest of the community catches up to us, to the point where we're literally they're all sitting around 85 plus, and then once we have the entire server at 85, then we can get a realistic idea of like what the drop rate is. Like if we start seeing Shakos popping up all the time, like, oh my god, finally found my Shako, like, and we see like 10, 20, 30, like maybe 100, 1,000 Shakos like within a month, then we'll get a better idea of what the drop rate is. But right now we just don't have enough people up here. It's just us high levels. It's just us hardcore players. I believe so. If you're level 80 and you're fighting a 92 monster in a Nightmare Sigil, then yes, you should have a chance of dropping it. They didn't say you needed to be 85. They said the monsters needed to be 85 or higher.
I got kicked out because I couldn't get
Which is also some contention from early on in the beta. The world bosses weren't level 85. Remember, before they changed it, they weren't level 85.
Right.
So all of the world boss kills that took place in the early parts of the beta the early parts of the game before they upped the levels of the world bosses by anybody who was 85 plus, they also didn't have a chance to get it because the world bosses weren't actually dropping those unique items yet because their level hadn't been increased. Now they're level 90, so they increased them to level 90. Now they actually can drop those. You completed the campaign at 43. Nice. Most people don't complete the campaign really early. I don't know what level I completed the campaign at, but I wasn't going to use my number. And we were talking about that earlier as well, that the cache from the world boss is level 80, and we're not sure whether the cache can drop the item. But that might just be a level requirement, not a drop requirement. And so what we were thinking on that, or at least hypothesizing, is that it's the level of the person who opens the cache, not the level of the cache. And if that's the case, then you definitely want to hang on to your caches and don't open them until you're at least level 85. Because once you're 85, then you'll have a chance to possibly get your hands on the Shaco. Or the Grandfather, or the Doombringer, or any of the other beautiful items.
Well, I got Dex on the sword.
Nice. What did it cost you? Everything?
No, it only took 3 rolls.
Oh, nice.
So now it's 95 Dex, 30 critical strike damage, 21.8 core skill damage, 31.5 vulnerable damage. And then I put the Edge Masters on it.
What'd you get on your Dex roll? Is it really good?
95.
Out of, I guess is what I'm saying.
95.
No, nice. Yeah, perfect roll then. Hell yeah. Yeah, there's a couple people that have found Shaco so far, Leo. Not in this group, though.
So I'm up to 145 critical strike damage.
What's his name? Thought he's gonna find the Shaco on day 3, like in D2R.
Yeah, he didn't, did he?
I have to find the Shaco, like. But the good thing is, like, the game is very powerful already, like, you know, without having it, like.
Which is what makes them fun, and which is why they should be rare. Because once you get them, it's like such a power increase that it's crazy.
Exactly, like the Lord of the Rings music starts to play.
I would like if it was 1 or 2 a season, I would like that. It just depends on the actual drop rate, what it realistically turns out to be, which we don't know yet. With the amount of people playing, we'll figure it out. But
my guess is that the optimal way to get them right now is Nightmare Sigils, because you get a guaranteed drop at the end of the sigil. And it can be uniques. We've seen it roll uniques.
Yeah.
With a Magic Find probably on there as well to up the chances. So probably Nightmare Sigils, 85 plus. And if you really wanted to up your chances, the best way to up your chances would be to lower the level of the sigil to 85. So take a 100 in there, pick the shortest sigil that you can, that way it wouldn't even matter what mods are on it. Look for any sigils that are Magic Find sigils that are 85, basically like exactly 85. What would the sigil number be? It's I'm trying to remember here. It's minus 54, right? So,
yep.
So it'd be 85. You could even, just to be safe, you could do 86 minus 54. So you're looking at a 31, 32. So you would run, like, as a level 100, you could just run 31, 32 Magic Find sigils over and over again and see if you could try and get as much, you know, like, we're talking about quantity over quality here. So you want to just run as many of those as you possibly can, kill the end boss for that guaranteed drop at the end, do any events that are in the dungeon as well, of course, because you also get drops from the chests and various things like that, so that's going to help you out. And I would assume that if you did that, that would probably be your optimal chances for getting yourself one. Because you got easy monsters that you can clear extremely easily. Clear the dungeon as quickly as you possibly can. Even pick a shorter dungeon like this one. Ruins of Eridu is very short. Because you want to, like, optimize the probability of getting that, you know, that end drop, which seems to have pretty good odds from what I've noticed. I've gotten a lot of uniques from that end drop.
And it looks like, you know, they have the monster families in this game, and certain monster families are supposed to drop certain items more often.
Exactly. Somebody said they had a list of that, and nobody ever posted it for me. But
I just Googled one, and it's on Maxroll. And it's under monster families. They have, like, cannibals likely to drop helms, cultists. I'm just looking for helms right now, but they have them all.
Cultists and cannibals?
So far.
So
and
we find a dungeon that's filled with cultists or cannibals, and then we farm that.
You add that into the like the key
equation.
you're finding. Yeah. you would add that in to optimize your chances. Those look like the only two in this list. I don't know if this is a full list or not, but they listed cultists and cannibals. I guess the cannibals are the ones in the dry steppes.
How many shamans are in this freaking room?
The whole thing is about shamans. They're just gonna constantly just be evil. But I hope it helps. Why is he Scottish? Why is this guy Scottish? He said, I hope it helps. Top of the morning to you. it's terrible.
Legendary by him.
Yeah, so looks like the cannibals are in dry steppes, and then the cultists or howards are in Kejitsan. So 2 zones for the cultists, and the.
I'm trying to think of like at areas that has like tons of cultists in it, and like I know on top of my head, I know there's a couple.
Well, the dungeon that I guessed that the screenshot was from the first Shaco found, the background, that the little bit that you can see, the dungeon I guess, has cultists all in it.
I mean, it would make sense that whoever finds it would probably find it in the dungeon that has the best chance to drop that particular item. I mean, it's like winning the lottery, but what we're talking about is reducing like our odds. You know, we're trying to like optimize everything. Obviously, speed is important here because it's going to be very rare. So it's not like you're going to find it on your first go. So you're going to have to run 85 dungeons over and over and over and over and over again. So you might as well make it easy on yourself so that you can just like walk through it. Also, Magic Find sigils often come with some of the nastiest modifiers on them. So a lot of the times, you know, if you do the lower level dungeons, in my opinion, that's going to give you an easier time of running Magic Finds because then you don't care about the modifiers. Like, if you're level 100 in an 85 dungeon and the lightning thing comes down, you don't even care. Like, it might dish a little bit of damage out to you, but, like, whatever. All of them. I mean, the rock, none of it really matters past a certain point. Like, if you're a high enough level, you can shrug off the majority of that stuff with ease.
Question is, do you even want to find it at 100? I'd rather find it at 85 for my alts.
I mean, it's 820 item power no matter what.
Yeah, but no, I'm just saying the required level. I'd rather have it at 85 than 100.
You know, it's interesting. The pictures that he showed in that post were 65.
Really?
Yeah, all the pictures that he showed in the post where he gave us the information for the item, they were all level 65.
That's weird. That goes against everything we've experienced so far in the game.
But you're right, if you did have one of those ridiculously powerful items, you would probably want to find it at 85 so that you can actually put it on multiple characters. Because it's going to be an item that you're going to share between characters. Like, it's just going to be like making your first, you know, Infinity or your first Enigma in Diablo 2, and then you just take that off and put it in your shared stash whenever you know, go to your next character. And it's going to like be something like a Shaco. It's probably going to be your best in slot on every character, so you're just going to swap it between all your characters every single time you go play another one. Got to get that sweat on there.
My next character's name is going to be Sharko Farmer.
Sharko Farmer Express.
It's going to be a sorcerer, Sharko Farmer, and I'm going to keep her at 85. I'm going to shut off XP somehow.
Where's my Sharko? I need a Sharko. Boom. I mean, that's another way that you could potentially get it, which is interesting to think of, is that, well, it doesn't necessarily say that a player is required to be level 85. it says the monsters are required to be level 85 plus, right? So you take one character and bring them into a dungeon with a bunch of alts that are like level 1, and then you get their drops. Maybe you do like, I don't know, a couple dungeons and go and check all their stashes to see what they've got in their stash. I would assume the Shaco would probably go to their stash. And you could just do that over and over again the whole way up, and then maybe if somebody actually finds a Shaco, like one of your alts finds it from the 85 monster, you would potentially have the minimum level requirement for whatever the Shaco is, which is, I would assume, 65 or 60. Well, since they showed us one that's 65, I guess we can assume it's 65. But I know ancestral items have a minimum requirement of 60, which means they can't go below 60. And at that point, you would have a Shaco that's level 60 that you could share with all your characters. With an 820 item level, no doubt. Well, that was interesting.
I'm getting an event done.
Man, look at that ring. Not really the stats that I usually look for in a ring, but like it actually is some pretty decent stats.
I like it. I like that ring.
I mean, it's lucky hit chance.
Yeah.
6%. It's capped. Nice life. Essence on it. Like, it's not bad. You could reroll one of them. Reroll something.
Yep, depending on your build. But
If only I had room to hold on to it.
max lucky hit. Is
Dang
just
inventory tension will get you, man.
Yeah.
A dang inventory tension.
I mean, the lucky hit stat alone changes like how many rings you would save, right? Because you're going to save rings that don't have lucky hit because you don't.
Hey,
this
where you
particular
going?
build
That's
doesn't-
right here. That's right here.
I was running. I think I'm in Champion's Demise sometimes when I pick these things up. Too many rotations in that dungeon.
These can be cursed shrines sometimes too. It's funny. You can return it, and then it'll be a cursed shrine as soon as you return it, which is hilarious. Like, thank you for restoring the shrine. It's cursed. Like, dang it. Wish I'd known that before. Like, that's actually why it was destroyed, because it was cursed. Why is he not taking damage? Like, he took a lot of damage really quickly, and then all of a sudden he stopped taking damage. I don't know what that was about. That's strange.
Looks like we cleared it.
Yeah, it's done. I'm almost 99.
Impetus passive.
Impetus. The impetus passive. It's an interesting one. It revolves around moving. The more you move, the more damage you get. I mean, honestly, with the way that they literally kill you if you blink too hard, I can't imagine it would be too difficult to have that fully active at all times.
Yeah, your ranged character running around for sure.
Like,
Yeah, I'm not ranged.
aren't you twisting blades though, or?
Yeah, but I mean, I guess that might work.
You're still moving around, yeah, because you're twisting
I
blades.
dashed through them.
I was thinking mainly.
I
I thought you were talking about the Wind Force for some reason in my head, because that has it on it.
I mean,
Yep,
I
that's
don't
what I
have
thought
a
too.
point in it, but that would put a point in it. 810 legendary amulet, or ancestral legendary amulet. Movement speed, 2 ranks of impetus passive. Unit skill damage, which is B, and 2 ranks all unit skills.
I out-level the monsters so much here.
Yeah.
Why did they
That's
decide to stop scaling at 95? It seemed to look a little odd, like an odd reason.
It's an odd number for sure too. It's like, why 95?
Again,
Why not 85? Why not earlier? What's going on here? What's the 95 about? Tell me.
Tell me why.
And nothing.
Tell me why.
Is this a hardcore for the name on the mother? What? I have no clue what you just said. What language you speaking, sir?
Mother's Embrace? What?
Sounds like French. Does anybody know what max gold is? No, I don't actually know. I keep my gold pretty steadily at like 50, 60 million, it seems like. I'm constantly spending it. So.
If there's a cap, usually in these type of games, it's because of like the integer cap, 32-bit thing. I don't know what that would equate to, but
64-bit integer cap is really high, so I doubt that's it. It's like in the trillions. And this should be a 64-bit game. There's no reason why it wouldn't be. There used to be a big issue in 32-bit and 16-bit. Like, it was really bad.
I mean, they capped some random things really low, like the materials, so who knows what they did with the gold. And then they came out and said, yeah, the materials probably shouldn't have that kind of cap on it.
I don't know why you would ever punish people for collecting materials. I mean, that's like, oh, you play the game too much and you collected too many materials? Well, F you. Well, thanks. I appreciate it.
And we were talking about the rawhides the other day. Not only do you have to go 20 at a time, you have to pay some decent amount of gold to do it each time, too, to convert it. It's like gold and 20.
I'm at 8,912 rawhides.
Yeah. Which will translate, I think it was roughly 2,000, 3,000 into the superior leathers if you want to like convert all of the 10,000 cap for whatever reason, because you get a ton of rawhides. And then you could do 20 at a time. And I think it was like 4,000 gold a pop or more than that. It was like, well, this is interesting.
You know, it's interesting, the idea of running dungeons specifically to find these rare uniques, because the more I think about it, the more interesting it becomes. So let's look at it from a couple different perspectives. Normally when you craft a sigil, you're looking for a specific level of sigil, right? So you're looking for the level of sigil which is exactly what you need to achieve your goal, which is like, 3 levels above yourself or whatever, right? Well, when you're doing the magic find sigils, the only thing you're really going to be looking for is magic find. If you're doing lower level ones, it doesn't matter what level the sigil is as long as it's 85 plus. Isn't there literally an entry in there that literally says like 31 to 35, which is exactly what you would need?
Yep.
So you just craft up a bunch of 31 to 35s, take all the magic find ones, and then move on. Like, it'd be really easy to do. You don't have to worry about the level of them. If you roll a 35 magic find, then oh well, run it. If you run a 32 magic find, then oh well, run it. Like, those 5 levels mean nothing to you as a high level character anyway. Then on top of that, like, dust-wise, like, because if you sit there and you craft up magic finds, if you're trying to craft up magic find ones, eventually you will start to run out of dust.
Yes, the sigil powder, yep.
Yeah, but since you're not going for a specific level, it's going to be a hell of a lot easier, because anytime you get a magic find one, you're going to be much more likely to just say, okay, let's run it. Also, if you find one in the dungeon that's a magic find one, it's always going to be around the level of the sigil that you're running. So, if you find a magic find one, you can just run that magic find one and then destroy the rest. With absolutely no, no qualms, essentially.
Yep, and it'd be a lot easier with 4 people because that's times 4 sigils, times 4 mats. Like, it gets it just easier in a group. Way more chances to get, magic find ones. Way more powder spread across the total pool.
Grasp of Shadows.
Grasp of Shadows. That's the one that's the shadow clone thing. It's interesting. I mean, it's a pretty high percent chance to just spawn a clone that does something that you're doing. But like,
This one rolled the lowest.
but the only thing that kind of
20% is still high.
the only thing that occurred to me with those, which I thought really could be an interesting like quip, is that if you're gonna do something like that, you want him to copy your highest damage ability. Also, I was also thinking that you probably also want him to copy your imbuement as well. So if you have, I think that you gotta, I think that's a passive or something that you have to get, where he'll copy your imbuement or an aspect.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So, like if you're gonna run an imbuement and you run those gloves, he would copy your imbuement. You would also want to make sure you're using a big attack, obviously. So he's copying a big attack, not like a little tiny crappy one. Because I think he only copies one attack with those gloves. It's not like the Shadow Clone, which sits there for 15 seconds and copies everything you do. It's a little different. I mean, you would also have to just harvest every single sigil that you find souls. That's also important. And I think also doing it in a group would help with the powder issues as well. So if you did it in a 4-man group, you could also just like every time you find a magic find one, like within the group, you could just simply use those. And powder wise, if you have everybody working toward the goals of finding magic find ones, you're going to get more quicker.
We got another butcher.
Boss is dead.
Butcher's dead.
It's taken me 8 hours to get these 2 levels, so probably another 4 for the last level.
Yeah, that's about what it took me.
That'll be right on the 12-hour mark before VOD corruption.
I think the Shadow Clone that it spawns out those gloves will mimic my imbuement, because it says it mimics my attacks.
Well, the Shadow Clone always mimics your attacks, but they don't always mimic your imbuement. It's weird. There's an aspect that changes that, though, that allows your Shadow Clone to mimic your imbuments.
There's my regular Shadow Clone just mimics my actions.
Hmm. Well, I mean, well, I think that's the difference between them, is that the regular Shadow Clone mimics everything you do for 15 seconds. But he doesn't mimic your imbuements. He also, the one that you have from the Grasp of Shadow, only, I think, mimics one attack. So the attack that triggered the effect.
You're actually almost max level already, Ginger. What do you mean? 99's coming right up.
Yeah, 99. I'm almost max level. Level 99, I'm a level 99. Gonna get to level 99. Got that max level coming right up. I'm going to be the max level, which is level 99. Don't tell me otherwise, cause I am really smart. I am. Who's dragging his feet?
That barbarian of mine. He's not walking.
The movement speed on your boots. The aspect that whenever you have unstoppable, you move faster.
Movement speed on your boots and movement speed on your amulet, and you will be chugging along.
The movement speed on the tree too. You get 12% there if you want. And there's the aspect I was telling you about, and that'll make you super fast. You'll be fast all the time.
Even without killing anybody?
Yeah, the one aspect, not the crit one, the other aspect where it's whenever you're unstoppable. So whenever you use your one shout, and whenever you use berserking or iron skin, depending on how many ways you have unstoppable. I usually have at least 2 on my bar, but whenever you're unstoppable, you have it for that, and then 4 seconds after that. So basically, with the shout one, if you're like
You do the shout and then you
You're
You run
fast.
faster for like 4 seconds.
No, you run faster with the entire time with the shout, and then 4 seconds after it wears off.
Okay.
And then you shout again pretty soon after because you have cooldown.
Shout! Put your hands up and shout! Put your...
Sorry, I had to.
That's it. Just trying to tell him how to go fast. Ricky Bobby fast. I'm trying to explain Ricky Bobby.
Ricky Bobby.
If you're not first, you're last.
I just want to go fast.
If you're not first, then you're last. Gotta go fast. Where the hell did those guys come from? I swear this dungeon has so many monsters. Like, half the time they just spawn on top of your head.
Ay. Thank you.
I'm always getting events again. This is like Champions Demise all over again. What's that got? I'm the event boy. Here I go.
What all
Alright,
can
boss
you
should be
put
open.
What all can you put IC Alchemist imbuement or aspect on?
I'm not sure if you just go to the occultist and put the aspect into the window like you're going to imbue an item.
I don't have the.
Oh, you don't have it?
I don't have it pulled yet.
Well, if you pull it and you put it into the thing, it will de-highlight all of the ones that it can't go on, and it will highlight all the ones that it can. That's how I've been doing it. Is I just go in there and I just put the aspect into the window, and then it shows me.
Well, I didn't know if you knew off the top of your head.
I don't. I'm using that one too.
There might be a website out there where you can put in the aspect that you're looking for.
I
and it
know
might,
Ginger's got that one.
yeah, and it might tell you probably. It might give the results of like what items.
I need to bookmark.
And that unique, it has nothing but the thorn.
Razor plate.
Nothing. Well,
That's right.
then
Don't you want to be a Thorns barbarian?
Thorns boy.
Don't you want to be a Thorny Thorn?
No.
I love the description on that thing. It's like even after she was dead, we couldn't get it off her body. It's like that thing was so sharp and pokey.
Hey now.
Them things were like razor blades. Like this. Yeah. If you weren't watching the stream, you didn't get to see that. If you weren't watching, you missed out.
I can feel it.
Do I really need to use this Ashira's Conjar unique dagger?
What does it do?
It's the basic skill damage, 22 point or 24.8.
For what, the attack speed?
Crowd controlled enemies. 25.5% movement speed after killing an elite lucky hit chance.
You use that dagger if you're doing a lucky hit build. Yeah, you only use that dagger if you're doing a lucky hit build, because it has lucky hit built into the dagger, which is pretty rare, and it has attack speed, like massive attack speed. So you get way more lucky hit chances.
That's the little thing on it. Hits with this weapon increase attack speed.
So you asked if you need to use it. Are you playing a build that's relying on lucky hit and attack speed?
Twisting blades.
Well, are you playing like the poison version like I'm playing that resets the cooldown of your or not resets?
Shadow.
So the reason you would use that is I don't know if there's a shadow version. Like there's one for poison basically that it's a lucky hit chance that makes sure it drops a puddle, and while you're standing in the puddle you can just spam the imbuement.
Yeah.
It has no cooldown. So that's why that build uses it. I don't know why your build might use it. If there's a shadow version of that.
I've had it forever.
Yeah, I have one too.
I don't have one yet. Yeah, hackers.
I just got another one too.
Well, just rub it in then. Just rub it in. Rub it right in.
But I could get more damage just throwing another sword.
Yeah, I mean, the unique part. So the unique thing about that unique is the lucky hit on it and the proc, like the attack speed proc. That's the unique part of that. So if you're building around that, then it makes sense to use it over a higher damage weapon. If you're not building around that, then just use the higher damage weapon with an aspect.
I mean, I'm not really a lucky hit build.
Like uniques
One
generally
enemy
have a
remains.
purpose.
Yeah,
needing-
they seem to be very specific to like, you know, certain builds. Like obviously Frostburns are lucky hits, so it's a lucky hit build, you know, like some builds don't, some of them don't use lucky hit, you know, or they're like, they say rupture on them. So like, you know, it's like, okay, well, yeah, this is a rupture build item. Or overkill is what, death blow, right? So like it's just like they seem to be for specific builds.
They're more build defining than any aspect. Even though some aspects are for certain builds, they're just uniques are more build defining. Like it changes the way something works, or it gives you something that you normally cannot get, but it's still targeted to a specific purpose usually.
Man, I'm gonna play all the classes, and I've already got quite a few of the classes leveled up. I'm working on a couple, like a couple different ones. We'll see. I want to have some different options so I can level up with different people when they want to do stuff. You know, have like a level 70, a level 60, a level 50, whatever. So every time somebody's doing stuff, we can kind of match up. I want to get my trap sin set up again. She was kind of amazing, even back in the beta. It's kind of nuts what you can do with that character.
I can put it on a ring. Then I'll lose 2 ranks in twisting bonds.
Take a quick trip back to town and oh, you got this event over here, never mind.
Yeah, massive mobs. We
I
could do
see.
the town break after this run. Break the group, form the group, and do the
Well,
town
I've been
thing.
full for a while, but I wanted to check my stash to make sure that it's not like
That's not full, yeah.
overflowing.
Your mails.
Yeah, my meal. What's up, Calvi? How's it going, man? Long time no see, sir.
So we already killed the boss?
No, I don't think he's dead. We're down here with the event.
Oh yeah, soul says travel to the lair.
Dang it. It's like a
Dang it,
wrong
Ricky Bobby.
turn. Doesn't lucky hit only affect white monsters? No, lucky hit affects everything.
I think he's thinking about the lucky hit elite execute thing.
You're thinking about the execute thing, which is a lucky hit ability, but it's
Yeah,
not
it's
lucky
specific.
hit. Lucky hit is proc chance basically. It's just like proc chance from Diablo 2. What the effect is that you're procking is something else entirely. Like every proc in Diablo 2 is a different thing. You know, like Voice of Reason is Frozen Orb. You know, like freaking you got the blood. Dracul's Grasp, which is life tap. You know, you've got the various items give various effects. Like Crescent Moon gives static field. Lucky hit is basically proc chance, but it's what are you procking? Like what am I procking?
Cheeseburgers.
Cheeseburgers and paradise. Ooh.
Imagine that. Your prop goes off from your lucky hit and cheeseburgers fly out everywhere.
That would be delicious. I'm not even gonna lie. So don't tempt me with cheeseburgers now.
Are you level 100 yet?
Working on it. I'm almost 99.
Nice.
Very close to getting the 2 jack that I do need.
Oh, a nice cup of tea. And let's go do some PvP.
Speaking of lucky hit, does anybody who is running a lucky hit build want this ridiculous ring that I found?
I'll shake on that.
I will post it in chat and you guys can mull it over and tell me what you think, but it's yours if you want it. It's pretty good rolls. Nearly a max life roll, perfect lucky hit roll. Just tons of nice stuff. Congrats, Gregor.
I got sharp, blunt.
10% chance to cast level 20 Taco Supreme Nova. Dang. That sounds powerful. Ooh, finally a 2.5. You're about to see some damage bump. My sword has not been a 2.5 this entire time. My sword has never been perfect. I finally got a perfect one for my sword. Let's upgrade. I'm about to rock some stuff into the dirt. I left group, Leon.
I just killed 3 level 75s in a row at the same time.
Stop picking on those poor little 75s.
I'm 72.
Oh. Tell them to stop picking on tell them to stop picking on you. Yep.
I think they thought they could just go kill me and it didn't work.
Ooh, that's
I
gonna be
am
nuts.
generating fortified. Like I have fortified generation, but I'm not generating enough. Like I think this comes from the blood orbs, right?
What are you?
You have to consume the blood orbs.
Or do you
Just not,
do you have any other source of fortify? Are you running necrotic carapace?
Necrotic what? I'm sorry.
Necrotic carapace.
No.
Check the thing and take a look at it. That's a good one for fortify generation.
What thing? Which?
It's a passive. It's a passive. It's called necrotic carapace.
I killed them all again. So good.
That's how I generate my fortify is necrotic carapace. Have I seen the statistics on the least and most played classes? No, I haven't. What's the current least played class?
Yes, I am taking the skill. Yes. I
Yeah.
have 2 points in it.
That's how I generate most of my fortifies, necrotic carapace. Are you using minions?
Yes.
Do you have the minions that generate corpses?
Yes. The Reapers.
Okay. I mean, you
never
should be generating enough. I mean, it doesn't take too long to generate max fortify with that.
So what am I doing wrong? The minions are not surviving long enough? I don't know.
I mean, your minions do need to be alive so they can generate the fortify. One thing that
No, but I always keep them alive. They are always alive.
obviously every time you kill a monster, you're generating a corpse. The thing is that you get corpses all the time. Every single time you kill something, you get a corpse. Every single time that your minions make a corpse, you get a corpse. Every time your minions kill something, you get a corpse. So it's a constant, never-ending, like, you know, just bump, 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 bump all the time. It's going to be constant fortify coming in, as long as you're constantly attacking. One of the main things that we noticed about fortify is that it degradates really fast if you're not generating fortify. So as soon as you stop generating fortify, it doesn't take very long. If you take a look at my fortify right now, like it just like as soon as I stop attacking, like it's like just going all the way down.
Yes, it goes down so fast. You're right.
Yeah, well, what we've noticed is that as long as you have some form of fortify coming in at some point or another, it does actually stop the degradation. So even if it's just a small amount coming from something else, like you said, you were getting fortify from collecting blood orbs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So As long as you're getting fortified from both of those sources, it shouldn't be degrading. You just got to make sure that you're constantly collecting orbs. Think about it like a timer. It's like, you know, after 5 seconds of not collecting fortify, it'll start to degrade. So, like, as long as you're picking up an orb like once every 5 seconds, you'll stop it from degrading. I don't know if it's exactly 5 seconds. That's just something I made up in my head. I could probably figure out exactly how much it actually is. It's nice to have at least 2 sources of fortify. That's what we've noticed. So you have 2. You could put 1 more point in that necrotic carapace. That would help out a little bit.
Yeah, I put 3 now. I maxed it out.
I mean, as you kill things, it will increase, and as long as you keep killing things, it will stay up. The only thing I've noticed is that as soon as you slow down and you stop killing things, it's gonna decrease, obviously. So downtime doesn't help. Also, for some reason or another, the corpses that are generated from the hewed flesh... Woo, level 99. The corpses that are generated from the hewed flesh passive don't count. I don't know why. I think it's a bug, but hopefully they fix it.
I got kicked out when I killed him.
What's the message you're getting? Character locked or something?
Unable to find a valid license for Diablo 4.
Try
Yeah,
rebooting. You too, Chunks. Have a good one, man. Try exiting out of BattleNet and then going back in.
I did.
No?
I exited the whole thing.
How was my essence not depleting? It's my minions. My minions are what keep my essence up. That and having a million essence and also just generally set up correctly. I utilize a myriad of ways to keep my essence going, Windwalker. First off is the minions, the skeletal mages. I use this passive right here, which is the each time your cold mages deal damage to an enemy with their primary attack, you gain 2 essence. I also utilize the boots, which increase my skeletal mages by 2, which gives me 5 mages, which means I'm getting 2 essence times 5 per attack cycle, so it's a constant 10 essence constantly coming in per second. That's the first way that I deal with it. Number 2 is essence cost reduction, which definitely helps, because if you can reduce the cost of the skill itself, it definitely does help a little bit to, you know, decrease the amount of expenditure. And I think normally Bone Spear is like 25 essence, and mine's down to 23. I also have this right here, which is the Band of Torment, which is every time you critically strike, you gain 27% essence regeneration. This one allows me to maintain a lot of essence regeneration. I also have a very large essence pool, which is also part of this. So I'm using things like the Requiem ring to give me more essence. I've got the Deathless Visage, which gives 27 essence, and so forth and so on. And so my pool is very large, which means I can generally fire off a lot of shots without depleting too much of the pool. All of that comes together to make my essence almost instantly regenerate every single time I fire a shot. But only if I hit a monster. That's the important thing. So if I just fire off a shot right now into nothing, my essence is not going to regenerate that quickly. But if I fire off a shot and I actually hit monsters, then my essence will regenerate very fast. My mages are hitting the monster, I'm hitting the monster, I'm getting the regeneration that way. Like this. As you can see, I fire off a shot, it's instantly back. Fire off a shot, it's instantly back. Fire off a shot, it's instantly back. That boy killed all my minions. He's a spicy boy. As I tell people all the time, the minions are not weights. They're not anchors that hold you down. They're utility that lift you up. Like, I don't know, everybody looks at them like they're anchors or something. Like it's the old ball and chain. And this goes for relationships in real life too. Like, here's some real life advice for you. Your partner should lift you up, not tear you down. Like, It should be looking at ways to help you become better, not like getting jealous and making your life worse. But, you know, that's what my minions are for. My minions are there to make my life easier. They're not there to make my life harder. $99 working on 100, and maybe I'll make it there. It's not even that much more EXP to go to 100 over the other. It really isn't. Oh, I have another way that I restore essence too. I totally forgot to mention that. Obviously, I restore essence by using Raised Skeleton, which gets me 6 essence per corpse. But I also use Bone Storm to restore my essence all the time as well, which consumes 8 corpses because of this specific ability here. Right here. Yeah, 8 corpses. So every time I use Bone Storm, it consumes 8 corpses and restores 8 times 6 essence to me. Which is very nice. It's very nice. Bone Storm is such a good utility. It is such a good ability. I can't even like. I can't even lie. It's probably one of the best abilities the frickin' Necromancer has. It's so good.
I'm gonna be AFK for a minute.
Okay.
Need to figure out something.
It's too late to figure out your life. You're already an old man. No, I'm just kidding. That was rude. I'm sorry. What's the worst shrine effect? The greed shrine is the worst one by far. Doesn't even do what it says. It's just like once you get into the high levels, you're like, oh yeah, 100 gold. Woo. I'd be like finding a whole bunch of pennies. Like, yay, penny. Like, I would be totally okay if they just took all the gold prices and everything within the game and just reduced it by like 90%. Like, why do I need to have 57 million gold in my inventory? Just take the cost and the price of everything in the game and just reduce it by 90%. And just let us not have 57 million gold in our inventory. I don't know why my character must be the strongest character in the world, or these gold pieces must be the smallest gold pieces in the world.
No, inflation, man, inflation.
My boy's carrying around 57 million gold pieces in his inventory, okay? Even if you said that these gold pieces were tiny, like the size of like I don't know, like a grain of rice. 57 57 million grains of rice made out of gold is still a lot of freaking weight.
No wonder you move so bloody slow, you fatty.
That's right, fatty.
It's the maximum.
Our artillery shrine's so broken. Yeah, let me take an artillery shrine into the Lilith fight. How about that? Has anybody tried that, by the way? I wonder if anybody's tried that. Like standing by a shrine and then like get like shrine buff duration, and then just like grab the shrine and then run into the Lilith fight and see if you can carry your shrine in there.
Is there even a shrine close to Lilith?
Probably.
I mean, there's the outdoor ones too. I don't know.
Could you imagine if you just like brought like an artillery shrine in there with you, or a channeling shrine? Like, sort of just unleash hell in the first couple seconds.
I mean, it's basically what it looks like is already going on. I mean, I'll just have to go get that on my barb to compete.
Well, you could have been a necromancer like me, Leon. You could have been an OP mancer like me.
I'm a fall.
You had to choose the barber to do. I'm over here playing the non-meta class, and then the non-meta class becomes the meta class. That was not my intention.
I should have played the freaking druid, because I actually usually play shaman, like melee shaman. I usually like that style, and like WoW and stuff. But they don't.
Why didn't you?
The druid, I played in the beta. It was between the barb and the druid for me. I just decided on barb because I was kind of like in the arsenal system.
Yeah, it is kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie, the arsenal system is neat.
And it felt like it was like, oh, finally it's gonna be, you know, barbarians are gonna be one of the strongest classes. Finally, we got it. Nah, no.
Right. Now I gotta get to the dungeon. I do have an access. I lost my.
You don't have to do anything. You just have to TP on me, I guess. Either way, you eat a loading screen. So whether you're in town like Luli was before, or you're outside the dungeon, you're eating the loading screen. I'd rather be in town because in town, at least I can vendor between teleporting on me.
No. What happened is that I had to completely lock the computer. I had to reset it, and I had to go into the task manager to restart the battle.net. It was really something was wrong. I don't know. What was it?
Got the Valorant Championship tonight.
I don't even have a million on my bar yet.
Also went into this season 0 knowing that I was going to level every character, or every class, I should say.
Little did
Like
you know, you only gonna have 4 stash tabs.
Yeah, that I didn't know. That's terrible. That hit me hard because I was planning on playing multiple builds of every class. That was my goal. And when I leveled the barb up, I saved every item I thought would be useful for like 4 or 5 different builds I wanted to try. I just started saving them. Like this rare, perfect for this build. I'm gonna try it later. Goes in the stash.
The days when we had stash stuff.
Arguably, I need more stash space now in Season 0 than I will ever need in the future because Season 0 is when I'm experimenting the most. The most builds, the most classes. In the future, I probably won't do 5 classes again. Like Season 1, as much as I like this game, I probably won't do 5 classes to 100 in Season 1. I'll choose 1 or 2. Like, this is the season where I need the most stash space.
Yeah, because you want to test everything.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I tell you, now that I got this Bone Spear Necro figured out, Like, I could very easily, very easily just, like, walk through the game with this guy. This build is nuts. Doesn't even really require much.
The time I'm done with this little thing, you guys are done with the whole dungeon.
I tell you though, if I ever do a melee necromancer, Bone Storm. That's what I'm doing. Bone Storm. Bone Storm is such an amazing ability for a melee character. Get in there and just beat the crap out of things. Gives you 20% crit, lasts 18 seconds. Builds a 5% barrier every single time it touches a target. 15% damage reduction. Like, as a melee necromancer, oh my god. That thing is going to be nuts.
Where'd your brother go? Eamon.
He has to figure out things in his belt. I think he's kind of looking at his stash.
Oh,
he left completely.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
will do something.
Getting ambushed on the outside.
Yep. Everybody's getting ambushed. In the
I can never go in the UI and invite all.
You can't. You gotta kill those first, and then you can do whatever you want.
It's more dangerous out here than the dungeon.
Oh my god, look at that.
I just died outside the dungeon. I haven't died in 3 days on this kid. I just died outside the dungeon because I killed a pack and then I went in the UI. And I was like, oh, I can invite now. And no, there's like a bunch of lunatics running at me, exploding. Like, it's more dangerous outside.
That's just like.
I want to get to level 87, and I want to call it a night.
I really want to get, like...
The cost to respec your character is a lot more than 15 mil smoking. You're only looking at the respec costs. As Leon pointed out earlier, it is also about, like, redoing your gear.
Yeah.
Like enchantment costs, like, you know,
Aspects.
setting everything up again, your aspects, getting everything like set up for your new character. You're probably not going to be using all the same equipment for your completely new character that you respec.
Right. Exactly. That's why it cost me over 200 mil when I was just trying a few builds. I tried like 4 or 5 builds. I spent 200 mil because I did the whole Paragon tree once over, which was like probably 10 mil. That was pretty expensive. I did my skill tree many times over the skill tree. It was 75k a point on the skill tree. I did aspects, extracting an ancestral aspects over 500k alone.
Yeah.
And then applying it could be expensive as well. Re-rolling items, we all know how expensive that can get very quickly. I'm
Very
re-rolling a pair of
quickly.
gloves for a new build. I can spend 2 to 4 to 5 million sometimes on one item on the new build that I'm trying out. I was doing 4 or 5 builds, and that was just one piece of gear, which you times that by Barbarian wears like what, 13, 14 Ginger counted earlier pieces of gear. This gets very expensive very quickly, depending on how much you are quote unquote respecking. But yeah, I spent 200 million very quickly.
Bye bye, doll hairs.
These numbers are all at level 100 too. I don't know what level you are, but it's much cheaper at lower levels to do things. far as the board and skill tree is concerned.
I really didn't get a chance to resurrect. He's just trying to get up. He's down again.
Nope. No getting up.
Not even getting up.
Not allowed to get up. We're on wave 8. I think we made it to wave 9. Not bad.
Here's the shrine.
Is there a way to get around login issues? Check and make sure BattleNet client is actually closed. Like close it out, exit, look into the task manager, make sure it's actually closed. If it's not actually closed, like force close it.
Yeah, that's what happened with me.
And then relog back in, see if that works. You might still be technically in the game.
Even though you're thinking you're out. Oh, you killed him first, Leon.
If that doesn't work, Crazy Ace, try rebooting your computer. Because if BattleNet is running in the background and it's still maintaining an active connection despite the fact that you're trying to close it, rebooting your computer will kill it completely.
Final push. 99. It's like giving birth. $93.
Highest number I saw on the damage was 450. That's the maximum I did.
Maximum?
The highest number I've looked at on my screen when I'm hitting monsters, it's 450. One time, only one time, I got 1.5. Only one time.
That's something wrong with your itemization. That's something wrong with your itemization. You're playing Hammer of the Ancients though, right? Yeah, that's not. Hammer of the Ancients is not a very fast hitting attack, but it's supposed to hit hard. That's its. Its goal.
Are you making the monsters vulnerable?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like you probably got something wrong in your build there. We can probably try and help you out.
I'm still working on it. Yeah, Leo was working with me last time. I did some changes and I'm working on getting some weapons fixed up. Because I was using maces on the launcher strike. I changed it to swords because it's very hard to find a mace that has some decent critical strike and some specs. So we changed the swords. It's much better now. The critical strike chance went up, but still low.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Critical strike chance is only the first part of the equation. Then you have to start building crit damage as well. Base damage is also very important to crit as well because it's all based on your base.
Yeah.
So having a good weapon, making sure you have like an 820 at the very least, like weapon is very important.
That's the hardest part.
What item power weapon are you using right now?
Maybe 800.
800?
800, yeah.
I mean, that 20 is a big difference. If you can find an 820 or at least something close to 820, like 819, you'll notice a pretty big difference in damage output.
Yeah, and I still one of my swords still 796, I think.
Well, it's all about the one that you're actually attacking with. If you're not attacking with those weapons, then they're just stat sticks.
Yeah.
So the one that you're actually attacking with, that's the one that you're using your Hammer of the Ancients with.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one that you want to make sure is 820. Or higher if you can get it. But Leon has an 837.
On the sword, I have an 823 base because the vendor. Remember that vendor one I showed you? That was cool. Because there's no two-hand mace guy that we found yet out in the world. If there was, I'd be farming him for sure.
Not crit? That's rude.
It spawn again? I thought we cleared that part.
Some monsters spawn when
Yeah,
we
they'll
get to the boss.
they'll jump on your head.
Yeah.
But the goal of Hammer of the Ancients is supposed to be just one like giant big hit basically. And like yeah, like a lot of these classes like Ginger can maybe hit for what is two-hander, maybe like 2 mil, 3 mil, whatever. Pretty fast, you know, a decent pace. We're supposed to hit like 10 mil one shot, and then a couple seconds go by, build up, 10 mil. You know, like we're supposed to be like it's supposed to even out then, but right now it's not because I think it's mainly because the way vulnerable works. Vulnerable only goes on for like a second, depending, or 3 seconds, depending on how you're applying it.
Yeah.
Sometimes vulnerable is only on there for a second or 2 seconds. So when you're doing Hammer of the Ancients, you're only getting one attack of vulnerable. So it's weak in that sense. And the people were complaining about it because they saw big numbers by certain like YouTubers that Blizzard nerfed it and then immediately reverted the nerf. You know, said, "Oh, it was an accident. We're not touching Hammer of Ancients." Because Hammer of Ancients, while it'll show a big number, is not consistent DPS. There's a difference between a big hit and deep damage per second.
Yeah.
Sustain.
Sustain, yeah. And right now, a skill like that, like I was saying, doesn't go well with vulnerable. The way vulnerable works and how strong vulnerable is, you want to hit fast while the enemy is vulnerable. You want as much damage, as many hits as possible while that vulnerable is up.
Still, my vulnerable damage is 150%. It's not really high.
Oh yeah, that is really low. As a bard, because we have 4 weapon slots, it's very easy for a barbarian to get over 300%. You can get over 400% if you're really pushing it on the Paragon board and you got perfect rolls on everything.
Yeah, my overpower is 518. I think this is... I'm taking more overpower than the vulnerable damage.
Your overpower is that high. That's like... You're not even really doing overpower in your builds. Overpower is very hard to get, like, on a bard. You have to have really high crit, and you have to be using bash to get overpowers constantly. And then you have to also be weapon swapping.
Yeah, JPEG said you definitely want to do weapon swap with the Hammer of the Ancients.
That's what I was doing, but my brother decided, like, you know, let's follow max roll and see how can we advance. So we changed to instead of the death blow for the complete weapon swap to the berserking.
Or just be weird like me and just sit there and hit them with bash and lunge them straight. You know, do a basic build. They're fun. Player has started a ritual. Let's go.
There's something wrong with my computer. Not with you guys. I'm gonna leave the party and then I'll join again.
What's going on?
I'm not in the same dungeon with you.
You're not in our dungeon. Alright, leave the party.
Yeah.
You leave your dungeon, leave the party.
Yeah, I did that already.
You're out of the dungeon as well?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll invite you back. Bus guy, I'm probably gonna die.
Don't, just, it's okay, it's okay.
He's just making a joke about the UI always getting us killed.
Yeah.
Can't check the map. Can't blink too hard.
That's a red dungeon.
Oh my god, this is gonna be good.
Look at this UI. Every time it ever makes me die. Every time it makes me die.
Oh my god, that's terrible. Well, alright. 20 internet points to somebody who could tell me what song that is that I just made fun of and horribly broke.
I see you then.
I don't know if I captured the voice though. You gotta really add the grit in there. You gotta look at this, look at this freaking graph.
Photograph? Nickelback? Is that what you were just singing?
Yeah, make
Look
it
at
fun.
this. Look at this photograph. Is that what I just picked up on?
Yeah. So I was making fun of the UI getting us killed.
Yeah,
Like,
Look at this freaking UI. Every time it's gonna make us die. Every time it's gonna make us die.
I used to play on the radio all the time.
Die.
I could make a whole meme out of that. Meme video. Boom, boom. Well, judging by my progress previously, I've got about another 3 hours before I hit level 100.
You could just... It depends on how you feel. You could just finish it tomorrow. You just do the final push. Or you just stay up tonight.
My only worry is that if I don't finish it Before the 12-hour VOD corruption.
Yeah. I mean, we could always get you close enough, and then you could just like pop in the morning and final push.
I'm
and just,
muted.
like-
What do you mean I'm muted? Your mom's muted, walking dude. Your mom is muted. Don't be charging at me. Little punks. Don't be charging at me. Yep, works just fine. You lie. You lied to me. You lied to me, walking dude. You lied to me. Don't you lie to me. Don't you lie to my little friend.
Haha, they finally killed them. That's good.
Meow's become addicted to PvP. We need to get
Figure
Chunks
out.
addicted to PvP too. Chunks is a PvP nerd.
Trying to figure out how to counteract poison a bit better.
Fortify seems to work well, but generating Fortify in PvP is a little bit difficult. There is that legendary aspect.
Yeah, I've got one with a 35% chance to generate 1,429 Fortify whenever I deal direct damage. While
I mean
berserking.
the Paragon board. There's one on the Paragon board that's like every Fury that you spend, for every point of Fury you spend, you gain Fortify or something. Warlords, I think.
Try this.
Look at my bone storm. Every time it has a lot of bones. I'm gonna put a lot of bones in it. Cause it's a bone storm just for you.
You're supposed to say whoa, not on the first date. Oh my god. Look at this frickin' stash! It's filled. Oh my god. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. The rhymes with stash are not generally the greatest.
Dash. Dash with the stash.
Let's
And then get some mash.
Let's just say that the first one that popped into my mind was not a good one.
Alright, Leo, I'm gonna just go to the town, empty my stash, and go sleep. Thank you so
Calvi.
much.
Look at this frickin' stash.
I can't do anymore.
It only has 4 shared stash tabs.
Leo, I'm sorry, Leo. I'm gonna go back to town and call it a night.
Where do they think we're gonna cram our stuff?
Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream where Ginger sings stupid songs.
Have a look. I'll shake on that.
Oh, that person's definitely using poison imbuement. That hurts.
Ouchies.
If only stacking resistance was useful.
I know, right? Not like D2 where, you know, stack load of res and you're sort of okay-ish. Seems like res is totally useless.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they don't even want to do like some kind of emergency fix to it until they figure out how they really want it. They're just gonna say that the only comment they made is like season 2. We can that's something you can change by then.
Which I think is pathetic because it's.
If they don't do
well,
something
why
about the
even put
stash
that in?
issue before season 2, it's gonna hit critical
Yeah.
overload.
Oh, and that's like I've been watching some like React videos right now, and that's what like they would say. It's like the longer you wait to fix these things, the more people are gonna quit the game and not even come back when they're fixed. They're just gonna. Nobody wants to wait until season 2 or season 3 for the gem tab to come. Like people don't work on that timeline. Like you just reached out to I don't know how many people, how many copies. So we know they made over 600 something million, maybe closer to 700, whatever it is, over 666. And you don't want to lose that much of a player base if you're a Blizzard, right? So what are you doing? Get off your butt.
That's right. Get off your butt.
So, what helmet looks good? Oh god, that helmet's so pleasing. So is that one? That one looks like a evil skull.
So many explodey boys over here.
Look
at all these explodey boys. You heading out, man?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. All right.
Have a lovely night's sleep, mate.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sleep well.
Have a good one.
All right, bye.
What chest dogs put this bit?
Anybody else want in on the EXP train? Going straight to 100. Toot, toot.
I will in a sec. Let me just confirm my thing. Send us an invite. Oh,
All
wait,
right,
I need
20
to
internet points to
cleanse.
whoever can tell me where that comes from.
What's the time can do?
No.
Oh, bummer. Alright, send me an invite, Ginger. I'm cleansed of my blood.
Back to the future.
Bone Boy has requested to invite. Alright, what about where? Put your X in the Doojank now. Or actually, you're at the top of the list because you're in the Doojanks. You're in the special. You're in the special Doojanks.
Yeah, we call them the special boys.
I'm a speckle boy.
Major Pain. That's correct, Charles.
Ah, that makes sense.
Major Pain. Remember, he told the story to the little boy. He's like,
He said on that little train, he did as best he could, and he said, toot, toot.
The way he did the way he did the 2-2 is like is it's impossible not to remember that. Come on now. The little engine that could.
He goes, let me tell you a story right here about a little engine that could.
I'm guessing you guys have bored.
And then the monster was in the closet, remember? And he just shoots the closet like 3 times. And he's like, if he's still in there, he ain't happy. And then the lady comes in and she's like,
What was that?
and he goes,
The monster. If he's still in the closet, he ain't happy.
One of my favorite scenes is when he buries them all in the mud and he's watering them like they're daisies.
Yep.
It's freaking great. Annihilated. My boss got annihilated.
Just finished an event. There
Yeah,
we
I'm
go.
just killing these near this shrine.
The events give pretty good EXP, like 20, 30,000 EXP for completing the event, and then all the EXP you get from the monsters too. It's not bad. I still just drink another potion. Chugging these potions down, trying to make sure I still got them. getting ambushed over here.
That's what happens to me. I leave the dungeon. I'm in the UI. It's like, invite. Ambush. Red.
I don't even know where I'm meant to be.
Bone boy. What's up, Acrid? That's a great movie. I like watching that movie from time to time. It's funny because he used the, it's the classic drill instructor technique. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the drill instructor's job is to make you hate him. Do you know why his job is to make you hate him? Because he wants all of you to hate him. And if all of you hate him, then you have a common purpose. His goal in life is to give you all a common purpose. And in doing so, he turns you into a team. Because you all hate him. It is the dumbest thing, and it works every single time, 100% of the time. If he can make you hate him, you will literally join up with your worst enemy just to get back at him. And it turns you all into a team. He don't want you to like him. He'll make you clean the toilet with your own toothbrush.
Better than your own tongue.
What happens in 12 hours? What about... what?
We will fall asleep.
At 12 hours, I get into VOD corruption and nothing else records on YouTube. YouTube videos aren't allowed to be more than 12 hours long as far as live streams are concerned. It won't record more than 12 hours of data. At that point, I can record the stream and upload it later, but...
I mean, we could save it for later, too, when you stream. I don't know what your plans are. Go save the ding.
Just get all the way to the ding and just save it.
Well, I wanted to watch the Valorant Championships tonight. That's
Watch me
happen soon.
Watch me get to level 100 in 5 seconds.
I mean, you don't need me, but I don't know what your plans are.
As long as I got some people to run with me. I mean, eventually I can just switch over to doing nightmare sigils, but it is slower.
Yeah.
I hate trying to find the right level sigil, too. It's kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah. I mean, your character's strong enough where the exact level 3 doesn't matter if it's 4 or 5. Like, if they're a couple levels over, it's still okay. You're going to kill them quick enough.
Yeah, but the problem is the higher level ones, they have no crafting options for 5. It's 10. So, like, half the time it's like 9 or 10 levels over.
Yeah, because what is it, like a range of 10?
Yeah, and so, like, the higher level ones, it's harder to get, like, close to what you're trying to get. Sometimes you get under it, so, like, it's a little bit more difficult to get, like, the exact sigils you're looking for. Plus, they cost a lot more dust. Which is another benefit, by the way, to our plan of farming low-level sigils. Because the level 85 sigils are going to be a lot cheaper to craft dust-wise than the, like, the level 100s. Or, you know, yeah, well, level 100 monsters, I mean.
Currently running around using Bash because I'm trying to level up my two-hand mace mastery thing.
Okay.
It feels so slow.
I wonder how many points.
Club.
Wonder how many points you get per smack in the face.
I have no idea, but
you should be able to, like, just like Hold your mouse over it, find out how many points you have, beat something in the face a couple times, and extrapolate.
I thought it was kills.
It's kills.
I don't exactly remember because it's been a long time since I tried to level one, but I thought it was based off kills, just like killing mobs. Like you kill a pack of 30 mobs, you get 30 points, kind of thing. I thought it was.
I think it's just using it.
You know,
but using it, like getting a kill with it, like using it as your main weapon, basically.
Just bone prison me in, sir.
I do like the stun it does. That's kind of cool.
I mean,
it just
'cause it-
feels slow.
Because if it is just swinging it, there's a mob that you can bug out in the world that you can just swing forever on. Just like WoW had the same thing, where you leveled your weapon skill, just swinging on a mob that like took no damage, and just stay there for you to swing on.
And if it's kills, go do the baby spiders. The baby spider, you can do baby spider kills.
How much am I at the moment?
And baby spider kills are, you know, it's pretty easy to kill the baby spiders. I know there's a whole area that has like tons of spiders in it. That little area that we keep going to in like the HellTides and stuff. Like spiders all over the place.
Okay, so I'm at 56,301. Let me. Don't think there's anything left to hit here, so let me leave party.
This ambush is insane. Sometimes this is like, what is happening out here?
What is going on? Bone Boy, stop joining my party. That's not how it works. Stab it.
You're messing up the flow, Bone Boy. That's it. Ginger's gonna fire you.
So 56,301. So I just need to go hit something. See if it goes up just by hitting.
Yeah, the order, Calvi, is Leon leaves, Leon invites us. We join. We transfer to his world state. We go back into the dungeon. That's the order. You can join on Leon. If you got Leon on your friends list, you can join on him. You can't join on me because I'm not the one making the group. You have to join on the person that's making the group.
56459.
Envision the D2. I made bail 1.
It's on
ran it.
hit. It's on hit.
Yeah. Who made this game? The Terror Zone's low level.
It's on hit? Okay, so that's a little easier than on kill.
Yep.
I mean, on hit. Start bonking stuff, damn.
I am doing. It's just so slow. It's like
A lot of
I'm
people.
so used to the two-hand swords, like the dual wield, and they're so much quicker.
Get attack speed.
There's a basic skills attack speed thing. Grab that. 40% basic skill. If you put it on a two-hander, it's even higher.
It goes up to 60%, and then there's another one. I don't think you're using a core skill. There's another one you can put on that when your core skill crits. It gives all your attacks. It just gives you 50% attack speed.
Yeah, I'm not doing a core skill. Basic build.
All right, so you do the basic one, and then you do gloves. You get like another 16% in gloves. That's like 76%.
I'm using Fist of Fate for the extra damage on my thorns and stuff.
We're just talking about why you're leveling up your skill.
Oh yeah, but I'm looking for the attack speed thing anyway to put on a two-hander. I just haven't found a good roll yet. Currently I've just got it on one of my... I've got 20% attack speed just on a ring, just for now. It's better than nothing.
Artillery shred.
That's a neat part about a basic build. Is for the most part, the rings are, for the most part, you know, there's always exceptions, there's always different builds. But for most builds, the rings are dedicated to regenerating resource or generating resource somehow. But with the basic build, you can just make your rings another 2 offensive aspects.
Yep.
So you get an extra 2 there.
My barb is, he's going to attack so fast.
Yeah, that's what I need to get more attack speed, but that'll come later. Right. I want levels for now, and then and while I'm leveling, obviously I'll find stuff and go from there. I feel like I'm poking this rotten corpse with a big stick, and it's just laughing at me. Dad? What about Dad, Leon? That's what I'm doing my build for. It's PvP, it's Thorns. Hit 'em with a big club, hit 'em with a big club.
Kadonk, 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 kadonk.
Yep. So I'm doing, just getting it leveled, and then at least that's one less one to do.
I haven't even got my technique slot. I need to go do that on my.
Well, I've
on my
done
barb.
the one-hand axe, one-hand sword, two-hand sword, so now I'm doing two-hand mace. Then I'll find a two-hand axe and do that.
Yeah, I think they have you go visit a blacksmith, which makes sense, and then it gives you a quest to do. And
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't even
I
done
just
that
think
yet.
getting them all leveled as you're leveling, it's nice to have them out of the way, because then you could just choose what one you want for the actual, whatever you call it. For the stat point or whatever, you know, the crit or whatever it is you want it to be.
all right, you could get dubs in for me. I'm still gonna be on Discord for a little bit, but I think I'm just gonna chill the rest of the night, watch the Valorant.
Squiddy's
thing.
down there. You said Dubs, and I
Squid.
looked because Dubs is always down in a different voice chat. Squiddy's down there.
I haven't seen Squiddy in ages.
I think he's the one that invited me to the kinship when I applied back in
Squiddy?
the day. You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Squiddy's ace.
What's up, Stizzle?
Guessing you're making it, Ginger.
Yeah, I'll get everybody invited. Bone Boy, you can join on me now.
I broke the rules. Sorry, Bum Boy.
4.
Did you just call him a bum boy?
Bone Boy.
Oh. Jeez.
Oh yeah, working on 100. Working on 100. Do 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 do.
Almost there. He's in the hot stretch.
I'm in the home stretch.
What are you gonna make next?
Oh, I got like 4 or 5 characters already. I'm gonna go level them up. Probably do a couple theory crafts too. I still need to do my barbarian basic build theory crafts.
Yeah, I've still got a lot of work to do on this basic build, but I'm enjoying it so far. It's not the fastest killer, but I'm just relaxing and it's more chilled out. Where like the sword and everything, I'm pressing 20 different buttons.
Oh yeah, you're not fully set up yet. So
Oh no, I'm missing loads.
My
killing
boy-
will get much faster.
My boy's not fully set up and he's already demolishing things. Like he's level 52 and he was over there killing like level 75s like with his current setup. I ain't got him nowhere near optimal. Nowhere
What were
near.
you using? Frenzy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I found the Frenzy amulet yesterday or the day before.
Frenzy amulet's kind of insane.
What's with the random capitals in chat?
ZZZXXXXX is probably what he's got for his binds. His
Oh,
actual-
Channeling Shrine. Channeling Shrine, which doesn't help me.
Anybody else want to come in here for this EXP run?
When you try to run down a thing and light a cigarette, it's like walking into a wall.
Pick me. choosing the dodgeball team.
Dodgeball.
You know, the whole pick me, play the playground.
Oh, yeah. So what are you going to watch?
The Valorant finals of the second or the first LAN of the season. Yeah, I played that game a lot. I used to play like Counter-Strike back in the day too, so it's similar to that.
I did a bit of Call of Duty. It's about the closest thing to that, I think.
I played
Me.
so much Counter-Strike. Honestly, my personal opinion, World of Tanks is closer to Counter-Strike than Call of Duty is.
It's been a long time since I played though. Like, I think Black Ops 2 was the last one I played, and then my account got hacked. And I sent them like my passport picture, bank statement showing like I bought the battle packs and all this and that, and they were like, Microsoft said that they couldn't tell it was actually me. They couldn't prove it was actually my account. So I lost everything. So I was like, okay, sold the Xbox and
I'd call him back and do it again later, and I'd be like, look, I haven't logged into this account since such and such date. Like, and and you'd just be like, obviously, it's my account, because I literally can't get into it.
I enjoy these games more compared to... I had a very, I don't know how to put it. Like when you'd have campers and that, I'd get very annoyed. It wasn't good for me.
Because the way that Call of Duty is set up is very not good for like a PvP environment. Like I always used to get annoyed with Call of Duty because like people would literally spawn right behind you and shoot you in the back of the head. Like it was the dumbest stuff. Like Counter-Strike isn't like that. So let me lay out Counter-Strike for you because you've probably never played it before.
No,
and you'll understand. So in Counter-Strike, it is 2 teams, anywhere between 4 players to I think it's like 15 is the cap. Although some of the servers had higher than that. You spawn on one side and the other team spawns on the other, and you have 1 life. You get about, I think it's like 30 seconds, it depends on the server, to purchase equipment at a shop. So they basically give you money. Depending on how many kills you get, you earn more money. The next round, you go for, I think it's like, I can't remember how many rounds it was. What was the standard? Was it 10 rounds? Or it depended on the server too, because some of the servers had different round limits. But basically, you went for a certain number of rounds, and whoever won the most number of rounds was the victor at the end. If you died, that was it. You didn't get to come back until the next round.
Oh, okay.
You could make choices depending on what your loadout was. So you could buy armor, you could buy weapons, you could even buy like disarming kits, because the game was based around 2 sides: the terrorists and the counter-terrorists. The terrorists' job was to blow up stuff or to capture the hostages, and the counter-terrorist job was to either prevent them from capturing the hostages or rescue them, or number 2, it was to disarm the bomb that they planted or prevent them from planting the bomb at all. And quite honestly, it was much more fair because you spawned on 2 completely different sides. There was no spawn camping, at least unless you were on like a really bad map. And in general, both teams had equivalent like equipment at the start. Obviously, one side could eventually obtain the advantage over the other by getting more kills, which would equivalent to more money. So more money, more kills, and then that team would start to have an advantage. However, you could pick up items that the other people dropped. So, like, for instance, if the other team had an advantage, and then eventually you got to the point where you killed one of those people who had, like, one of the really good weapons, like the AWP, the Arctic War Pistol, you could pick it up, take it back with you, as long as you won.
That's cool.
And then you would have their, high dollar weapon on your poor character.
It looks like that Severus wants to join us for XP.
The bomb has been planted.
I right-clicked him, but it won't let me.
The bomb has been
invite him.
defused. It doesn't allow me to invite him.
Same here. I don't know.
Silverius, do you have crossplay turned off?
T4, unless he's not in tier 4
He
yet.
might not be in tier 4. Hey, what's up, Speedy? You coming to help me get to level 9, to level 100? I'll type in World Tier 4 this time. Maybe that'll...
Oh. Bone Boy, you're already in here.
Yeah, you're already in here, Bone Boy.
So, Dubs.
Dubs, come on, Dubs, let's go. Dubs is 98. Dubs been right behind me the whole time. Every single time I level up, he's right behind me.
How did I miss a one?
Thank you, William Delphia. Working on 99, 100 now. Working on 100. I already hit the level cap for Diablo 2, though, so. Honestly, it feels good being 99. Like, looking at it, it just feels good. Like, I know because I know from experience that 99 is the cap level for Diablo 2, so, like, my instincts are telling me that I'm finished. Like,
I'm
every time I look
don't-
down and see 99, I'm like, yeah.
I'm hoping they don't add more levels.
Yeah, I hope they don't either. I don't want to see any more levels added to the game.
I've got a feeling they will because we all know what they're like.
No levels ever got added to Diablo 2. I don't want to see any levels added to Diablo 4 either. I want it to
think
stay.
they
I
will
want the level
because-
cap to stay the same.
I think they'll add more Paragon levels.
They're going to add more Paragon boards, but I don't know if they're going to add more Paragon levels.
No idea.
They may also add more ways to get Paragon. Like, I mean, you could add quests and things
Yeah.
like that that could add Paragon or more Lilith statues. They could also theoretically add another region later on, and that region could potentially have more Lilith statues in it, which could be more Paragon points, things like that. Another 4 Paragon points to farm in that region. If you take a look at the map, it does kind of
There's a
look
big
like
space at the
it
bottom.
does kind of look like there's something here. Like maybe they have some region plans for down here.
Well, at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at it too,
At the
and
bottom.
I thought maybe. At the bottom.
The bottom.
Ooh, that looks like an area, see even though it's not. I need to start finding some better gear. I better drink a potion.
Remember to drink a potion. Mine's almost out. I think I'm just gonna drink another one just cause.
Yeah, I've got loads of them. I made like 50 of them.
I don't want to not have a potion on. So even if I'm close to running out, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and chug one.
I made like 50. Just why not? At least then I've got them.
That's right. He's got 'em. I'm just jealous of Meow's thick British accent. Don't mind me. He's got 'em. You ever seen the British TV show, Still Game?
That's Scottish, thank you.
Yes. That show has such a thick accent that I literally need
it's
I
so
need
good,
captions.
though.
I need captions on just to watch the show, and I've seen the whole thing, but it's
Oh, it's
hilarious.
such a funny show, yeah.
Like sometimes they literally the Scottish accent is so thick on that thing. I'm like good lord.
It's like you Todger.
Yeah, Todger.
I love that show. I haven't watched it in a while.
It's pretty great.
I'm definitely gonna have to try the Necro once I get this barb leveled.
It feels just like the Diablo 2 Necro. There's really no difference. It's
I
honestly
tried it
it's
on the
honestly
beta, but
It's honestly the Diablo 2 Necro done a little bit better. Like, I have to say, it's a little bit better than the Diablo 2 Necro. In some
I definitely
ways.
want to use mages and stuff.
Corpse
The bone spear
Explosion
does look really good.
Corpse Explosion was really powerful in Diablo 2, and it's hard to beat that. I'll definitely say that Diablo 2's Corpse Explosion is still better. But, like, it's just such a nice, fun, like, character. It feels like slipping on an old pair of shoes. Like, you're just playing your old Diablo 2 Necromancer, but he's got a couple new tricks up his sleeve, you know?
Ooh, nice. It does look good.
The Bone Spear Necro is very fun. I find the minions to be very rewarding to mess with. You just gotta know how to get the most out of them. You know, you don't want to utilize the wrong things. Like, there was somebody the other day who came in and they were like, "Oh, I'm a Bone Spear Necro," and they were using the mages, but they were using the vulnerable thing, the one where the mages can make the enemies vulnerable. I'm like, why are you using that one? You're using the splintering aspect, right? The one that literally makes all enemies vulnerable for 5 seconds. It's like, you don't need double vulnerable. I was like, switch that to the essence generation, you know, like come on, man, come on.
Well, yeah, free way to gain essence. Why not?
Oh, it's great. The mages are like one of my favorite ways to gain essence because they're just constant, never-ending essence generation. 10 essence per second every second that they're alive, and I gain 6 essence every single time I'm resurrecting them or trying to heal them. So.
What's that other necro doing? That skill.
Bones Prison?
Okay. Looks cool.
The bones? You talking about the bones?
The big red circly thingy that keeps spamming.
I don't know. I don't know what you mean.
Looks like veins. Big red bloody veins.
Blood Surge, I think?
Could be.
I think that's what you're talking about.
I haven't tried it since the beta, so...
Did we miss one? One monster? Oh yeah, we did. That DR boy.
Oh, is it Iron Maiden? Okay. I haven't really tested the neck since then. I want to try the Druid as well, because obviously Bear Druid just looks fantastically fun. And there's a lot to work on and a lot to test.
They did a really amazing job with the Druid, in my opinion. It's very much reminiscent of the original Druid, but it also
There's
has
just so much to try.
It also has a lot of fun stuff in there. I mean, there's. I'm actually really excited to finally get my Toxic Crit Wolf finally like maxed out. Like, yeah. I really want to get him played around though.
There's just so much to try before ladder starts, because obviously I don't want to start ladder with a new build and then be like, I don't like this.
Yeah, what you did when you started Diablo 4 is not what you want to do at the start of a ladder.
Yeah, you want to know what build you want. And, yeah. So that's why I'm mucking about with loads of different random stuff now, because it's like, it's the time to do it. Obviously they're gonna buff and nerf and, you know, do all that stuff, but still, if you like a play style of a certain character, whether they nerf it or buff it, you're still gonna enjoy yourself.
Well, 1/4 of the way there. About to hit my quarter Paragon point.
Mr. Boss.
I mean, Dubs will get it, but he might be doing an event down there, so let's not tally, not dilly dally.
I've definitely got to figure out how to make the basic skills do more damage.
There's tons of ways.
It's struggling at the moment.
It all comes down to that special freaking ridiculous like
sword.
primary resource. Like it's the sword and also the primary resource. So what you want to do is, your goal is to build as much essence as you, well, not essence because you're fury, but as much maximum fury as you possibly can.
Yeah, I've only got 100 at the moment. I need to find more gear.
Yeah, those are rookie numbers. You gotta pump those numbers up.
Yeah.
So basically, your goal is to get your maximum fury up to a level that exceeds like any wildest expectations. Like nobody would be able to get their maximum fury up as high as you are. You're gonna look for maximum fury on all of your equipment. You're gonna go look for maximum fury within the Paragon board. You're gonna look for maximum fury, like at any opportunity you can. If you have passives in your board, you're gonna try and utilize those as well. So you're gonna do your best to make sure that you have all the maximum fury that you can get, because every point of maximum fury that you have is going to be a huge amount of damage. Yes. So you're just constantly building that maximum fury. If you're only at 100, then you're if you're only at 100, you're missing out on tons of damage. Like that's not giving you anything comparatively.
Yeah. Just because I haven't found the right gear yet, I'm still just toddling along. Why is everyone earlier saying Windforce sucks?
I have no clue. It's literally like a 25% chance to do double damage, and the thing has like every damage mod on it known to man. I really don't understand why people say it sucks.
I still haven't found one. When I do, when I'm doing the rogue, I'll definitely be trying a ranged rogue.
Cursed Shrine event. I like those.
Don't worry, Bone Boy, you're not as slow as me. At least you do damage.
The hell? There's no monster spawning. What did we do? Break it? Yep. That's funny. Normally it just continues to spawn waves infinitely until it's done, but that one was just like, nah, I'm finished. Yay, 1 Paragon point. So that's the quarter mark.
Nice.
Oh, where are my minions? Why are you all dead? Get back up. I didn't say you could rest.
Also need to find a good Thorn says that % chance to deal AoE damage. Mine's only a 40%. I need to get get a good one, put it on the two-hander. I just haven't found one yet.
Yeah, you probably want to put that on one of your two-handers to beef it up to its maximum.
So it's just slowly, you know, trying to find new gear, and I'm getting levels while I'm doing it, so it's all good.
Boom, 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 boom. You know, they told us that the Shaco was only World Tier 4. I just realized this. They told us. If you rewind my stream just a little bit, you'll see that load screen, and I saw that load screen before, and I never thought twice about it. But if you look at that load screen, the one that just occurred, it says uniques can be found in World Tier 3, and even more powerful uniques can be found in World Tier 4. So they told us that they were gated behind World Tier 4.
Do you remember when I used to trade you perfect emerald socketed?
I do remember. I did. It's rude. It's always been rude, sir. He thinks it's funny. He thinks it's funny. It's not funny. I don't just know. He's like, here, have a Shaco. Here. Troll. He even found he even like put multiple inside of the freaking like chipped in one, like regular in another, flawed, like flawless, perfect, to figure out which one had the right shade of green.
That's ridiculous.
So he could fool me even better. I think the first time I was like, that's not the right shade. I was like, that's not a Shaco. Where's my chipped emerald helmet now?
Yeah, how come the gems don't alter the appearance of an armor piece? I think that would be nice.
What's up, Trustworthy? How's it going?
There's customizable colors and stuff, but I do hope they add more colors to the customizable stuff eventually.
They're gonna make us pay for it.
Probably.
Color palettes? I'll pay for color palettes. If they come out with some pretty cool color palettes, that'd be nice.
Yeah, because there's not a lot at the moment.
I mean, honestly, color palettes is that's like a whole thing. I could get behind that.
Yeah.
Just having like a special color that you can add to your armor, you know, like.
I agree.
A lot of the available colors right now are like not saturated whatsoever, so I bet the ones that they come out with will be in a color palette pack or in a legendary item pack. They'll probably be saturated.
Sorry, the goal is for everybody to go a different way if you guys weren't paying attention. We got a cursed chest here, though.
Ooh, yay, 2 and Mace reached rank 5. 5 more to go.
With as fast as I'm killing the monsters, you're probably better off targeting like some of the big boys.
Oh, you lot are the other side. I'm just running my own way. I do like the stun though with these bludgeoning weapons. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of stun effects you can get from the bludgeoning weapons if you want to go that direction.
It's interesting, but I still like my my lunging strike a lot more. Ooh, look at all this. Why is there so much gold?
Ooh, I just got a cosmetic.
Nice.
No, boss is up. Good. Let's go. Probably already dead.
I always just check that corner for the extra mobs. Need to sell soon. Inventory's at that point.
And every time I leave this dungeon, I get ambushed. Jane be like, ah!
It is weird that this spawns so close to that entrance.
Blaze is talking about odds of finding a Shaco.
1,000,000,000%.
Well, he said like a Shaco from Mephisto is like 1 in 4,500. Like a drop odds of 1 in 4,500 kills, which is not terrible. Like it's a lot of kills, but still. And he's saying that the Shaco in D4 seems to be data mined at a rate of 1 in 7,500 runs. Which I'm assuming with Magic Find and also farming cannibals might be less than that. I don't know. It's one of those things that you really never really know like how Magic Find is actually affecting the equation.
I still haven't found my second rare glyph thing for the rare nodes in the area. I still need to try and find the second one of that. And then start leveling
I
it.
kind of just don't bother with the glyphs for a little while because you gotta have to find the rare ones first that you actually want to level. And then
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, it's just a waste. They
Like,
should let you pull the levels off one and put it on another.
What's up, Nazarus? Thanks for the subscription, sir, or the follow.
My burden's too great. Let's go in on that.
Oh, what's up, buddy, with your little shield? I don't care, you were up against a wall. You should have never came up to me against a wall, sir. Gotta learn your lesson. Walls and bone necros don't mix, my friend. Everybody's saying don't log out. Apparently there's a huge issue.
Oh, okay. Oh, we've got an event over here.
That was some troll. I was literally just walking along, like whistling a song, and all of a sudden a bunch of fallen lunatics, the explodey ones, just spawned on top of me, like in pre-explosion state, and I had no. If I wasn't a tanky beast, I would have been dead.
I'm just standing in the middle of all this.
Alright, I think this way. We didn't go this way. Oh, look at that big pack.
We're just doing a big event.
I usually have the numbers off. I turned them on earlier because people were talking about damage number outputs, and I was trying to see. Oh, you got the immolation event? Nice. Oh, you got a hellhammer. Oh, that reminds me. I need to go back to town this run and check my stash to see what's dropped.
I haven't tried up people. I have to give that a try. Let's have a look. Up evil, that one. Copy of damage to enemies you gain berserking. Do that damage. And then let's put that mace on, bit less damage. Let's try it. Looks fun.
Take a quick break to go to town and check my stash. Yo.
Go sell all this crap.
Yeah, need to sell.
Look at this build-up stash.
It looks like freaking crap. Every time it gonna make you cry. Brings a tear right to your eye.
I don't know if upheaval's any good. Not tried that yet, so that's all. This will be a bit of fun.
Bone spear, circle of pharaohs. Bone spear. Bone spear is powerful. It's a very powerful. But there's only one item in there. Y'all cheat. Oh no. Where's my Sharko?
Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark doo 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 doo. Baby shark.
You guys leave your party yet? You didn't leave your party yet.
Oh, sorry, I'm just in town.
Playing with your new hammer.
I was just selling
Playing
stuff.
with your new hammer.
He said, "Look at my shiny hell hammer." So
It's actually on fire.
pretty.
It's kind of weird.
Did you put it on?
Yeah.
You're leveling up your maces so you can beat people in the head with it.
Yeah, that's why I put it on. I just put a level into upheaval to see what it's like, because why not? This stash for now. See, this is the issue. I want to save like one of each of these uniques because they're just cool. The test like, oh, I got a Temerity. I must have missed that. Oh, and a witch's travel totem.
My necromancer is a refinement circle of arrows over the course of the entire like 3 weeks and that I've been playing. I've slowly but surely figured out how to make this character work properly. That's all I've been doing. I mean, my build is not finished by any means, but I mean, you can just take a look at my bar and see what skills I'm running.
Stash for now. Yeah, have you seen it? I'm wearing it now. It's like on fire, big hammer. Really cool. Oh, it looks cool, but wow, that attack speed's slow.
Yeah, any big weapon like that is going to have slower attack speed. It's just how they work.
Good damage. When my gear's pretty rubbish. It's kind of funky. Reminds me of like ground slam.
The door's open. J-Prex said upheaval is disappointing.
It's a bit slow.
Oh, they are most definitely vulnerable.
The battery level on my mouse is critical. Okay.
Critical? Oh, God. Hey, turn off damage numbers just for you, Salty Cows. I usually have them off anyway, so. Doesn't matter to me.
How I changed my
Doesn't
weapon.
really matter to me.
How do I change what weapon I'm using?
Press S and then go to the skill, and you can choose the weapons that you're using.
Ah, there we go. Party, where did I put these batteries?
Honestly, it's... I hate to say this, but it's not really about the strength of the items. I've built characters that are like level 52. Like, some of the like lowest level characters in the game, and literally gone and fought like level 75 monsters and was able to kill them. Like, it's more than just like item power. It's about getting your skills set up properly. Like, because what I would do with a new character is I get them set up properly. I spend some time. I get their their gear set up. I get their skills points set up properly, and then take them out with the right aspects and stuff. And before I know it, they're just like ripping things to shreds, even at like a really low level with gear that's nowhere near the power level that like a higher level character has. It's more about just getting your build correct. Like, where you put your skill points and what they do is a lot more powerful than a lot of people think. Oh, okay. That's the first time I've died in a while. I don't even know what the hell just happened. I think it was like 6 or 7 explodey boys all at once. Look at me slacking over here.
Yep, don't like upheaval. It's so slow. Keen on that. It looks really cool. Other than that, yeah.
I don't think Shaco gives to passives. I don't think it does. I could be wrong, but I'm not sure. I mean, the correct way to build a character is to pick a skill and build around that skill. That's the correct way to build a character. Pick a skill and build around that skill. That is always the right path to choose. If I play a barbarian and I want to be an upheaval barbarian, then pick the upheaval skill and do everything in your power to make upheaval better. If you're a Bone Spear Necro, pick Bone Spear and do everything in your power to make Bone Spear better. Every skill that you choose, every passive that you choose, everything that you do should be in some way, in some shape or form, a way to increase the damage of Bone Spear. Everything I have on this bar is an attempt to decrease the damage of Bone Spear. Everything. I mean, I'm not saying that upheaval is good, but I'm saying that if you build an upheaval barbarian, you're going to stack everything to make upheaval better.
Oh, yeah. I just think it's a bit too slow.
No. Corpse is always disappearing.
I do like the look of it, though. It looks really cool. Alright, bosses are dead. I'm actually shocked I was able to kill them. Really spawning on my head? Is that how it's gonna be?
Still no Tempest Roar.
We ain't seen a butcher in a while.
Nope.
Yeah, I really like the look of the skill. I guess if there's any aspects that get it so it's like attack speed's a lot higher, I can see it being a really enjoyable skill.
How close are you to leveling, man?
1 bar. Disappointment potion just ran out.
I don't have a potion up right now either.
That one's another lethal shrine.
Lethal? Are you gonna be double lethal? That's what you're
Yeah.
gonna do? The double lethalness. He's so lethal, he's double lethal.
Well, I'm a cat. It does make sense.
My theory is cats are always trying to eat us. We're just too big. They pounce on us and they're like, dang, ineffective.
Ineffective. My cat's too lazy. If it's not handed to her, she just can't be bothered.
Here's a funny cat piece of cat trivia for you. You like cats. Lions, when they're little babies, will always try and fight their fathers and stuff like that, right? Well, when a lion cub is attacking his father, the father will actually pretend to be hurt when the baby cub tries to get him, because it teaches the lion cub to be confident in his attacks.
That's cute, but it also makes sense. Because they want the lion cub not to doubt itself. It wants to know that its teeth are a weapon. They are sharp.
Well, he's he will eventually one day be, but he's of course not as a cub.
Yeah. But it's all about teaching them from a young age. Everything. What is it with these guys spawning on your head halfway down the road?
Yeah, I don't know. This dungeon's like that. There's tons of random spawns that happen throughout. When you click on chests, and also just randomly when you're just walking through, like they'll just spawn on your head.
Yeah, I was just walking through, so I could drop on my head. They're trying to kill me secretly. I haven't even checked what aspects there are for this upheaval thing, so, you know. It could be really good. No idea. I don't think I've seen any for it, though.
Your cat is 19 now?
My cat's
Alright,
asleep on a pizza box.
When you proc the effect from treachery armor, can a player try to proc it by standing in the fire? If you're F, yeah, I don't think it doesn't take any damage. I don't think when you're burning.
No, not that I know of.
Even if it did, you could just eventually.
It's cheap enough just to make a new one.
Fortitude's not cheap, but treachery is.
Yeah, treachery. That's what I meant.
Eventually, even if it did start to go down to low to 1 durability, all you'd have to do is just never do that again. Just keep it on your merc and don't take it off. Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. My entire channel has like thousands of Diablo 2 resurrected videos on it, so I definitely know. What's up, Paradox, with a 4 raiding party? How's it going, man?
They're coming to kill us all.
One of us, one of us, one of us, one of us. Did anybody else get like really freaked out by that movie back in the day when you were a kid? The one where like the body snatchers, where they were like they would spot one that wasn't theirs and they would just like point at you and go like ah. And then like everybody, and then all of them would start pointing at you and screaming, and then like because you
Didn't they have white eyes or something?
Oh, I don't remember. Well, I got 2 hours to get through 2.5 bars. Oh, treasure goblin. Well, I got him. Right into an altar of Bishy-Bosh.
I like Bishy-Bosh.
Welcome to the altar of the Bishy-Bosh. We're going to take you down and call you Hosh. We have lots of weapons all over the place. So why don't you come on down and pick a spot to sit and die. We don't want you to live. Darzak, the duplicious avatar of Bishy-Bosh. He's the avatar of Bishy-Bosh, huh? He's channeling the Bishy-Bosh from the other realm. Altar of Bishy-Bosh has been complete. I'm full. Been full.
500. I think this one's done.
I am a big D2 player, but played freaking thousands and thousands of hours of Diablo 2. I like Diablo 4 so far. I mean, we haven't passed the honeymoon period yet, so like it's really up in the air. You know, we don't know how good Diablo 4 is going to be in the future, but I like what I see.
I like it, but there's improvements that they could make.
Yeah, I mean, as far as a launch goes, this is a launch. You know, this is brand,
I think they've done amazing
a brand new game.
for a launch.
I think they've done absolutely amazing for a launch.
Like,
do I have issues?
Hour.
Yes, I got issues. But are they issues that can't be fixed? No, there definitely are issues that can be fixed. So I think we're good. I think we're doing good. It's got a
I've
thumbs
played
up.
other games at launch where the whole thing crashes and it's still not up 10 hours later.
Yeah.
You know? Where this one, it's like, yeah, we had a few disconnects here and there, but on the whole, it's been very stable and very playable.
The whole database server has died.
So really, I think they've done really well. Oh, that was 36. Basic skills getting 36 attack speed. That's really low. It's 60.
God, where did all my minions go all of a sudden? Did you just like one-shot my entire army? Like, good lord. Oh, cursed chest over here too.
I'm catching up.
Can I ask you politely to just die? Is that too much to ask? This is nasty over here. The cursed chest has that stupid explosion on it.
I could take the explosions, so that's no issue.
I mean, I don't want to tank the explosions.
Oh, they don't even hurt me.
I don't want to tank them to my face.
Why not?
I wanna.
It feels good. It's a suntan.
I don't think it does feel good. I think something's wrong with you inside. He's like, oh yeah, bring the pain, baby.
Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Looking pretty fly for a barbarian.
For a barbecued barbarian.
A barbecued barbarian. D3 is a travesty, and honestly should be forgotten from the annals of history.
I bought it, played it for an hour, and never played it again. I just couldn't get into it.
Let's just forget that game exists. It goes D1, D2, D4, okay? They just skip the number. That's all it is. Okay? They just skip the number.
Oh no, because D2R can be 3. There we
Okay,
go.
yeah, D2R is 3. There you go. I like that.
Yeah. I am glad they did the Resurrected a lot. Because they did do well with it. And I like that they've brought new stuff. I'm hoping they'll keep updating for a little while.
What is with this big giant pack of monsters? The closer I get to 100, the more I feel like the game's trying to taunt me. It's like,
Maybe it is.
It's like, here, have a big giant pack of monsters. Beep, 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 beep. You're level 100, you can handle it. You can handle it.
oh yeah, D1 remaster would be legit. I would totally play that.
I think we all would.
I would do a whole full playthrough. We'd have like a whole freaking team. It's only 4 players, but
I'd have to
or is it?
rebuy it.
Well, it's 4, right? But there's only 3 classes, so technically, it's somebody would have to be a dupe. Yeah, your bones betray you. Your bones betray you. No, the monk class was an unofficial edition of the Hellfire expansion that was made by Sierra. Oh, look at that paradox. 22 months, 13 days. Yes, cursed, Brian. Cursed. Your mother's soul, your father's soul, and your granddaddy's soul.
For some reason I just see skeletons. Kinda weird.
Lurking time.
Right back. I'm gonna. I don't know what the hell's going on with Cody, but he's out there whining. I don't know what he's whining for. I thought she was with him, but. Korean dude who found a Shaco sold his account for $66,000 US. Wow. That's
What?
it, guys. I guess I'm regrinding my characters if I find a Shaco.
That's insane. Watch that account get banned so fast. Definitely need to find more gear with life on it. Hello, whoever just joined. Okay, Boney. Bone bed, that sounds so uncomfortable.
Take this, my friend. It's not much, but I hope it helps.
Well, that was interesting. Apparently my girlfriend's outside on the phone talking to somebody. Probably Tamika. And Cody was inside. Cody was inside by himself. And apparently Cody found his way into the bathroom, which we had to install an auto shut on because the cats were going in there peeing on everything, so we have an auto shut on the door. So he pushed his way into the bathroom, the lights are off and everything, and he was stuck in the bathroom for, I don't know, God knows how long.
Oh.
It's, like, destroyed in there.
Uh-oh.
Because he was stuck in there in the dark. He panicked. He started running around.
Oh.
Like, I don't know how long he was stuck in there in the dark, but... too long, I would assume.
See, I never had that issue with my cat. She doesn't really destroy anything. She destroys her cat posts, scratching posts, that's about it. She's just so chilled. Maybe I just got very lucky.
Sorry, I was AFK for most of that.
Sleep well, Boney.
The amount of freaking drool on the ground in that bathroom. Oh, Bone's going to bed. Anybody else want to hop in? I'm going until I hit level 100, one way or another. Try rebooting your computer. Sometimes BattleNet gets stuck open while INT are active.
Severus wants you to. Oh, let me try. Nope, still don't let me.
Oh, cursed chest. I love these chests. Nice EXP on these things.
Yeah, the cursed chests are lovely.
Well, just lots of monsters, good EXP. It gives you EXP bonus when you actually complete it, because it's an event. Like, and they just send wave after wave of monster at you. It's nice. I like how they also set it up so that you're rewarded if you can kill them quickly enough, because you get more EXP, because they just keep sending monsters for the duration of the timer. The faster you can go, the more EXP you get. That's nice.
The spiky wants to invite. Got him.
Four.
Oh, nearly level 6 on my bludgeoning weapon. Lovely.
Honestly, if it's per hit, you could probably just find a nice tanky boss and just sit there and wail on him forever.
Yeah, that's true.
With a man,
Obviously
with a
not with
basic
upheaval.
skill.
Yeah. Well, next dungeon, I guess.
I mean, you should be able to join from your PlayStation. Are you sure you're on World Tier 4, Nephilim? Are you on World Tier 4? Are you, I don't really know what's going on. I'm pretty sure we played with, PlayStation users before.
Have a lovely night, Dodds.
Alright, see you, Dubs.
I really do like Bash though. I love the stun. Ooh, artillery shrine. That'll help me level this up quicker. Getting like a crazy person.
$66,000 for a shotgun.
Yeah, people are absolutely insane.
Ah, immolation event.
Oh, when's the next world boss? Shouldn't be long.
I can't really slow down or I'm not going to make it before the 12 hours. I think if I focus on this, I can probably make it before 12. Ruins of Eridu complete. Nice.
I'll be alright soon.
Six out.
Starting to feel the grind. I noticed myself getting quieter. Trance-like movements. Just bumping and bumping and grinding and bumping, and I don't really know what I'm doing anymore.
I'm just hitting this dude with a hammer, dealing like 1 damage each hit.
You're good. Level up your dude drink. We're
Yeah,
doing
no.
an event. We're doing an event down here anyway.
Yep. Just keep hitting him. Slap, slap, slap. You're right on your foot. Really big feet monster.
I mean, I got about, what, 10 million more to go? Yeah, about 10 million more to go.
It's nearly dead. There we go.
The HellTide timer is stuck. It's pretty funny, actually.
Constant HellTide, that'd be amazing. I like the stun of these bludgeoning weapons, I just don't like how slow they are. But I am missing a lot of stuff, so good with that. Halfway to 7. Oh no, I'm out of room. Oh, wait. Please. Cursed shrine on me.
Okay.
As I'm very slow at killing. Okay. Did they just like stop spawning? Like, we've had enough.
I've had that a couple times.
Weird. Oh, now monsters spawn. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, then it spawns us one last wave, like, as if to be like, eh. Silly buggers.
Weird.
Silly budgers. What's a budger?
It's a bugger.
What's a budger?
Uh-oh, I can't remember.
I've heard that before on some British TV shows. A budger.
Like bugger. B-U-G-G.
Maybe it's just an accent thing.
Like a bug.
I don't know, I've heard bugger. I've heard that, but I've also heard budger.
I've not heard budger. I've heard codger.
Codger. I
budger.
heard that one too. Codger. Yo,
Codger. Budger? Sounds like you tried to call me a budgie.
A person who budges or stirs. Interesting.
Yeah, I've not heard of budger.
Person who budges or stirs. What's codger then? Come on, look up codger. What's that? Yo, codger. Old codgers harping on about yesteryear.
Oh my.
And my damn. But didn't take none of them namby pams.
I'm gonna have a half-hour break.
Namby pams.
Sounds like this.
Oh my god. It's terrible. I'm really scrolling through the thing. Why are you being rude to me?
I'm just selling stuff and I'm gonna make a coffee.
No, I mean, you could always just sit yourself in there and soak EXP. We don't care.
I need help.
Go sell off some doojanks real quick.
Yeah, I was jam-packed. Gotta get rid of some of it. That's 38. Ooh, that's a close one. 38%. Keep that one.
That's a deal.
Let's get grandson stuff. Oh, keep that on because it's perfect. That's terrible. See what I missed in the stash. I do like when you miss stuff, it gives you it. Oh, only one item.
Bum 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 bum. Where's the fresh meat at? We haven't had a butcher in a while. I miss you. Come back.
Okay, I'll take it in back.
I miss you, butcher. Like I said, you can just sit in there if you want to just like go cook some stuff and go piss and whatever. It don't matter. Just soak up EXP. We don't care.
Yep, I just need a coffee. My brain's starting to get a bit fuzzy. It's 6 AM. That could be why. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey, exactly half. I got my Paragon point. Ow. Ow. What with all the explosions? Like, holy Jesus. Only 2 more Paragon points and I'll be completely full. I need to redo my whole board. My board's been like... I mean, I'm not saying I hate my board or anything, like, but... It's like the first board I ever put together. I'm pretty sure it's not optimally done. So you watch Still Game, right? Did you ever see the episode where was it the town gossip knew that the guy had cancer before the doctor told him? That was a crazy episode. She's like, I heard it from such and such and such and such that Tommy G. Wilton has cancer, and he doesn't even know it yet because his doctor hasn't told him. She knew the boy had cancer before he even knew he had cancer. Another cursed chest. This thing's got a lot of events in it. I'll tell you what. Ooh, there's a lethal shrine right here by the chest. I like those. I like lethal shrines. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I don't mind if I don't mind if I do. Yeah, we massacred enough enemies. Now open up. You didn't get nothing good, sucker.
Oh, I didn't die at least. Oh, nice, just in time.
All right. Oh, I was making a joke while you were gone about the Still Game, about the episode where I can't remember her name, the girl who always had the gossip. Was it Louise or something?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Anyway, she literally knew that the guy had cancer before the doctor told him. She was like,
Poor Kaja. Doctor
Such a
hasn't
good
even
show.
told him yet.
She was literally bragging about her gossip chain, that literally her gossip chain was so ridiculously good that literally she knew that the frickin' guy had cancer before the doctor even told him he had cancer.
I always liked the shopkeeper as well. He was funny. And the bartender with his bloody bullet.
Bobby.
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 I might have to rewatch those.
2 pints, Bobby. There was an episode where all of them went on like a hiking trip, and he was like, I can't just shut down my store. He goes, I got customers. I was like, who? He's like, who besides us? So they went on vacation and he went on vacation with them.
That was a lot of monsters.
Mm-hmm. Usually is.
Goblin. Treasure goblin. Treasure
I
goblin.
see him. He ran straight to me. Wasn't very smart of him.
Is this thing working?
Is this thing on? Yeah, it works. Seems to work pretty good.
I decided to finally put on my headset.
Oh, well, welcome to the party. An
Blood
ancestral chest armor. Let me guess. Another Blood Artisan's Curios. We're up in the counter, boys! We're up in the counter. Now we're up to 12 Blood Artisan Curioses. There we go. How many Blood Artisan Curioses do? Yeah, the loot goblin always. They always come in pairs for some reason.
That's so weird.
Did you get one shot?
No, of course not.
Where's he at? Did you kill him?
Really?
Poor butcher. It looked like he was getting gangbanged.
That's how he likes it.
But does he like it like that? I don't know. I think he likes to do the gangbanging. I don't think he likes to be gangbanged.
He likes fresh meat, apparently. That could be sausage or...
He probably does make sausage. Human sausage. There seems to be some login issues.
Shrine.
Fine.
Cursed Shrine just below us. Just here.
Nice. Sometimes I just use the mini-map to fire my shots. I wait for the little red dot to appear, and then I just fire my shot in the direction of the little red dot. It's kind of funny.
I still hope they make a map overlay. I really miss it.
I really miss the map overlay too.
Like, because I'm not looking at what's happening, because I'm looking at the mini-map half the time. It does my nutting.
I am still playing. I'm grinding to level 100. They better not cut my servers off. I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
True, they might try and do a hotfix.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Happens in about 2
Ain't
hours.
nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ooh. I went to the fridge to get me some cold pop. And it smelled like someone was barbecuing. And then I saw the smoke, and Lord, I knew there was a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time for that. Lord, I got bronchitis. Nobody got time, ain't nobody got time, ain't nobody got time for that.
We're just doing this bishy bosh.
Okay, well you guys are doing the bishy boss thing. I'll run up here and kill the bishy boss. The bishy boss.
Language, sir. Ooh, that hurt. What that was?
The altar of bishy boss is usually pretty spicy.
No, like 5 different things exploded. And I've not seen my life go down that low in a long time.
Oh, nice. You got it. Sweet. I'm right here. I might as well pick up the fragments.
So much gold. Nearly time to drink another potion. These are going quick.
forgot to put one on. Oh boy.
I keep mentioning when I'm drinking one, so it reminds people to check.
Yes.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, fire protection for no reason. There we go.
I'll just put whatever. I made like a load of random of the really cheap ones because I don't care about what they do. I just want the XP at the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what they do, just for the 5% EXP at the very least.
Yep. So I just made a load of the tiny cheap ones. Doing on this weapon. Oh, nearly level 7 on it. Okay. I'm gonna have to find a 2-hand axe. So I could just change to pole arm.
So you level up all of them?
I've got to do pole armor, so yeah. But at least I could do that with my lunging strikes. That'll be a bit less tedious.
Funny enough, everybody's getting booted out, so they're hopping into the stream. Like, my stream numbers keep going up and up and up. They're like, hold on a minute. They're like, how come you can play?
Oh,
you
butcher!
bastard.
Yeah, so who's talking about the butcher not being here? Look, look, see, and then he showed up. He said, what do you say you called my name?
Yeah, it's twice.
He says,
Say my name, say my name. My name is the butcher, and I'm gonna gank you. Say my name, say my name. I got a big old cleaver, hit you in the head, y'all. Got that fresh meat, my friend.
I like when the butcher shows up. It's fun. Means there's a treasure goblin somewhere. Checking over here, just in case we missed him.
oh, nice.
No, I don't see one down here. So it's got to be in the next part of the map.
Keep it going. I'm keeping you awake.
Say my name, cause I am the butcher.
Jesus.
Gonna get my fresh meat. Say my name, say my name.
Whoever requested that.
I
you're
got
terrible.
a butcher's cleaver, gonna hit you with it.
No one found the...
It's actually pretty lame.
No one found the treasure goblin yet?
I don't know. Not yet. I'm looking.
Not up here.
I think the only reason he might not spawn with the butcher, from what I'm noticing, is that the events happen when they want to. Like, somebody was telling me earlier that they had a butcher spawn on them at the end of a dungeon, like literally right as they were leaving, and it hit the bubble at the end of the nightmare sigil, so so he disappeared immediately.
Oh,
Like-
that's so lame.
Like, for all we know, like I'm pretty sure that the butcher and the goblin are linked together, but if the butcher spawns first, then the goblin has to spawn after,
Oh,
and who knows exactly
what
how
is-
long after.
What is that on the floor? I see a really big star. Ooh, what is this?
Shaco.
It's a nice new Ramalama-Lama-Lam.
Oh, has it got good better damage than your Rama-Lama-Lama Ding Dong?
I have to see.
You got a Shaco, Brandon? Really? You're gonna have to hop on Discord so you can share the screen with us and show us your awesome Shaco. I would love to see your shalalaka ding dong.
Such a shame.
Wait, that came out wrong. I don't want to see your ding dong.
Wow.
Your Shaco. I want to see your Sharko. Okay, let's just dial that back. Let's dial that back.
The stats are worse, but it's more damage per second. But it's less damage at the same time. It's a star.
Let's dial that right back. We got a 760.
You wanna see who's ding-a-ling-long?
That's not really too good. 760 is pretty low.
Yeah, it's higher than mine.
Oh, well, if it's higher than yours.
but the stats are lower, so it's still less damage. Oh wait, no, mine's a 786. So yeah, it's lower than mine.
Who can I not invite? Invite Meow. Okay, there we go. Brandon, if you found one, go sell your account for $1 million. Literally, somebody sold their account for $66,000 for a freaking shotgun. Go buy yourself a car.
Pay off your student debt.
Like legit, just go buy yourself, go sell it and buy yourself a car.
I bet the account gets banned as soon as Blizzard find out what
What do
account it was.
What do you care? It's not your account anymore.
Oh, true, but then they'll just do a payback, especially if it's PayPal or something, won't they?
No, no paybacks.
Then suddenly you owe them all that money because you spent it.
No paybacks.
No refunds.
No refunds, all sales are final. There was an episode of Star Trek Voyager where they bought like a ship for like real cheap, and the guy like sold it to him like because he knew there was something wrong with it.
What's that?
And he said all sales are final, right? And inside of the ship was apparently like some sort of beryllium star crystal, which was apparently worth like a fleet of starships or something.
I remember that one.
And he pulls it up on the camera, and he's like, look what I found inside the ship that you sold us, the piece of junk. And he's like, oh my god, beryllium star crystal. He goes, that wasn't supposed to be there. He goes, all sales are final.
What's that new Star Trek?
I don't know. There's a bunch of them. Picard, Discovery. I don't know. Picard's not bad.
It's Star Trek.
I got a cursed chest on me.
On my way. Oh god, it's a splody boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
You definitely got a spicy one, didn't you?
Yeah, Star Trek Strange New Worlds. I haven't started it yet, but I'll watch that at some point.
I can't stand this, like, frickin' explodey mechanic. Like, that jank just straight up hunts you down. Like, I'm playing with it because it's on the chest, but that thing, like, deliberately hunts you down. Like... It's not just the chest is exploding, no. It's, like, deliberately trying to find you and eat your soul.
Your mother's soul.
And your father's soul.
Oh, a bar and a half away to 75. Closer. Stuck in your head now, isn't it? Say my name, say my name.
My name is a ginger gaming man. Enter.
So it's not fresh meat. It's the legendary over here. Oh, an ancestral ring. I'm glad that legendary is not like miss going to your stash, but still, I don't want to miss like a really nice ring or something.
About less than an hour left. I don't think I'm going to be able to burn up like that much EXP.
What, have you got work?
No, I just mean like before the VOD timer corrupts. I mean, I could always deliberately save it for tomorrow if I wanted to. Like, just get as close as I can and then save it for tomorrow on stream.
Sure.
Got this song stuck in my head.
So,
No, it should have been 99.
what's all doing?
Leveling.
Leveling up. Trying to hit level 100. I'm level 99 and 60%.
Nice.
What's falling on my head?
7 or 8 more diamonds will be there.
What?
Like 7 or 8 diamonds will be there.
7 or 8 dungeons.
Is that what you're doing?
We've been running Ruins of Eridu. Spamming the crap out of it. It's like 2.5-minute runs. You get like about 800,000 EXP per run. Depends on the events. Sometimes the butcher shows up. I mean, at my current rate, I don't know. I might make it, but it's definitely gonna be close to the 12-hour mark. That's for sure. I'll make it tonight for sure, though. Like if I just kept pushing at it, I'll get it.
Ishibashi.
$74, $76, $83, $99. Why is it doing that? Like, why is it saying that I'm getting attacked? Like, what is with the red stuff? There's nothing
No
around
idea.
me. Like, it's telling me that I'm getting attacked. There's nothing around me.
Maybe it is confused. Just another bug, I guess.
What's up, Ocean? Get the bit the party. Do 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 do. Go get that party. Do 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 do. Where the hell'd you come from? I'll use your corpse. I'll use your corpse.
Oh, nice cup of coffee. can't remember what date the next Twitch drops start.
Tuesday.
Isn't the next one, is it Barb or? I can't remember. Still getting levels. Slowly.
Yeah, you're level 74 now. Look at you. Probably almost level 75, I would assume.
About a bar.
This dungeon's actually pretty fast EXP.
It's not too bad. If I killed quicker, it'd be a lot better. But it is what it is.
The point is that everybody's killing. And yeah, you can kill a little bit faster, but as long as everybody's killing fast and we're all going different directions, that's the goal. I mean, obviously some of us can travel together.
Did anyone mess with high queue time?
Yeah, there's like some sort of login issue going on right now. I think a lot of people got booted out and a lot of people are trying to get back in.
Yeah, they're having authentication server issues. I took 20 minutes to get back in earlier.
I'll just try and stay with you, Ginger, because then you're getting the extra XP.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
Look close by.
Dang, I was jumping on for the world boss.
I don't even know when that is.
It's supposed to be at 1:40 my time, like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I'll do the next one, I don't care.
I'm just focused on this. I don't really want to stop.
I'd rather get levels.
Stop.
There's gonna be plenty more world bosses.
Yep.
Yeah, I killed so many war bosses at this point. I was trying to go down here because a lot of the times one of these guys gets mixed or there's a event or whatever. Like the boss up there is super easy.
There was a shrine up that way. Don't know what it was though.
We'll get it
Yeah,
eventually.
Hitting them with me mallet and still not doing any damage. Do.
Of course. Explodey boys, make some noise. Look at all them dang explodey boys, make some noise. Bet you they got an event down here.
Yeah, Bishy Bush.
I think Bishy Boss is in every single one.
Certainly feels like it.
Probably why everyone likes this dungeon. You get the multiple lanes, so it's good for the roof, and you get Bish Bosh.
Which is basically another dungeon in itself, almost.
Yeah. One bar to go. 75. Why is there stuff spawning on your head?
No, I've been pushing nightmare dungeons. Trying to focus on getting to level 100. Pushing nightmare dungeons doesn't seem worth it until I'm at level 100. Maybe that'll be fun.
How high have you gotten?
What, dungeon-wise?
Yeah.
We've done like 20 over our level before, and like, it seemed to be doable, but it was a little rough. But we've done it.
The only reason I want to do them is to level up glyphs, but that's about it. But I could do that at any point.
Yeah, they're pretty tough.
I mean, it really comes down to not damage output. It really comes down to like staying alive.
Yeah, survivability. Yep.
It's one of the things that you've got to focus on is getting your survivability up.
You ideally want to try to skip most of the mobs and just get to the objective as quick as possible in the high tier ones. Because everything can just kill you, so no point really fighting everything.
But I like fighting everything.
You guys still in the group. Get out of the group. Punks.
I like fighting everything.
Honestly, like there's a lot of
stuff on PlayStation.
There's a lot of stuff that you can get that is like very deadly in higher tiers. I am strongly convinced that a lot of the people that have completed like really high tier dungeons are pretty much just running like the easiest one that they can get. Like they just roll a couple 100s and they
right. That's what I think too.
And then on top of that, they're also looking for easier dungeons, like shorter dungeons, the ones that aren't so large.
Like I think Lost Archives is one of the easiest dungeons to do. Like I did it 68 in like 3 minutes.
Did I just find some unique pants? Where did they go?
It'll be a big star if you did.
Oh, there they are. Temerities. 790s.
I went corrupt this time. That's... Go to our base level 7.
Alright, let me jump from like 15 to 1. So I barely made it with a minute and a half.
Me and his Barb are just both naked, but we got a helmet on.
Brave rotting corpse vent. No, don't pick balls up. It's funny. I think this quartz vent probably does more damage than me.
Two-handed mask.
Two-handed mask? What?
Two-handed axe.
Oh. Nice. I'd find an axe to put on at some point to do my two-handed axe mastery.
Ancient's Oath.
I'm not actually sure what's the best expertise to use for a Thorns build.
Not too bad. 813 item power.
In your thorns crit.
I have no idea. I don't actually know if Thorns can crit. But I was thinking of just doing the two-handed one for the increased bleeding damage, because part of the Thorns is bleed. That would work. Extra bleed. I think that'd be good for PvP as well, because obviously the more bleed, the better. Not sure yet.
Why is there always one of you guys around with your stupid explodey janks?
I'm still there letting them just pop.
What's going on, everybody?
What's up, Bob?
What's up?
Long day.
Long day.
Yeah, it's all good. What's everybody up to right now?
Trying to get to level 100.
Are you full?
Oh, I thought you
I
already
am
got
at the
there.
moment. Dude, somebody want to drop for Bob?
Nah, it's all good if nobody wants to drop. I was just gonna head in with my 100 and help you out, but if everybody's like a decent level and it's got good clear speed, then there's no real reason for me to be in there. If people are looking for XP, but if there's a lobby in there for sure, I'll definitely come help you out.
Lobby!
Yeah, I could probably drop in a minute. Let me finish this run.
Alright, let me hop back.
Because my clear speed's terrible. I'd rather Ginger get his level a bit easier.
Yeah, I'll definitely
I'm,
help on the
trying to get my level here. I got about 30% of the to go.
Oh, come fight the Echo level for me, real quick.
Nah, I already tried. I tried like 50 times on this sword. It's just not. I don't have enough. I don't have enough cooldown reduction, so my defensive abilities don't come up in time to be able to avoid everything or to mitigate the damage that she deals to me. So it's just, I pretty much it's shake or bust on this character. Which kind of sucks, but it's really whatever.
Apparently Bone Spear Necro has no issues.
Blizzard Sork either.
I mean, honestly, if you guys can stagger her, I can just annihilate her. Like, I figured it'd be kind of cool to go in there as a group and, like, set up a Lilith nuking party.
Oh, that'd be fun.
All we need is basically one or two people who definitely can stagger her as quickly as possible.
I think Whirlwind Barb is the best character to do that with the Butcher's Cleaver, right?
Yeah, probably.
And then,
nasty.
and basically I'll just set up for damage output, and as soon as you stagger her, I will just unleash hell.
Yeah, I do really good damage against staggered characters too, so. And I do a pretty good amount of stagger with the pull from the Inferno, plus the Frost Nova, plus the teleport stun. I do a pretty good job at stunning, staggering also. Obviously nowhere close to what the Barb can do, but it's good enough.
I don't know what kind of damage I'll output on her, but I would assume it's pretty high. If everybody else is doing that much, I mean, I'm no slouch on damage output.
I am. A tank.
Yeah, let me know when you guys clear that dungeon so I can help.
Yep. We're just gonna hitting the boss while they're doing their event bit on it.
Yeah, we got a cursed chest right next to the boss. It's funny.
Yeah, did they hotfix that stupid little thing with the chests that apparently people were manipulating?
Probably, I would assume.
I don't know what the thing was.
If you had an event and you killed all of the monsters at 0, like for the last wave, if you killed them all at 0, the event just went on infinitely.
Yeah, I was talking about that the other day.
That'd be insane.
Yeah, it was something like 50 million experience an hour.
Oh yeah, it's like it's an infinite event, so you could just sit there and just farm forever.
Yeah.
Apparently, you could go back to town, sell your stuff, come back, and it would still be going.
Oh my god, I didn't even know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it was
just
completely broken.
No shadow. Who's a good kitty cat?
Yeah, I didn't even get to do it, so I didn't
No,
even
me
attempt to
either.
do it when I heard about it. I was like, I'm like
First
right
time
there
I'm
anyway.
Yeah, it was.
First time I've heard about it.
I warned people about it because you can get banned for that kind of stuff. That's not even like I wouldn't even play with that.
Yeah, I was already close to that. I was only like 3 bars or 4 bars away
rather
from 100 when I heard about it. I was like, yeah, it doesn't even matter to me at this
I
point.
like the actual grind of trying to get somewhere because then it actually feels like you accomplished something.
I mean, not that I didn't find the idea attractive of like an infinite event, because it's like, yeah,
Just
let me just sit there and just infinitely. Like I kind of would
You're
like.
the Roddy Galls?
We're over in the halls of Eridu. Murder and everything. Did you hear the news about the Shaco and everything? I don't know if you saw my video I posted.
Oh,
What the drop rate?
No, the gate. They finally revealed the gate information.
Oh, what is it?
So it was an official post by a Blizzard rep. It's basically what it is it's World Tier 4 and level 85 plus.
85, okay.
So we surmise that the fastest way to farm it then is probably to get together a bunch of Nightmare Sigils. Level 85, level 86, level 87, whatever. You know, just as long as it's above 85. Magic Find Sigils. And just take some high levels in there and just absolutely wreck them. Find the shortest dungeon as well.
There's a dungeon that's literally a P.
But like,
I don't remember which one it is, but it's a P.
Because the Nightmare drop, you know, the Nightmare Sigil end drop guarantees like something. Like in a lot of the times, it's a legendary or a unique item. So I figure that's probably the best route. Cannibals are apparently the ones that have high drop rates for helmets. So we learned that.
Cannibals and
cultists. So dungeons with cannibals and cultists in them are going to have the higher drop rate over the other. So if we farm, if you just like speed farmed level 85 zones, like that, with the Magic Find mod and also cannibals or cultists, you can probably get a pretty good drop rate, as high as like I would assume is possible. The other tidbit of information that was revealed was that they always drop at 820 item power.
That's good. It's a super high drop rate though, or not high, super low drop rate. It's like 1 in 800,000 or something like that. It's like some ridiculous number.
Somebody apparently data mined the game. As information somebody just posted, they said that in D2R the drop rate for the Shaco was 1 in 4,500 from Mephisto. Apparently the drop rate for Shaco in this game is 1 in 7,500. 7,500 runs, like per Shaco. That's a lot of runs.
It is, especially with the rolls it has on it. Like,
but that's, I think, assuming, of course, no Magic Find, not farming the cultists. Although it's interesting because we noticed that the people that actually did find them, that's where they found them, was in like the dungeons that had like the cultists in it. Like you can tell in the background that's the dungeon they're in. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick trip back and unload all this garbage.
Heard.
And then for the grandfather, it's the spiders and stuff like that.
By the way, I am up to 12 Blood Artisan Curiosas now.
When you guys are ready, we can join my party. I'm like at the start of the dungeon and it's reset. So if we just want to get the invites going now, I'll just invite.
Oh man.
I don't remember who else was in the party. I really didn't look.
Silverius. Silverius, Spiky.
I'll put it next in the chat.
Severius. All right, I got him. And Spiky, Voisin. Okay, invite.
I'm slowly filling up with everything.
Yeah, that was my first run. I didn't pick much up, so. Oh, of course. Of course, this is when it drops. Of course.
What'd you
Ridiculous. My aspect, but it's level 100 aspect. Does that drop, Ginger, if I put it on an ancestral item? Does it drop to whatever the ancestral rank is, or is it going to make the item
No, it'll make
level
it
100?
It's gonna make it 60, I think.
That's fine. That's fine. That means I can keep this.
I think if you put it on the item, it'll make it 60.
Yeah, but apparently with the aspect that I need, I have to upgrade the item before I rip it because it upgrades the damage on the aspect.
I don't know. I think you can see the level requirement increase when you preview it. So you can always preview it first before you do it.
I'm ready for PvP day now.
PvP day.
I just went there after I tried that build. It's disgusting. I one-shot 3 people at one time.
Is this better than CD?
For me it is, just because of the way that my abilities work. Everything's always so nice and clustered for me, so I just fire like one shot down a hallway and everything dies.
It's faster.
The dungeon might be faster, but the XP might not be faster.
Oh, we tested it a long time ago. It was about 800,000 in 2.5 minutes. It was actually more than the Champion's Demise was giving. But that was like with the A team crew, and us all going different directions and making sure everything was done right. I mean, honestly, I've been running this one for several hours, so I wouldn't be opposed to a change.
That's why I needed a bit of a break.
And when I say several hours, I mean 11.5 hours.
Yeah, that's on you guys. I'm down for whatever. Like I said, I'm here to help you.
I'm just tagging along.
11.5 hours late town, oh Lord, Lord, Lord.
Yeah, if we want to move over to Champions Demise, I'm fine with that.
Alright, I'm just gonna head there now then. Where is it? Right here.
We don't have to regroup since we're moving over to a different dungeon.
If somebody wants to take the down wing, I can clear one of the other 2 wings super fast as long as there's no timed event. And because the one that's down is usually 2 events, and then I'll be able to come over and help whoever has the events.
So I'm gonna take a quick pee break while you guys are hopping over there.
I need to get a rare 2-hand axe.
My tornado fan on.
We didn't reset. Oh, we don't have to reset yet. Never mind.
Pee break is over.
Yeah, you can port to me.
Yay, Cursed Shrine events.
Yay, loading screens of doom.
Of Doom.
Nah, this way. That one's clear still.
Yeah, I just ported to you, so going the wrong way as you said.
Another event, okay. Come on, let's go. Yeah, you can't leave your friends here, I got it. Let's carry them out.
We can't do it alone.
There's a spider on your face, there's a spider on your face. Oh my goodness, he's right in your face. I know there's one in my face, I can see it, I have eyes. He is on my freaking face. Can you get your freaking mace? If I hit him with a mace, then I might hit your face, and that's not very nice, and I don't want to.
I didn't grab the stone. No point killing the boss, really.
Yeah, we're not going to kill the boss. We're just going to ignore him.
It's not much, but I hope it helps.
Here. Something for your troubles. You deserve this. Never seen anyone fight like you.
Alright. Ooh. Jerky. Maybe that'll refresh the senses. Alright, I'm out of the group. Let's see here. Oh. Alright, my side's done.
Same. Oh, I got a unique over there.
Haha. Taco.
Oh my god, send it. Nope, it's an amulet. Alright. Oh, wait. Is the other side done?
We're
There's
finishing
one,
up.
two, yeah. Oh, you're finishing up now. Is it an event?
Yeah, I had an event and Spike was finishing up one. All done.
What is this amulet again? Essidora's? Oh, it's the Crackling Energy Amulet.
Yeah, I was looking at that. It has the Nova on it, which is part of that Nova build I was thinking about doing, but with the charge bolts.
Yep. I
Could
want
be
to see it
interesting.
actually.
Could be
Yeah,
interesting.
it sounds pretty interesting.
You could use that charge bolt staff as well.
Yeah, the one that seeks enemies.
Oh yeah. I was gonna run full charge bolts. Charge bolts also has a chance to proc Nova. That amulet also has a chance to proc Nova.
That was cool.
So I was thinking about double Nova, basically. It's gonna be a close range build, melee build. That's the idea anyway.
My side's clear.
I'm done.
Yeah, we're done. I
Nice,
think
that
it's
was a good
just
one.
Spiky. You're done?
Oh.
Yeah, no, we're all done.
Okay, nice.
My load times aren't helping very much. If there's anybody else that can come in that's got better load times, probably help you.
No.
Don't worry
We
about it.
almost all finished at the same time. That was
Yeah,
almost
you're
perfect.
doing good. I have a video on that defense. You should check it out. Lucky it's kind of a complicated topic, but I got a video on that covers the whole thing really well.
Yeah. It's an okay mechanic. I'm not too disappointed in it, to be honest. I thought it was going to be a little bit different than what it was, and then I figured out how it worked and everything, and it's not bad. It's like the proc chance for everything.
I mean, it's basically just it's identical to Diablo 2's proc chance, except it's calculated out for balancing mechanics versus like big hits versus small hits.
Oh, I got the side with all of the ranged guys.
There you go, man. I linked you the Lucky Hit video so you can get a good idea of what it does.
I'm done.
My lazy butt was over here.
Oh, all 3 wings are done?
No, I'm still got some bunch of elites over here.
Oh, okay, I'm coming in. Well, if I make it.
It was a pretty thick. It says a pretty thick side so far. That first pack I found was like, that was big boy thick. What's up, vampiric spider? How's it going, buddy?
Okay, that dude just ran completely away. Not even gonna chase him.
Alright, I think that's it. Oh yeah, I got tons of videos, Defense. You should check them out.
By tons, he means thousands.
A regular amulet. Not a sacred, no legendary, but not a sacred or an ancestral, just a regular amulet.
You're at the event right now, right?
I'm still working my way across all these man steers.
I think Spikey's the one on the event.
The event's always on that bottom side.
Bishy bushy.
Well,
Wishy-washy.
We switched over to Champion's Demise, so... Shrine of Zagral. That's it, I'm finished.
That's it.
Yep.
Servers won't let you log in, Smitty. People have been having issues all day, it seems like.
Yeah, I was in like a 15-minute queue before I was able to get in, but it wasn't bad. So. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do.